एवरीवन गुड आफ्टरनून गुड मॉर्निंग गुड इवनिंग टू ऑल ऑफ यू वेलकम वंस अगेन टू दिस लाइव एनालिसिस। स्टार्ट करते हैं आज का सेशन। फिलहाल के लिए देखोगे क्रूड ऑयल एक गैप डाउन ओपन हुआ है, नेचुरल गैस फ्लैट ओपन है। यहाँ पर क्रूड ऑयल को देखोगे ना, ये एक प्रीवियस रीटेस्ट जोन है। मार्केट ऑलरेडी यहाँ पर वैसे रीटेस्ट कर चुका है। लास्ट ट्रेडिंग सेशन में जब आया था लास्ट टाइम 12th ऑफ जून को, सेकेंड टाइम आ रहा है। सपोर्ट थोड़ा सा नीचे है। लास्ट कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बनी थी तो डायरेक्टली बाय नहीं कर सकते थे। नाउ इट इज अबव, क्लोज अबव द लेवल, तो थोड़ी क्वांटिटी ले सकते हैं। एग्जैक्ट सपोर्ट थोड़ा नीचे है, ध्यान रखना, बार बार रिपीट कर रहा हूँ। एग्जैक्ट सपोर्ट इज अराउंड 5000, 540, 560 के बीच में रहेगा। यहाँ पर रीटेस्ट है, थोड़ा बहुत बाइंग आ सकती है, ज़्यादा मैं एक्सपेक्ट नहीं कर रहा हूँ। एंड ऊपर भी कोई खास लेवल अब पेंडिंग है नहीं, तो ये जो गैप रह गया दैट मे बी एक्ट लाइक स्मॉल रेजिस्टेंस। कोई नया अगर रेजिस्टेंस ऊपर बनेगा तो देखेंगे। कल एक वो सपोर्ट था, क्लोज होते होते ब्रेक हो गया था, याद होगा आप लोगों को। तो वो भी एक रिटेस्ट की तरह काम कर सकता है। कल न्यूज़ देखो पॉजिटिव ही आई थी, बट मार्केट फॉल किया था मोस्ट प्रोबेबली बिकॉज ऑफ, जहाँ तक लग रहा था, जो एक्सपेक्टेड था कि कुछ खास होगा नहीं वॉर में। थोड़ा बहुत मिसाइल मारी, उसके बाद सुबह डोनाल्ड ट्रंप का स्टेटमेंट आ गया कि आज सीज फायर करेंगे। बट अभी भी थोड़ा बहुत ईरान ने काफ़ी ज़्यादा बैलिस्टिक मिसाइल मारी हैं वापस ईरान पे, इजराइल पे। तो कुछ लोगों की वहाँ मरने की भी खबर है। देखना पड़ेगा इजराइल वापस रिटेलिएशन ना करे। नेचुरल गैस को भी देखोगे, कल यहाँ पर एक सपोर्ट था। ये कैंडल देखो, लुक एट द कैंडल। ओपन इक्वल टू हाई कैंडल बनी है। लास्ट कैंडल देखो, यहाँ पर एक बाइंग एक्सपेक्ट जरूर थी, बट एक कैंडल ही ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बनी है, तो डायरेक्टली बाय नहीं कर सकते हैं यहाँ पर। इसमें भी एक सपोर्ट और है नीचे 298 का। बाकी देखते हैं। इसमें नेचुरल गैस में कोई ट्रेड नहीं है। क्रूड ऑयल में अगर चाहो तो एक हल्का सा पुल बैक का प्लान कर सकते हो। नेचुरल गैस में कुछ मत लेना। नेचुरल गैस कैंडल सही नहीं बनी है। बाकी निफ्टी बैंक निफ्टी भी देखोगे, एक सीधा बड़ा अच्छा खासा पॉजिटिव न्यूज़ थी सीज फायर की, तो उस वजह से गिफ्ट निफ्टी आज ऑलरेडी पॉजिटिव टेरिटरी में था। मॉर्निंग पे एक गैप अप ओपन, उसके बाद कंटिन्यूसली बाइंग थी। एंड अभी भी थोड़ा बहुत बुलिश ही है। निफ्टी को देखोगे, निफ्टी फ्यूचर को, दैट इज आल्सो ऑन पॉजिटिव टेरिटरी राइट नाउ। फ्यूचर ऑलरेडी, कल जो क्लोजिंग थी वहां से 185 पॉइंट पॉजिटिव क्लोज हुआ है। अभी ऑलमोस्ट 1% से ऊपर पॉजिटिव है। बैंक निफ्टी को देखो, बैंक निफ्टी हेल लॉट ऑफ 600 पॉइंट पॉजिटिव दिख रहा है। कल जहां क्लोज हुआ था वहां से सीधा 400 पॉइंट ऊपर ओपन हुआ। रेजिस्टेंस के ऊपर ही ओपन हुआ, तो रेजिस्टेंस का ब्रेकआउट हुआ गैप अप में। पहली कैंडल ही रीटेस्ट में चली गई सीधा ऊपर। ठीक है, ऊपर अब नेक्स्ट रेजिस्टेंस अराउंड 56,850 टू 56,950 के अराउंड एक रेजिस्टेंस है। 15 मिनट फ्यूचर में बैंक निफ्टी में देखते हैं वहां सेलिंग आती है तो। बाकी इस सीधा गैप अप हुआ है तो रीटेस्ट कर दिया इसने इस कैंडल पे, बैंक निफ्टी फ्यूचर। ठीक है, बाकी कोई और न्यूज आती है विल अपडेट दैट न्यूज़। लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम एंड सब्सक्राइब द चैनल। ठीक है, नेचुरल गैस में कुछ मत करना, क्रूड में ही थोड़ा पुल बैक का प्लान कर सकते हो, नथिंग एल्स। ठीक है, कैंडल इज नॉट फेवरेबल इन नेचुरल गैस। बाकी जो अभी फिलहाल मिसाइल्स मारी थी ईरान ने इजराइल पे, इवन सीज फायर के बाद भी, बियर सिवा करके एक जगह है, वहाँ पर काफ़ी ज़्यादा कैजुअलिटी हुई है, बहुत सारे लोग मरे हैं शायद। तो देखना पड़ेगा अभी कि ईरान अब, क्योंकि इतना बड़ा अटैक किया है तो इजराइल तो रुकेगा नहीं, अब इजराइल भी अटैक जरूर करेगा सीज फायर से पहले। लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस, जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम एंड सब्सक्राइब द चैनल। कल की न्यूज़ काफ़ी अच्छी थी, बैंक निफ्टी निफ्टी इक्विटी मार्केट के लिए काफ़ी अच्छी, क्रूड ऑयल के लिए बेरिश कह सकते हैं, गैप डाउन इसीलिए हुआ है। नेचुरल गैस में अभी वेट करना, लाइक करो गाइस, लाइक में रुकना नहीं है, लाइक में रुक गए तो फिर कल भी देखोगे वैसे हायर टाइम फ्रेम पे ओपन इक्वल टू हाई ही है क्रूड ऑयल की। इस तरह का प्राइस एक्शन है, उसके हिसाब से देखा जाए तो काफी गिर सकता है क्रूड। मतलब एटलीस्ट ये 5500 के अराउंड तक आने की पॉसिबिलिटी बन जाती है उस केस में। नीचे वाला सपोर्ट लगाया है वो स्ट्रांग ही है क्रूड का, वहां पर तो रुकना ही चाहिए प्राइस को। यहाँ पर बाकी छोटा सा रीटेस्ट है, लेट्स सी, क्योंकि बीच में और कोई लेवल बना ही नहीं है उसमें। थोड़ा और गिर जाए अगर पुल बैक के बाद तो बढ़िया ही है, लगभग 170 पॉइंट। पहला नियरेस्ट मेजर सपोर्ट क्रूड ऑयल का वही मिलेगा 5,550 से 70 के बीच में जो लगाया हुआ है नीचे। इसके नीचे आता है तो फिर सीधा 5,400 to 420। फिलहाल अभी रीटेस्ट पर है, ये वैसे रीटेस्ट कर चुका है यहाँ पर लास्ट टाइम, ध्यान रखना, दूसरी बार आया है। थोड़ी कम ही रखना है यहाँ पे, थोड़ा बहुत गैप फिल कर दे अगर तो बढ़िया है। हाँ जी, गुड इवनिंग। नेचुरल गैस में कुछ मत करना, क्रूड ऑयल में पुल बैक का ट्रेड है बस, बाइंग का हल्का सा। नेचुरल गैस में वो कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बना के नीचे आ गई वापस, तो थोड़ा वेट करना पड़ेगा। The ceasefire is said to be in place in 5 minutes. ऑन गाइस, लाइक करते रहो सभी लोग जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया स्ट्रीम को अभी तक। नेचुरल गैस में कोई ट्रेड नहीं, क्रूड ऑयल में छोटा सा एक रीटेस्ट है बस। नेचुरल गैस में वो कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बनी थी, लेवल के नीचे क्लोज हो गई, तो वहां पर कुछ नहीं कर सकते। इवन तो अभी भी है सपोर्ट पर ही, बट थोड़ा सा कॉशियस देखेंगे, वहां पर डायरेक्टली लेना सही नहीं लग रहा।
This is an iHeart podcast.
Today we expect more from technology. Companies making the biggest productivity gains aren't just adding more tools, they're choosing integrated solutions. Find out more about these solutions later in this podcast.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Doug Krisner. We begin with a stunning announcement made earlier this evening by President Trump. In a post on Truth Social, Trump said there was a tentative ceasefire agreement between Israel and Iran and that it would begin at midnight Washington time. However, a short while ago, in a post on X, Iran's foreign minister Abbas Araghchi said, as of now, there is no agreement on a ceasefire. Araghchi said that Tehran will stop its attacks if Israel stops its airstrikes by 4 a.m. Tehran time. Here is Bloomberg's Jomana Bersecci.
Whether this ceasefire actually encourages the diplomatic channels to once again be worked, will Iran come back to the negotiating table? Will they be willing to compromise even further and allow for concessions that they weren't going to allow for prior to this quote-unquote 12-day war?
That was Bloomberg's Jomana Bersecci. Meantime, oil prices are
This is an iHeart podcast.
Today we expect more from technology. Companies making the biggest productivity gains aren't just adding more tools, they're choosing integrated solutions. Find out more about these solutions later in this podcast.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Doug Krisner. We begin with a stunning announcement made earlier this evening by President Trump. In a post on Truth Social, Trump said there was a tentative ceasefire agreement between Israel and Iran and that it would begin at midnight Washington time. However, a short while ago, in a post on X, Iran's foreign minister Abbas Araghchi said, as of now, there is no agreement on a ceasefire. Araghchi said that Tehran will stop its attacks if Israel stops its airstrikes by 4 a.m. Tehran time. Here is Bloomberg's Jomana Bersecci.
Whether this ceasefire actually encourages the diplomatic channels to once again be worked, will Iran come back to the negotiating table? Will they be willing to compromise even further and allow for concessions that they weren't going to allow for prior to this quote-unquote 12-day war?
That was Bloomberg's Jomana Bersecci. Meantime, oil prices are declining after Trump's announcement. Here's Neil Beveridge of AB Bernstein.
We've got the unwinding of the 2 million barrels a day of OPEC cuts, and those have been accelerated in the market. So there's no physical shortage of oil in the market right now. We didn't see any disruption to Iranian oil flows during this entire event. We've actually seen more oil coming out of the Middle East. So oil markets from a physical standpoint are well supplied. So, I think we'd easily see Brent fall down to the $60, $65 barrel range again.
That was Neil Beveridge from AB Bernstein speaking there. So what does this geopolitical turmoil mean for the inflation outlook? We heard earlier from Richard Clarida, Global Economic Advisor at PIMCO.
There's always an element of geopolitical risk in the world. You really can't go into the bunker and hide from it. You just have to adapt to it. And I think this is an example of that. Markets will try to look through and assess the fundamentals. I don't think you can get too caught up in the day-to-day volatility in times like this.
That is former Fed Vice Chair Richard Clarida speaking earlier to Bloomberg. Another Fed official is keeping the door open to an interest rate cut this summer. Fed Vice Chair for Supervision Michelle Bowman says she could support a rate cut as soon as July. Speaking at a research conference in Prague, Bowman also warned the current approach to leverage ratio requirements has led to unintended consequences in the market.
Once we've identified emerging unintended consequences or issues that were not contemplated during the development of a new regulatory approach, we must consider how to revisit earlier regulatory and policy decisions. The time has come for the federal banking agencies to revisit leverage ratios and their impacts on Treasury markets.
That is Fed Vice Chair for Supervision, Mickey Bowman there. In the States, a federal judge has issued another court order allowing Harvard University to continue hosting foreign students. This preliminary injunction prevents the government from enacting a June 4th proclamation denying entry to international students planning to attend the university. This ruling is the second win for Harvard in its fight with the Trump administration over the university's international student population. The Supreme Court will allow President Trump to restart his program to swiftly deport migrants to countries other than their homelands. For now, Bloomberg's Amy Morris has more from Washington.
The Supreme Court lifted a judge's order requiring the Trump administration to give people 10 days' notice and a chance to object before deporting them to a third country. The order marks a shift for the High Court. The justices previously pushed back against the administration's efforts to send some immigrants to harsh or potentially dangerous locations with minimal notice. The decision drew a scathing dissent from Justice Sonia Sotomayor, who said the High Court's action was a gross abuse of its authority. In Washington, Amy Morris, Bloomberg Radio.
NATO member countries are converging on The Hague. The summit is happening tomorrow and Wednesday. Secretary General Mark Rutte says new investments for defense are necessary, and he is hoping member countries will put in 5% of their respective GDP numbers.
As the world becomes more dangerous, allied leaders will take bold decisions to strengthen our collective defense, making NATO a stronger, a fairer, and a more lethal alliance.
That is NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte speaking there. By the way, President Trump is set to attend the NATO summit. And that is News When You Want It with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Doug Krisner, and this is Bloomberg.
Remember when a single technology glitch
President
could
Trump
bring an
has
entire...
announced that ceasefire agreement between Israel and Iran, saying will end its 12 days of war. He says the truce is scheduled to take effect in about 5 hours' time. For more, Bloomberg editor John Harney joins us in Washington. And John, there was a lot of sort of speculation as to where this was headed, given the traded attacks between the US and Iran were seen as being very well choreographed, if you will, and calculated, as well as being well telegraphed. So in this sense, I guess, is the ceasefire surprising? The bigger question is, will it hold?
Those are two excellent questions. The announcement did come a bit abruptly in Washington time this evening, and as you point out, it occurred hours after this Iranian strike on Qatar, on an American base there, that seemed to be planned to cause as few casualties and damage as possible. President Trump, even thanked the Iranians for providing advance word of this. Now, a lot of questions remain unanswered. Will it hold? Even as after the president's announcement, and not that just a few minutes ago, there were reports of explosions in Tehran as Israeli attacks on Iran apparently continue. This conflict has been very intense over these last many days, and preceding it, the prelude was simmering hostilities over decades between Israel and Iran. Now, those aren't just going to go away. Also unanswered is, what is the status of Iran's nuclear program, which prompted Israel's airstrikes in the first place?
John, to your point about how Israeli strikes sort of still continue on Iran, what is your sense of whether we can get any buy-in from both the Iranian or the Israeli sides, or at least on a rhetoric sort of basis?
Again, there has been no comment so far from either Tehran or Jerusalem. So this is all, a great deal has to be worked out. I mean, a war can begin, but it's sometimes much more difficult.
Today, Iran vows to retaliate after the US bombs its nuclear facilities. Trump hints at regime change in Iran, while his defense secretary says the opposite. How much damage did the 30,000-pound American bunker buster bombs really do? And how Iranian retaliation could affect the supply of oil. It's Monday, June 23rd. This is Reuters World News, bringing you everything you need to know from the front lines in 10 minutes every weekday. I'm Kim Vanel in Whanganui, New Zealand.
They say life is a race, but there are those to whom life is a sport. A sport that isn't just about winning, but about the pursuit of excellence. Introducing the Honda City Sport. Life is a sport.
Israel and Iran continue to trade air and missile strikes as the world braces for Tehran's response. Iran is vowing to defend itself after the US attacked its nuclear facilities at the weekend.
The timing, nature, and the scale of Iran's proportionate response will be decided by its armed forces.
Iran's ambassador to the United Nations, Amir Sayed Irvani, speaking at an emergency UN Security Council meeting where America's representative, Dorothy Camille Scheer, issued her own warning.
The Iranian regime cannot have a nuclear weapon. Let us be clear. Iran should not escalate.
The US dropped cruise missiles and 30,000-pound bunker-buster bombs on Iran's nuclear sites, targeting the main Fordow plant, Natanz, and Isfahan. Joining Israel in its strikes against Tehran, it marks the biggest Western military action against the Islamic Republic since its 1979 revolution. We'll get to just how much damage those bombs actually did in a bit. But for now, the question is, how will Tehran respond? Edmund Blair is our Middle East editor. So Edmund, what options is Iran weighing now?
Despite the fact that Iran has taken something of a pummeling from Israel and now the United States,
running ahead of any restrictions. But having said all of that, it is also important to remember that Israel and Iran were still firing missiles at each other as of this morning.
Yeah.
And I guess we'll just have to wait and see when the ceasefire kicks in and how long it will last.
Yeah. So what are you going to be watching out for in the coming days? I mean, beyond obviously what goes on with the ceasefire, if it's actually implemented or not, are we going back to fundamentals now? Are we going to be watching what happens with purely from a supply-demand perspective?
Yeah, I mean, the oil markets have been a little strange this past week, right? I mean, every time there's an event, oil prices spike and then come down immediately. But looking ahead, I think the markets are going to look very closely at what OPEC does when it meets early next month. Again, is OPEC going to now again increase by what they have been doing, which 411,000 barrels per day? Will they see this as an opportunity to do something else? Markets will be very, very focused on that. There is already obviously a recommendation by various groups about a surplus coming later this year. What is China going to do? How is demand in China going to play out? So basically, I think a return to fundamentals while keeping an eye on all the events that are happening in the Middle East.
Yeah, Raktim, good way to summarize it. Thank you so much for coming on our show. That was Raktim Katkay. Joining us now to pick up the conversation is Vandana Hari, founder of Vanda Insights. Vandana, your take on the volatility that we've seen in oil markets over the last week and the fact that we are simply back to where we were trading before this war started.
Good morning, Jumana. So in my estimate, crude has surrendered about 3/4 of the risk premium that had been injected as a result of the Israel-Iran conflict. So as we sit now and look at Brent at around $69, I think another $3 or $4 could be further removed. There is a bit of an uncertainty still hanging over the market and over this issue. Now, obviously, Trump's word carries quite a bit of weight, so not surprising that we've seen crude slump by 7% overnight. But just to remind ourselves, there's the two other key parties in this conflict, Iran and Israel. And as you were just mentioning earlier, and your colleague was referring to it as well, Iran has continued to fire missiles at Israel. I think what needs to happen next is we need to hear from Israel, because we haven't had any official word from Tel Aviv since Trump's social media post. So let's see if this fighting actually stops.
Yeah. So let me ask you about the upcoming OPEC meeting. That's happening on July the 6th. And over the last couple of days, many people, many analysts in your space have been talking about the fact that OPEC still are sitting on plenty of spare capacity. And so they could, if they wanted to, bring back more supply to the market, more production. Now, with Brent trading back at $70, will they be incentivized to go ahead with those big rollback of the voluntary production cuts as they have been doing in the last couple of months, or do you expect them to be more cautious?
So my base case, even before the outbreak of the Israel-Iran hostilities, was that the group of 8 members will continue on the path of an accelerated unwinding of the 2.2 million barrels per day of cuts. Now, Jumana, that has more to do with internal dynamics, I believe, within the group, specifically within these 8 members, than physical market fundamentals. It is aimed at preserving the cohesion within the group, especially as Kazakhstan has said quite clearly that it is not in a position to rein in output. So I do expect OPEC Plus to continue putting more oil into the market at an accelerated rate. Of course, we have seen quite a bit of divergence in OPEC's viewpoint, specifically the OPEC analysts in Vienna, in terms of what the market balances look like, and the likes of the International Energy Agency and the EIA, which see far more surplus in the coming months than what OPEC Plus does, or OPEC does. But as I said, I think internal dynamics is what is currently dictating OPEC's decisions.
Yeah, it certainly appears to be the case. How about some of the macro considerations as well? From a market standpoint, the Fed chair will be testifying the next couple of days to both the Senate and the House committees. And I wonder to what extent his commentary about the outlook and the potential for interest rate cuts, especially with other members of the committee now hinting that the next month could be live, whether that could influence the direction of travel for oil looking ahead.
Yeah, so indeed, what Fed does or doesn't do, and specifically its hold on interest rates for the past several months, especially again diverging from what we have seen with the ECB specifically, has been a major source of concern in the markets. Trump's constant criticism of Jerome Powell has also been another source of sort of worries in the market as to how that could pan out. So the market will indeed be keeping a very close eye on how Jerome Powell sees inflation panning out. We heard from him a few weeks earlier where he conveyed that the Fed was in a wait-and-watch mode with regard to the tariffs, how the tariff wars pan out. I think that all of that rotates back to the center stage, I feel, Jumana, once the dust settles on this Israel-Iran conflict. And when that happens, I expect the market to, and the oil market sentiment especially, to go into a very cautious wait-and-watch mode. The ongoing narrative that we have since the start of this year of economic headwinds as a result of these tariff and trade wars, and sluggish outlook for oil demand growth, while OPEC continues to put more oil into the market. I think that narrative remains dominant in my view, which is why I would expect Brent to possibly slide a little bit further towards the mid-60s. If Trump pulls a rabbit out of the hat with regard to the tariffs, tail risk of that happening, we could see a sort of a jump back in oil prices, but not my base case.
Okay. Yeah, Vandana, let's go back to where we started, the fact that oil prices are dropping. Also, vol is dropping as well, and taking a look at 1 month implied vol, we're down about 20 points since where we were a couple of days ago. Do you think the takeaway from all of this is if you want to position for a potential flaring up once again of geopolitical risk premium, then your best bet potentially is not to do it in spot, but to do it via vol markets?
I'm not an expert on that, but I will take note of the fact that even in the last several days, there was much more activity happening in the options market than on the futures market. What I will say, Jumana, is that I think this episode has proved again that going forward, I think traders will need to be extremely cautious, taking bullish bets when these kind of hostilities break out. I mean, we saw the same thing happen last April and October. Those were a little bit less frightening and probably a reason for less bullishness in crude than the latest outbreak. But ultimately, and this is what I have maintained over the past several days through the worst case scenarios, is that the worst case scenarios were actually never our base case scenarios at Vanda Insights. So I think traders will just generally need to be cautious on becoming overly bullish at the outbreak of such hostilities.
Vandana, so good to have you on, and thank you for tackling my last question. Well, Vandana Hari, founder of Vanda Insights. Coming up, more on U.S. President Trump's ceasefire announcement. Amir Hanjani from the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft joins me next. This is Bloomberg.
Welcome back to the circuit. This time, we're taking you to the frontier.
Where is
do
the
we have
camera?
a camera, or do we don't want to lose you, Emily, in all of this?
To meet the people rewriting the rules of code and culture.
How do you personally grapple with the pace of it all?
It does feel like it's going very fast.
What's the point of this?
What is the point of any of this?
Tune into Season 3 of The Circuit with me, Emily Chang, Thursdays at 6 p.m. Eastern on Bloomberg Originals and Bloomberg TV.
Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg Television?
That's a great question.
It's a very good question.
Interesting question.
Good question.
Great question.
I so appreciate that question.
You certainly ask interesting questions.
Bloomberg Television. Top experts, great questions. Bloomberg loves earnings.
I know it's like your Super Bowl, right?
I can't wait. It's like opening presents in the morning.
All right, it will be exciting.
Nobody covers earnings like Bloomberg.
We are continuing to watch developments on the ceasefire between Israel and Iran, on the potential ceasefire, I should say, which U.S. President Trump announced on his Truth Social platform. Trump said the truce would begin at the top of this hour, though we are hearing of further volleys, ballistic volleys, being sent towards Israel. IDF are reporting a sixth wave of missiles from Iran, and air defense systems in Tehran have also been activated as well. Joining me now is Amir Hanjani, non-resident fellow at the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft. So much has happened in the last 12 hours. Let me just ask you about how you see the potential for this ceasefire. Could it be a turning point in this war?
Well, good morning, and it's nice to be with you.
I think it's very delicate right now. It's unclear if the ceasefire is going to hold. It was very unusual. President Trump announced it with a tweet, but there was usually when there's a ceasefire, there's a certain time where both sides stop hostilities. In his tweet, it was a bit confusing. He gave the Israelis somewhere between 6 and 12 hours to continue their bombing campaign, and I think the Iranians took issue with that. And after the Israelis started that bombing campaign, Tehran got very hit heavily last night. They lobbed a number of ballistic missiles into Israel, and that situation is very tense. I think as of now, both sides have said that they're both keeping with the ceasefire, but as you said, they're just recently in the last 20 minutes, Iran has launched more ballistic missiles. So it's fraught. It's very fraught.
Yeah. Well, where does this all lead for as far as the Iranian regime is concerned? Because they suffered multiple setbacks over the course of this quote-unquote 12-day war, which is what President Trump is calling it, from a leadership perspective, with many senior commanders taken out. Their nuclear sites have been hit. A lot of their missile capabilities have been depleted as well. Does this mean that they will have to return to the negotiating table with the U.S. because the U.S. have successfully applied pressure?
Well, Jumana, they were at the negotiating table. They were supposed to meet last Sunday in Oman. Israel started this war in the midst of the U.S.-Iran negotiation. Yes, they've suffered setbacks, no question. They've lost a number of IRGC commanders and generals. Infrastructure has been hit. But the three pillars of a nuclear program are enriched uranium, knowledge base, and infrastructure. The knowledge base is still there. The enriched uranium is still there. That's the ball game, really. And it's not clear that Fordo has been destroyed. It's certainly been damaged. And there are many parts of the Iranian nuclear program that we don't know about that are now going to go dark because Iran ostensibly is going to leave the NPT. So yes, they've suffered setbacks. They were already at the negotiating table. I'm sure they're going to come back to the negotiating table.
Okay, so let me ask you a question then. Do you think it's more likely now that Iran signs on to some of the concessions that the U.S. administration have been pushing for, i.e. a zero enrichment policy?
I don't. I think that's a red line for Iran. I think there has to be some sort of formula whereby Iran maintains some low level of enrichment for domestic purposes, but they are able to send the highly enriched uranium outside the country. I think that was always going to be the case. That was what was in the JCPOA. That was what Witkoff and Arakchi, the Iranian foreign minister, were negotiating towards, but then the U.S. administration flipped that in the last 2 weeks and said, now we're going to go to zero enrichment. If the U.S. holds that line, I find it very, very difficult for Iran to actually let go of its highly enriched uranium. I think they're going to keep it, and they're going to go dark with that nuclear program and probably try and weaponize it as a deterrent so this doesn't happen again.
Yeah. So let me just bring it back to your thinking then. What leverage do you think Iran still has then with the U.S. in terms of being willing to not agree to some of the concessions that are being offered? Because the U.S. has threatened more military intervention should Iran persist with their nuclear weapon ambitions.
Well, they didn't. I think the question is, what can the U.S. do to get Iran to stop domestically enriching? And that would be having this continuous wave of militarism, if you will, by Israel and the United States, whereby they're constantly launching airstrikes over Iran. And as we can see, that Iran's answer to that is to launch ballistic missiles into Israel. And yes, a lot of them don't get through, but some do get through, and they continue. Some just got through in the last hour, and they cause extensive damage. So the only way to settle the nuclear file with Iran is through negotiation and a diplomatic agreement. There's no military solution to the nuclear issue. As we see now, there's been 12 days of bombing. Iran has its highly enriched uranium. We don't know where that is now. That's a leverage point for them. As the U.S. and Israel prepare to continue to do airstrikes for months and weeks, I think that's highly unlikely. I don't think anyone has an appetite for that.
Yeah. Amir Hanjani from the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft, very good to have you on the show today. Thank you so much for joining us. And as you were speaking, some headlines have just come through from AP saying that Israel's skies are closed to planes until further notice. And a short while ago, we were just reporting that IDF had identified a 6th wave of missiles from Iran being directed towards Israel just in the last couple of hours. So it is unclear whether this ceasefire has been implemented, and as of now, Israel's skies are closed to planes until further notice per AP. Well, coming up, government and business leaders and officials from across the U.S. and Africa are meeting in Angola. We'll have the latest from the U.S.-Africa Business Summit in Luanda next. This is Bloomberg.
Progress never stops, neither should you. At PwC, we make sure you're ready for what's next, with the expertise and technology you need to outthink and outperform. We're with you, sleeves rolled up, start to finish, so you can stay ahead, so you can protect what you built, so you can create new value. We build for what's next, so you can get there now. PwC, so you can.
The top names in business are on Bloomberg.
We view the tariff situation as something that will be resolved over the next 6 to 9 months. Even if you end up with a base level of 10%, divide 10% up 3 ways, it doesn't have a huge impact on inflation in terms of global growth. It's something the world can absorb.
Nobody covers business like Bloomberg.
We're at the epicenter of a global realignment on a scale not seen for decades. At the intersection between markets, economics and geopolitics, a forum for sophisticated conversation. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Bringing you up to the minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Amber Herdern at the G7 in Alberta, Canada. This is Bloomberg.
As Bloomberg's global financial correspondent, I get to meet the people shaping the way money flows around the world. And I want to bring you with me.
The capitalist system is the best system in the world. There isn't another one that works as well.
I love all these new Wall Streets. Y'all Street, Wall Street South.
Wall Street used to be a place. Now it's more of an idea. I hope you survived the day.
I did. It was a busy day.
Angola's president is calling on U.S. companies to expand their investments in Africa beyond traditional oil and minerals to industries like autos, shipbuilding, and tourism. The comments were made at the opening of the U.S.-Africa Business Summit in the capital, Luanda. Bloomberg's chief Africa correspondent, Jennifer Zawazaja, is there covering the summit and joins me now. Jen, just set the stage for us. What deals can we expect at this year's summit?
Right, Jumana, this is the 17th summit that the U.S. and Africa have had, but we should take a look at it. And what we've actually been hearing from a number of leaders is just how much has changed between these relationships. And namely, of course, this new administration, President Trump, has really taken a very different approach to the relationship with the continent. And so, yes, as we heard from Angola's president, they do want to diversify their forms of investment streams. But also, we should note, U.S. aid and a number of other financial commitments that we've seen in the past are not intact anymore. And so a lot of the deals are really centered around electricity and connecting a lot of the billion people who are across the continent who are ultimately going to be the workforce of the future, but then also supporting the Anchor project, which former President Biden, and also President Trump's administration have touted, which is this Lobito corridor. We saw $100 $100 million commitment to continue to accelerate that project and continue to connect a lot of the host countries that are a part of this project. But really, this whole entire summit has been shaped by what we've seen over the past few months. Of course, you've been covering geopolitical events in the Middle East. That has an effect on the region, as does potentially the expiration of AGOA, which has been a partnership between the continent and the U.S. There's also oil prices that that could potentially affect inflation on the continent. There's also security concerns in the Democratic Republic of Congo. So there's really a lot that are on the focus for private sector leaders and also government officials here at the summit.
Bloomberg's Jennifer Zabazaja, thank you so much. Well, that wraps up this episode of Horizons Middle East and Africa, keeping a close eye on all the developments out of the region. I'm Jumana Bersachi in Dubai. Stay with us for Daybreak Europe. This is Bloomberg.
Asia is a continent of contrast. The region is a nexus of rich cultural traditions and a vibrant hub of trailblazing innovation and modernity. How will it push the limits of technology even further?
Going to space should become as easy as, taking a flight.
If NASA is designing a lander, their approach is they're designing a Formula One car. So we take, say, a Jeep approach.
Minso, give us a sense of how you translate Korean architecture for the rest of the world.
We call this madang. In general terms, it's where we can be ourselves, where we belong.
There is an old saying in Korea that says, "Komi bulu, hwai 불치." It means simple but not humble. So it has a tremendous impact on Korean architecture.
People tend to think the robot AI taking the job from them. We want to use the robot as a basic asset, meaning people have an income through the robot.
From space tech in India to robotics in Japan, Asia is driving the future, reshaping industries, societies, and the way we live. Join me as I take you through the bold innovations. Discover Asia's next-gen technologies on Momentum.
Didn't really think I had a problem.
I would isolate, self-medicate. Like 48.5 million Americans, they didn't choose addiction. Go to shatterproof.org/findstreatment. Watch the film No More Secrets and find out how you can get help. That's shatterproof.org/findtreatment.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, Mondays on Bloomberg.
Good morning, this is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Tom McKenzie in London. These are the stories that set your agenda. President Trump announces a ceasefire in the Middle East, but Iran has continued to fire missiles in the past few hours. It says it will halt fighting if Israel does the same. Oil continues its slide after a roller coaster session that briefly took prices below their pre-conflict level. US and European stocks look set to gain at today's open. Plus, Donald Trump heads to the NATO summit with the UK pledging to ramp up defence spending to 5% of GDP. But Pedro Sanchez holds out, saying Spain cannot commit to the target. Good morning. Checking in on the markets then, as investors seem to be taking President Trump at his word as we continue, of course, to monitor lines in terms of further Iranian missile strikes on and targeting Israel, as the Associated Press reports that Israel's skies are closed to planes until further notice. We did see a rally in US stocks by the end of the close yesterday on what was seen as a largely symbolic strike in terms of missiles targeting that key US base in Qatar. Those missiles were intercepted. US markets ended up around 1%. European futures now on the front foot, looking to gain 1.3%. FTSE 100 futures looking to add 30 points. S&P futures then stateside looking to build on the gains of yesterday, up 0.6%. It is risk on across these equity markets. Nasdaq 100 futures pointing to gains of 0.8%. Let's flip the board and have a look cross asset. The focus, of course, continues to be on oil. Prices slumping right now in terms of Brent below $70 a barrel, 2.6% lower in terms of the percentage move. You had seen a drop of around 6% at the start of trading today. Below $70 a barrel on Brent. We'll see how that story evolves, of course. Across the Asian session, you've also seen some solid gains as investors in that part of the world breathe a sigh of relief. Up 2% on the benchmark MSCI Asia Pacific. Gold selling off down 0.6% in that safe haven yellow metal, of course. And euro dollar, the single currency, up 0.2% on dollar weakness in the session. Euro dollar at 116. So Iran and Israel appear to be nearing a pause in their 12-day war. President Trump announcing a ceasefire between the two countries. However, Israel is yet to officially respond to the announcement. Iran's foreign minister says his country had no intention of retaliating against Israeli attacks after the early morning hours. But Israel's military says Tehran has fired multiple waves of missiles this morning, killing at least 3 people. For more, we are joined now by Bloomberg Horizon's Middle East anchor Jumana Basachi. Jumana, what is the latest then on this apparent truce?
Let me tell you what we know. Around 6 hours ago, President Trump put up a post on Truth Social where he announced this ceasefire. A bit of a surprise that ostensibly the U.S. had negotiated between Israel and Iran. He said that it was set to go into effect 1 hour ago. So that was 1 hour from where we're sitting right now. But as of yet, we've had no official commentary from Israel. And the only thing we have to go by from the Iranian standpoint is that X post that you just referenced now that the foreign minister put up, saying that there had been no ceasefire agreement, but they had no intention to keep responding to Israeli attacks after 4 a.m. Tehran time. Now, obviously, that window has already passed. And in the last couple of hours, Israel have reported that there are ongoing missiles being directed at Israel from Iran. They've identified the 6th wave of missiles a short while ago. AP also just announcing that Israel's skies are closed to planes until further notice per the airport authority. So it is very unclear, Tom, at this juncture, whether this ceasefire that President Trump touted a couple of hours ago has actually gone into effect, whether either sides are respecting it, or whether indeed they have plans to actually sign on to it. So it's still a very fluid situation. Of course, markets are behaving as though the bulk of the regional uncertainty is behind us. But as is ever in this region, we have to keep an eye on developments and what happens in the next few hours.
Also,
This is an iHeart podcast.
Today we expect more from technology. Companies making the biggest productivity gains aren't just adding more tools, they're choosing integrated solutions. Find out more about these solutions later in this podcast.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Doug Krisner. Iran and Israel appear to be nearing a pause in their 12-day war. This is after President Trump announced a surprise ceasefire in this conflict. Now, the specific timing of the pause and Israel's response to Trump's announcement remain uncertain. According to Trump's post on social media, the ceasefire is set to begin at midnight Washington time. Even so, Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said in a post, there is no agreement. Even so, he went on to say that Iran had no intention to keep retaliating against Israel's attacks after the early morning hours. Here is Bloomberg's Jomana Brzezinski.
And the latest reporting suggests that there is indeed another volley of ballistic missiles that have been directed towards Israel just in the last hour. So as it stands, it is unclear that the ceasefire has been implemented. We're also awaiting official response from Israel.
That was Bloomberg's Jomana Brzezinski. We're seeing a pullback in oil prices and a move higher for stock index futures after Trump's announcement. Kyle Rada is a senior financial market analyst at Capital.com.
The market's really sort of concerned about four things primarily, which was a conflict that was going to broaden out, that a conflict that would potentially lead to Western leadership, of course Israel, but broader Western leadership calling for regime change. Anything that would result in obviously some sort of blockade in the Strait of Hormuz, or on top of that, obviously, United States, whose intervention becomes more than just airstrikes. It would seem that those worst case scenarios have now been more or less circumvented.
That was Kyle Rada from Capital.com. So what does the geopolitical turmoil mean for the inflation outlook? We heard earlier today from Torsten Slok, partner and chief economist at Apollo Global Management.
I think the bigger picture really here is that we already have an economy that is experiencing stagflation. We have tariffs higher, means higher inflation, lower GDP growth. We also have restrictions on immigration, meaning deportations, meaning if you lower the labor force, at the moment, the administration has the stated goal of lowering the labor force by about 1 million people. And of course, if you do that, you would also begin to have more upward pressure on inflation, specifically wage inflation, and of course also downward pressure on employment and therefore economic activity.
Apollo Global's Torsten Slok speaking earlier to Bloomberg Businessweek Daily. Earlier today, the head of the Chicago Fed, Austin Goolsbee, was saying the Fed could resume interest rate cuts if the inflation hit from tariffs remains subdued. Here is Goolsbee speaking earlier in Milwaukee.
Might be that over the next several months, inflation goes up, and then we'll be back to this debate. Should we just look through that? If we do not see inflation resulting from these tariff increases, then in my mind, we never left what I was calling the golden path.
That is Chicago Fed Bank President Austin Goolsbee. The federal judge has issued another court order allowing Harvard University to continue hosting foreign students. This preliminary injunction prevents the government from enacting a June 4th proclamation denying entry to international students planning to attend the university. This ruling is the second win for Harvard in its fight with the Trump administration over the university's international student population. The Supreme Court will allow President Trump to restart his program to swiftly deport migrants to countries other than their homelands. For now, Bloomberg's Amy Morris has more from Washington.
The Supreme Court lifted a judge's order requiring the Trump administration to give people 10 days notice and a chance to object before deporting them to a third country. The order marks a shift for the High Court. The justices previously pushed back against the administration's efforts to send some immigrants to harsh or potentially dangerous locations with minimal notice. The decision drew a scathing dissent from Justice Sonia Sotomayor, who said the High Court's action was a gross abuse of its authority. In Washington, Amy Morris, Bloomberg Radio.
NATO member countries are converging on The Hague. The summit is happening tomorrow and Wednesday. Secretary General Mark Rutte says new investments for defense are necessary, and he is hoping member countries will put in 5% of their respective GDP numbers.
As the world becomes more dangerous, allied leaders
will take bold decisions to strengthen our collective defense, making NATO a stronger, a fairer, and a more lethal alliance.
That is NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte speaking there. By the way, President Trump is set to attend the NATO summit. And that is News When You Want It with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Doug Krisner, and this is Bloomberg.
Remember when a single technology glitch could bring an entire workday to a standstill? I'm Mark Banfield, Chief Commercial Officer at TeamViewer. Today, most technical issues are recurring. If you know the patterns, these issues can be remediated before they impact your business. One major UK retailer discovered a single point of sale outage cost them around $1 million in lost sales during a single lunchtime. Now, using TeamViewer's digital workplace platform, the same company is able to identify and fix those issues before they even happen. But proactive troubleshooting isn't just about the incremental improvements. It's about fundamentally reimagining how work happens for everyone. And the companies that move first get competitive advantages in terms of efficiency, productivity, and innovation. To find out more, visit bloomberg.com/TeamViewer.
The data that matters for your investments.
The entire auto sector is higher today.
And analysis on the companies making news on Wall Street.
Tesla's been a stock that's been in focus.
Shares have really been all over the map this morning.
Listen to the Stock Movers Report from Bloomberg.
Let's talk about some other decliners.
It's your short audio report on the day's winners and losers in the stock market.
Second biggest driver in terms of points for the S&P 500.
Subscribe to the Stock Movers Report on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen.
This is an iHeart podcast.
Well, President Trump has announced that ceasefire agreement between Israel and Iran, saying will end its 12 days of war. He says the truce is scheduled to take effect in about 5 hours' time. For more, Bloomberg editor John Harney joins us in Washington. And John, there was a lot of sort of speculation as to where this was headed, given the traded attacks between the US and Iran were seen as being very well choreographed, if you will, and calculated, as well as being well telegraphed. So in this sense, I guess, is the ceasefire surprising? The bigger question is, will it hold?
Those are two excellent questions. The announcement did come a bit abruptly in Washington time this evening, and as you point out, it occurred hours after this Iranian strike on Qatar, on an American base there, that seemed to be planned to cause as few casualties and damage as possible. President Trump, even thanked the Iranians for providing advance word of this. Now, a lot of questions remain unanswered. Will it hold? Even as after the president's announcement, and not that just a few minutes ago, there were reports of explosions in Tehran as Israeli attacks on Iran apparently continue. This conflict has been very intense over these last many days, and preceding it, the prelude was simmering hostilities over decades between Israel and Iran. Now, those aren't just going to go away. Also, unanswered is what is the status of Iran's nuclear program, which prompted Israel's airstrikes in the first place.
John, to your point about how Israeli strikes sort of still continue on Iran, what is your sense of whether we can get any buy-in from both the Iranian or the Israeli side, or at least on a rhetoric sort of basis?
Again, there has been no comment so far from either Tehran or Jerusalem. So this is all, a great deal has to be worked out. I mean, a war can begin, but it's sometimes much more difficult for it to end. A lot of things have to be done. Apparently, Vice President J.D. Vance said that President Trump spent much of Monday working the phones. He didn't say exactly with who, but to try to reach some sort of accord here. And that seems to have been accomplished. How it goes going forward, how it proceeds going forward, we'll just have to see in the coming days.
Is of the Trump administration when it comes to Iran?
Well, it looks like the end goal is clearly to have an Iran that is willing to operate in the world, operate in the region in an appropriate manner, not support terrorism, and not build a nuclear weapon. And so that's the key goal. Whether we're able to achieve that with the current regime in place is a different question, and whether they'll take this opportunity, their nuclear sites haven't been struck, to not strike back, but instead negotiate a middle ground solution is the key question in play today, Tom.
What do you expect the Iranian response will be, given your experience focused on this region?
Look, I can't see a world in which the Iranians don't respond in some way with an offensive strike against the United States. The reality, though, is that while they might hit U.S. forces in the region or try to use cyber capabilities or more likely use a terrorist attack against American interests either in the region or in Europe or in the United States, any one of those is likely to be met with a stiff response by the United States. You saw what Vice President J.D. Vance just said. We've seen President Trump say the same thing. The Secretary of Defense essentially highlighted the exact same thing as well. And so it's going to be very unlikely that if they strike back, the U.S. won't respond in a significant way, particularly if Americans are killed. The Iranians saw what happened when they hit Americans in Jordan with the killing of Qasem Soleimani. They ought to be warned about what could come next.
How realistic do you think it is that military action can resolve the question around Iran's nuclear facilities, given that we have 400 kilograms of highly enriched uranium? We don't know the location of that now. It seems at least the US and Israel don't know the location. They have the ability, of course, to build centrifuges, and they've said that they have an enrichment facility somewhere in Iran. Is it realistic to think that military action alone can remove the nuclear threat from Iran?
Well, look, maybe not this military action alone, but certainly over the long run, that can be part of the solution. But you're right. We don't know what we don't know. There may very well be facilities, there almost certainly are facilities in Iran that have nuclear dimensions to them that we have not yet located, not yet struck. That's going to be part of the challenge. To your point, there's all this enriched uranium that's about at 60% that might be enriched to weapons grade as well. We need to figure out where that is and extract that. Part of the problem here is that we've allowed Iran to have an enrichment program for so long. We didn't even let our allies, the United Arab Emirates, conduct a nuclear enrichment program. We told them, you want the gold standard, we'll give you enriched uranium if you want to build a civilian program. The idea that back in 2015, the Obama administration would allow and enter into a deal where the Iranians got to keep a nuclear enrichment program is a core part of this problem. It's why President Trump walked away from that JCPOA deal. It's part of why we're here where we are today.
Well, the counter to that would be that the JCPOA, so the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, the Iran nuclear deal, kept a cap on enrichment, kept a cap on Iran's abilities to build towards a nuclear weapon more effectively than the military action has so far been from Israel and the US.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Tom. That is the core of the debate. The problem, of course, with the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action is it would have expired in 2025, so we'd be at the expiration of it right now. But even beyond that, it allowed Iran to continue to also develop advanced centrifuge capacity. It also allowed them to continue to build ballistic missiles, which it didn't even have restrictions on. In fact, removed some restrictions on. And perhaps worst of all, it didn't even touch the question of Iran's terrorism around the region. So if you're going to solve the Iran problem, nuclear enrichment is one piece of it. Weaponization's another. Ballistic missiles are a third. And over all of this, Iran's support for Hezbollah, Hamas, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, these are things that have to be dealt with comprehensively. Unless you demonstrate to Iran you're willing to go up against them directly, as we have now, it's unlikely they're going to put any of that on the table.
Jamil, you've recently suggested that the US should take action to potentially support regime change in Iran. How widely held is that view now within the security apparatus of Washington? To paraphrase President Macron, have we not learned the lessons of Iraq, of Libya?
No, it's a great point, and I think the really important point here is if there's going to be regime change, it can't come from the outside. It can't come with the U.S. coming in and removing the leadership of Iran. It's got to come from the Iranian people. But we know that over half the Iranian population is under the age of 40. We know that 80% of the population does not support their current leadership. They don't like that brutal dictatorship. If they choose to rise up, it's incumbent upon us to support them. We saw the Green Revolution under President Obama. We didn't support them when we had the opportunity. Now's our chance. The Israelis clearly have strong supply lines into Iran to get capabilities in, as we saw on these earlier strikes. So if we can use those supply lines to supply weapons, capabilities, communications gear and the like to the Iranian people, if they want to rise up, we should enable that to happen. We don't need to do it ourselves. We don't need to pick the next leader of Iran. That's for the Iranian people.
see the initial knee-jerk market reaction when futures open on Sunday afternoon. You did see a big jump down in prices, but that was quickly erased as most people seem to think that this will remain a regional conflict and not necessarily a global one.
Right, and if this was the least bad circumstances that we saw unfold today, nonetheless, if you're looking in the mid-60s or the early 60s as where you should be for supply and demand, there's still, you can make an argument, a little bit of premium priced in.
We're going to spend the next couple of hours walking through the market reaction and, of course, diving deeper into what the military reaction would be. We are waiting to hear from the President of the United States. He was scheduled to meet with his U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, as well as the Joint Chiefs of Staff Chair Dan Kane in the Situation Room at the White House. We're still awaiting to hear what transpired in that meeting. As we kick off our coverage today with retired General Wesley Clark, he is the former NATO Supreme Allied Commander and served more than 3 decades in the U.S. Army. General, great to have you here back on the program. And everyone is looking at what the United States did over the weekend with those bunker-busting bombs. Everyone is looking right now at what, at least at the moment, seems to be a symbolic retaliatory attack by Iran. Is that, or could that potentially be the end of this?
Well, it could be the end of it, except that Israel hasn't said it's the end of it. And there may be 400 to 600 kilograms of highly enriched uranium on the loose inside Iran. So if it is the end of it, it could be you could call it the kick the can down the road, or you could call it the wounded tiger scenario. But regardless of the fact of what you call it, Iran's had some very, very serious losses to its military capabilities. It's lost its uranium enrichment facilities that were declared. And Israel has suffered casualties, including that power plant that was lost today. So Israel's probably going to continue to strike and push on the regime, hoping that they will get regime change. That's clearly what Prime Minister Netanyahu is hoping for, even though he hasn't quite enunciated it as the Israeli objective. So I don't think we're out of the woods yet.
Does he need, or does Netanyahu necessarily need significant U.S. support to deal that final blow?
Well, he's probably getting significant U.S. support. It's just not in the form of airframes. He's got U.S. ordnance there that's been delivered to Israel, ostensibly for Gaza, but for other reasons, Hezbollah and this. So they're probably using U.S. bombs on the aircraft, U.S. missiles. He's probably getting intelligence support from the United States. He's probably getting other coordination and other support, collaboration from the United States in this. It's just that we're not involving our aircraft and kinetic opportunities right now. We don't know what's happening in the cyber world, but we do know that despite American concerns about cyber, we have always had a significant advantage, a lead in this. This is our domain. So I suspect that we're really hammering the Iranians' ability to communicate, but we may never know that.
General, we keep getting headlines about airspace being shut down or airlines, for example, ceasing operations. Air India is the latest for the East Coast of North America and Europe. Is that SOP for situations like this?
It is SOP. I mean, you don't want air traffic caught in the middle of this. So they are going to be cautious. Israeli airspace has been closed for some time. Obviously, Iranian airspace is closed. Qatar airspace was closed on a warning from Iran. So far as we know, other airspace in the Gulf has been open. But if the United States were to take seriously what Iran has done and go back and strike, we'd be telling these nations also to close their airspace because we'd probably be using some of it.
The way the markets interpreted Iran's actions today was that it wasn't the worst case scenario. You've then equities at a high, you have oil dropping, et cetera. What does it tell you? What did Iran's reaction say to you?
You know, Iran did sort of the minimum they could do, and the market kind of anticipated that. You know, the market has a lot of common sense when you look at the collective response. And what they saw was an Israeli regime that's continuing to attack all-powerful U.S. military capacities with a president who would use them, and an Iranian regime on its back heels, concerned, but trying to show that it could do something in order to impress its domestic opponents and try to maintain itself in power. Well, that's not a bad scenario from the market's perspective.
So what comes next, General? I mean, if we are headed towards potentially regime change in Iran, the next question is who would oversee, I guess, whatever transition there would be? And more importantly, who would we, and when I say we, I'm speaking more from the perspective of the United States, who would we actually trust in that role?
There's various groups that are contending inside and outside that are thinking about it. The regime's been pretty violent in cracking down on dissent. So the inside groups are pretty quiet right now. Most likely it's going to be some group of military officers, maybe from the Revolutionary Guards Corps, who haven't taken the oath of martyrdom, who see the situation more realistically. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's in our favor. And so this is a problem with regime change. You don't really know what's going to happen. You don't really know who's going to be in charge. And, you know, we've messed with this in Iraq, didn't go out too well, tried it in Libya, didn't work. The only time it's really worked is when we knew we had a respected national political leadership in Kosovo under Ibrahim Rugova with the Liberal Democratic Party. He was someone who could come in after the Serbs left and people would coalesce around him and recognize democracy was coming. There's not that leadership present so far as we know in Iran right now. So it'll be a difficult transition if it is a transition.
All right, General, we have to leave it there. General Wesley Clark, former NATO Supreme Allied Commander, and of course, the main point person who helped to lead those operations in Kosovo back in the day. As we continue to monitor the situations going on in the Middle East right now, the latest salvo coming from Iran, missiles launched toward U.S. assets in Qatar. Based on what we know right now, all of those missiles were intercepted. We're going to take a look at today's market action and see if the escalation in the Middle East will actually prop up certain sectors of that market, including the defense and aerospace sector. That conversation's coming up next here on The Close on Bloomberg. The market reaction to the tensions in the Middle East, not necessarily what you would have thought. A bit of a rally in stocks here on the day, a bit of buying that we're seeing in the Treasury space, pushing yields lower. Oil prices moving lower as well, and the VIX, well, that's basically being kept in check. We are seeing some gains in defensive names, as in defense stocks. Our next guest saying that she expects this year's relative underperformance in that sector to actually now reverse and accelerate. Let's bring in Ann Berry, founder and general partner over at Threadneedle Ventures. And we talk about the bid that we've seen to defense stocks, both U.S. Defense stocks as well as those overseas. We saw a little bit of buying in that over the last couple of weeks after the first strike that was made by Israel on Iran. It does look like there are still some legs to that trade. Is that an expectation that this might be a conflict that drags on?
I think there is an expectation that it could drag on. And, you know, we were just saying beforehand, the thing that's been interesting to me has been this deafening global silence, right, on this issue. You said, you know, the markets have had a muted response. In my opinion, it's a muted response to a muted global geopolitical reaction to this. And I think once we start to see how alliances shape up around this, we see the EU and Canada, for example, making agreement today to do more, then we'll start to see how that translates into actual deals around defense spending. But I think just from a secular perspective, we're in for a longer upward lift to the defense sector.
And we should just add the context. NATO leaders are supposed to gather on Tuesday specifically to talk about defense spending, at least for their organization, something, of course, that the U.S. is going to be a big fulcrum point in that. It gets to this idea, though, too, that right now this has basically been kind of a regional skirmish. Even though the U.S. has gotten involved, we haven't seen countries run to the aid of either Israel, the U.S., and certainly not Iran. And I wonder if that is one of the reasons why we're seeing a little bit more of a positive, for lack of a better phrase, reaction in markets right now.
Yeah, I think the positive reaction is more a sort of sigh of relief, right? That the escalation that could still come from this does not feel like it's happened yet. We've seen the Iranian response. It's very targeted, and it is within, to your point, within the region. But if it gets broader, if it becomes more, activation of global alliances, I think that could actually change. The thing that was so curious to me, just to bring it back to the defense stocks, buying defense stocks was meant to be the classic Trump trade. Do you remember at the beginning of this year? I did it. I bought Teledyne, I bought General Dynamics, and then it sort of didn't happen. You had the overhang of Doge, you had the overhang of tariffs, and what would that mean? This feels like a reversion to type. This sort of is the trade that we sort of dreaded but also expected finally.
Did you sell those stocks before this?
No, I held them. I held them because, but it's a good question, Alex. I held them because my view was at some point, post-Doge, post the initial liberation date, there would have to be some greater insight into what Trump wanted to do on defense. He's been very clear from the get-go that this was going to military investment in the US was something he always wanted.
So going then to what you deal with this in terms of market reaction, like if you sell puts, like are you putting yourself in a really tough spot? Do you need to buy calls? How do you hedge geopolitics when hedging geopolitics has never worked?
Never worked, and I think you don't as a result. I think that's sort of the answer to that question, and I think people tried to do it. We saw this during the tariff discussion. People said, well, what should we do? Do we hedge? Do we not? And at the end of the day, buying the dip, which is what I did do, ended up being the sort of a profitable thing, the approach to take. But I don't think this has started yet. I don't think where this is heading.
It gets to the idea, too, though. I mean, historically, the narrative has always been for markets to kind of look through geopolitical conflicts, because if there is a negative reaction, usually it's relatively short-lived. And there have been numerous instances over the years, including, obviously, the huge tragedy on 9/11, as well as other things less consequential, where we saw the market snap back. If these markets are finding a way to continue to move higher, it's not going to be all about defensive stocks. I assume we're going to go back to some of the old narratives about AI and the big cash generators and things like that. Are you still seeing life in some of those trades as well?
I am seeing life in those trades, and I'm actually seeing the narrative shift. It's gone from being AI and what's going to be transformational to AI and was actually being executed against. And, a completely different note. I've just come back from a week in France. I was at Cannes Lion all of last week, spending my time with the tech and the advertising and the consumer space. And the narrative there has gone from, oh my God, this thing that's AI, what's going to happen, to how do we use it now? How do we monetize it? How are we going to execute with real specificity to bring in uplift to growth? And so I do think there are legs in that trade. One place that I see it is in Meta, for example. Everyone still talks about Meta as the platform of choice. They are still reaching consumers digitally in a way nobody else can. That, I think, has legs. It's a stock trading at 15 times EBITDA. I mean, it's almost a bargain when you look at the
But are you going to buy their glasses? That's the real point.
It's interesting. When I moved apartment last year, Verizon offered me a free pair of Ray-Ban glasses. I'm going to wait to get it as swag.
Really?
Okay,
oh,
right.
yeah.
That's a weird trade.
Very strange.
But sure.
But welcome.
But to that point, I think then that really speaks to the fact tech still leads.
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yeah, I think tech absolutely still leads. And I think you're seeing it now. You're seeing it look at the Circle IPO, right? Look at the Chime IPO. I think at the beginning of this year when we had, deregulation, IPOs are back, and then we had crickets for 3 months, nothing happened. I don't think we would have said Circle would be up in this sort of astronomical way it is now. I do think it still leads, and I think it comes back to regulation. Circle is partly tech. It's also partly the new administration, the administration's take on cryptocurrency, right? We saw the Genius Act getting passed. So I do think that there are trades that are also going to be more closely tied to other parts of regulation. Let's take a look at what the banks are doing, right? We think that there's going to be a loosening of some of the regulations and greater CLO issuance come the end of this week. So I think, again, back to some of these policies that were the Trump trade that people were waiting for but hadn't happened yet, I think we're starting to see line of sight to having them happen.
All right, Ann, great stuff. Always great to have you. Ann Berry, founder and general partner over at Threadneedle Ventures. We are going to talk banks a little bit later here in the program with Betsy Graysick. But before we get to that, we're actually going to talk to Jason Bordoff, a former Obama administration official on the National Security Council and, of course, the National Economic Council, and get his thoughts on how energy is getting caught up in the mix in this big conflict in the Middle East. That's coming up next on The Close. This is Bloomberg.
Let's take another look at oil prices here, down about 7% around session lows after Qatar said it successfully intercepted Iran's missile attack on a U.S. base there. President Trump saying on social media earlier that those who don't keep oil prices down are playing right into the hands of the enemy. For more on this, let's bring in Jason Bordoff, founding director of the Center of Global Energy Policy at Columbia University School of International and Public Affairs. Jason,
guys, crude oil को देखोगे ना, ये crude oil का जो level आप देख पा रहे हो अभी, ये मैंने नेचुरल गैस में चार्ट चेंज किया है। ये नेक्स्ट मंथ का चार्ट है। कल ऑप्शन की एक्सपायरी हो गई है तो फ्यूचर में नेक्स्ट मंथ का चार्ट लगाना ज़्यादा बेटर है। इवन दो अभी करंट मंथ का फ्यूचर भी एक्सपायर नहीं हुआ है, 2 दिन है, आज और कल कल एक्सपायर होगा। बट वहाँ से ज़्यादा वॉल्यूम मिल जाएगा नेक्स्ट मंथ के चार्ट में, तो मैंने नेक्स्ट मंथ का चार्ट लगाया। तो कंफ्यूज मत करना कि ये प्राइस 325 कैसे चल रहा है, ठीक है। नेचुरल गैस में देखो एक ट्रेड यहाँ पर ये लगाया हुआ है बाइंग का। ये थोड़ा सा रिस्की है। रिस्की क्यों है? वैसे सपोर्ट अच्छा है बाइंग के लिए, बट ये जो पहली कैंडल बनी थी ना, ये यहाँ पर ये ओपन इक्वल टू हाई, मैंने मॉर्निंग पे बताया था, ये ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बना दी। और वो कैंडल चलो बना दी, कोई इशू नहीं है, वो लेवल के ऊपर क्लोज होनी चाहिए थी। अब ये ओपन इक्वल टू हाई पे बाई डायरेक्टली करते नहीं है, मैंने पहले ही बताया है। ओपन इक्वल टू हाई पे डायरेक्टली बाई करते नहीं है, तो अगर ये लेवल को हिट करके लेवल के ऊपर ही क्लोज करती है तो इसका मतलब सपोर्ट अभी भी इंटैक्ट है, कोई ज़्यादा प्रेशर नहीं है सेलिंग का। या फिर अपना ये हाई ब्रेक कर देती फिर आती, बट इसने ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बनाया और लेवल के अंदर ही क्लोज हो गई, तो सेलर्स अभी भी इंटैक्ट हो सकते हैं। तो थोड़ा सा कम क्वांटिटी में ही ट्राई करना, थोड़ा रिस्की ट्रेड है। बाकी टारगेट भी ठीक रखा हुआ है, अगर इसके ऊपर निकला तो एक सेकंड टारगेट और ऊपर रहेगा, बट थोड़ा सा रिस्की है तो ज़्यादा क्वांटिटी मत लेना, ठीक है। इसमें रिस्की क्यों है मैंने बता दिया है, कम क्वांटिटी में ही ट्राई करना। आ गया तो वेल एंड गुड, नहीं आता है तो छोटा सा ही एसएल जाएगा, तो लॉस छोटा होना चाहिए। ऑयल में देखोगे कंटिन्यूसली गिर रहा है। सीज फायर भी कल अनाउंस हो गया है ऑलरेडी, बट उसके बाद भी लोग फायर करने में लगे पड़े हैं, दोनों ही कंट्री एक दूसरे पे। कुछ न्यूज आती है तो देखेंगे, पर फिलहाल के लिए ईरान ने तो कहा है कि उन्होंने सीज फायर कर दिया। इसराइल का देखना पड़ेगा क्या वो रिटेलिएट करता है वापस, जो थोड़ी देर पहले ईरान ने मिसाइल मारी थी एक्चुअली। फिलहाल के लिए कोई अपडेट नहीं है। सीज फायर कह सकते हैं कि नो, वैसे तो हो चुका है एज पर जो ट्रम्प ने टाइम दिया था उसके अकॉर्डिंग। यहाँ पर देखो नीचे एक सपोर्ट है 15 में टाइम फ्रेम के अकॉर्डिंग ओवर हेयर, यहाँ पर एक बाइंग का प्लान है। एक मेजर रेजिस्टेंस वो काफ़ी ऊपर है, यहाँ पर भी एक सपोर्ट एरिया था ये, बट सीधा गैप डाउन ओपन हुआ तो ये रिटेस्ट की तरह काम कर सकता है ओवर हेयर। ये जो ये एरिया है करंट एरिया जहाँ पर मैंने MTTS लिखा हुआ है, दैट इज मीन्स मल्टीपल टाइम टेस्टेड सपोर्ट, दैट इज़ अ फुल फॉर्म। ये टेस्ट हो चुका है ऑलरेडी, करंट कैंडल भी ओपन इक्वल टू हाई है, बट थोड़ा बहुत यहाँ से रिस्क लेते हैं, ज़्यादा नहीं, क्योंकि ये मल्टीपल टाइम टेस्ट है तो थोड़ा रिस्क तो ज़्यादा होगा ही ऑब्वियसली है। बट या अभी भी है सपोर्ट, तो थोड़ा ट्राई करेंगे डेफिनेटली यहाँ पे। कि ये सारे 15 मिनट के ही सपोर्ट दिख रहे हैं, एंड हायर टाइम फ्रेम पे तो सपोर्ट काफ़ी नीचे है। लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस, कम ऑन, जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया स्ट्रीम को। इसमें थोड़ा ध्यान रखना, ठीक है, ज़्यादा रिस्क मत लेना। एक छोटा सा रिस्क यहाँ से भी लेते हैं, ज़्यादा ही बड़ा टारगेट हो जाएगा ये तो। इतना तो रखना ही पड़ेगा। इलेवन 30 हो चुका है। अब सीधा यूएस मार्केट की ओपनिंग रहेगी। उससे पहले 12:30 पे लंदन सेशन ओपन होगा, 5:30 पे न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन होगा, एंड देन 7 पीएम पे यूएस मार्केट। 7:30 पे फेड चेयरमैन पवेल की टेस्ट बनी है, टेस्टिफाई करेंगे शायद कांग्रेस के सामने। एंड कंज्यूमर कॉन्फिडेंस एंड रिचमंड मैन्युफैक्चरिंग इंडेक्स का डेटा, ये सब गोल्ड और सिल्वर को इम्पैक्ट करता है, तो इन डेटा का ध्यान रखना। बाकी कोई और न्यूज़ वगैरह आएगी, वी विल सी दैट एज वेल। ठीक है, कैंडल का ध्यान रखना। ओपन इक्वल टू हाई, ओपन इक्वल टू लो, ओपन इक्वल टू लो पे सेल नहीं करते हैं, ओपन इक्वल टू हाई पे डायरेक्टली बाय नहीं करते हैं। समझ में आया? दोनों ही जगह क्रूड में भी देखोगे, नेचुरल गैस में भी देखोगे, पहली 15 मिनट की कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई दोनों ही जगह बनी है। चलो क्रूड में फिर भी कोई ज़्यादा इशू नहीं है, बिकॉज वो मिडिल ऑफ द लेवल कहीं बना हुआ है। बट नेचुरल गैस में एग्जैक्टली सपोर्ट पे ही ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बना दी उसने, विच इज़ नॉट गुड। नाउ इट इज़ नॉट गुड।
drive GDP value based on today's prices. And the Pathways Net Zero project is only about 10 to 20 billion. So I would say that that's probably a fair way of looking at it, to spend a one-time 20 billion to get a long-term revenue stream that is closer to 40 billion a year. I think that those economics will probably work, and that's what we're hoping to be able to do.
Silly question, but does the U.S. want to buy Canadian oil? And I realize that, yes, of course we do. But in terms of what the administration wants, where is the oil product? Where's oil in those conversations?
Well, I know aspirationally the Americans would love to not only be energy independent, but also have enough to sell to the rest of the world. But the Americans do consume 19 million barrels a day and produce 13 million barrels a day. So there's already a shortfall. And that's where Canada comes in. We provide the bulk of that shortfall. In addition, a lot of the old refineries are tooled to receive our particular brand of heavy oil. It's more cost effective, and it can be developed into more products. So that's why I say I don't really feel like Canada and the U.S. are in competition with each other. I think we fill different market niches. And with us already having a pipeline to the West Coast and aspirationally having another one, we would be able to, I think, provide the Asian markets more directly and allow the Americans to not only continue to consume and produce for their own market, but also be looking at other markets for WTI. So I think if you want to look at the future of energy export, having both Canada and the U.S. able to export a significant amount of product allows for us to ensure that Asia and Europe both have us to rely on, as opposed to Iran or Venezuela or some of the other less reliable producers out there.
All right, Danielle, I'll have to leave it there. Really appreciate you taking time for us. Danielle Smith, the Premier of Alberta, Canada. When we come back, we're going to continue to focus on the market reaction to global geopolitics. A conversation up ahead with Betsy Graysick over at Morgan Stanley, who sees some potential strength in capital markets going forward. We're going to get her thoughts coming up next, right here on The Close. All right, it's time now for our top calls, a look at some of the big movers on the back of analyst recommendations. And we're keeping an eye on banks. An interesting note out from Morgan Stanley, with price targets being raised on Bank of America, JP Morgan, and others on the conviction that the capital market cycle is taking off. Betsy Graysick is Global Head of Banks and Diversified Finance Research at Morgan Stanley, and she joins us right now in Studio 2. You say capital market activity has been strengthening.
Absolutely.
What's driving it?
I think there's several things driving it. Number one is that we have an antitrust regulatory framework, which both the DOJ head and the FTC head both went live on air speeches talking about how they want to be fair and predictable. Mm-hmm. And look, it's an environment where the regulators appear to be more supportive of corporate action, as opposed to not supportive. And so that is number one. Fair and predictable, I think, is really important. Not get in the way, but, keep everything moving in the right direction, not allow things to go through that shouldn't, but still fair and predictable.
And most people,
that's number one.
And most people, and we'll get to number two, but most people coming into this year, they expected that, right? Or expected that with this new administration. One bugaboo, though, of course, has been everything going on with geopolitics and tariffs and just the, I guess, volatility that's been associated with that. And particularly in light of what transpired over the weekend in the Middle East, I am curious as to how much any sort of additional ramp up in these geopolitical conflicts would disrupt that potential rebound in capital market activity.
Okay, well, you asked a multi-layered question there, Roman.
I do that, yeah.
I want to finish the first one first.
Okay, go ahead.
So we have DOJ and FTC, antitrust regulation. We have also sponsor activity beginning to ramp up. Mm-hmm. We have the volatility settling down. Obviously, April was a very tough month for investment banking with the volatility so high. It was pretty much at a standstill. But then as volatility declined, activity levels picked up. And while April was at a standstill, May was significantly better, and June even better than May. In fact, equity capital markets activity levels right now on a run rate basis are roughly 3 times what they were at the beginning of the quarter.
Oh, wow.
So it will be a quarter which has some very weak parts in April and very strong parts in June. And so I think it's important to look at that VIX. And
क्रूड में ध्यान रखना है, जो क्रूड का ट्रेड है ये लेवल मल्टीपल टाइम टेस्ट हो चुका है, ध्यान रखियो। ये पहली बार नहीं आ रहा है इस सपोर्ट एरिया पे, ठीक है। दिस लेवल ऑल्सो टेस्टेड मल्टीपल टाइम। एक नीचे वाला लेवल है वो अभी तक टेस्ट नहीं हुआ, इसलिए मैंने एरो लगा रखा है वहाँ पे। इस लेवल पे मल्टीपल टाइम टेस्ट कर चुका है, तो मान के चलो कि थोड़ा सा वीक लेवल है ये, इसलिए मैंने एरो नहीं लगाया, सिर्फ चार्ट लगाया हुआ है। क्वांटिटी का ध्यान रखना, ऐसा ना हो कि और लिक्विडिटी लेने के लिए नीचे की ओर आ जाए। यहाँ पर अब कितनी लिक्विडिटी बची होगी अभी कह नहीं सकते, जब तक ये या तो ब्रेक डाउन हो जाए या फिर थोड़ी बहुत बाइंग आके ब्रेक डाउन कर दे। बट या इट इज़ मल्टीपल टाइम टेस्ट लेवल, तो उस वजह से थोड़ा सा कह सकते हैं वीक जरूर है ये लेवल। बाकी लास्ट कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बनी है तो डायरेक्टली एंट्री मत करना, ठीक है। वेट करना कि ये जो करंट कैंडल है ये 5680 के ऊपर क्लोज कर दे, मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली कर ही देगी, तो बाइंग बन जाएगी। अगर नहीं करती है, नीचे क्लोज करती है, तो डोंट एंटर, ठीक है। वही नंबर है फिलहाल के लिए हमारे पास 5680 का। बाकी ऊपर कोई ऐसा बीच में रेजिस्टेंस बना नहीं है, टारगेट काफ़ी बड़ा रखा हुआ है, तो इसको डिवाइड कर लेंगे हाफ हाफ लेवल पे। बाकी न्यूज़ का भी ध्यान रखना, सडनली कोई न्यूज़ ना आ जाए। न्यूज़ तो क्या ही आएगी, जो भी आएगी अब बेरी सी आएगी क्रूड ऑयल के लिए, बुलिस तो नहीं आने वाली कहीं से भी। फिर से ओपन इक्वल टू हाई। क्रूड ऑयल में कैंडल क्लोजिंग का वेट करना अबव 5680। मल्टीपल टाइम टेस्टेड लेवल है, सपोर्ट है ये, बट इतने बार टेस्ट हो गया कि थोड़ा सा लिक्विडिटी वहाँ पर होगी नहीं होगी थोड़ा सा डाउट हो जाता है। पहली बार आए तो कोई सुनिए, जैसे नीचे वाला लेवल है वो पहली बार ही आएगा वहाँ पे, ठीक है। ना, 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 ना। बाकी नेचुरल गैस में नेक्स्ट मंथ का चार्ट लगा लेना, मैंने नेक्स्ट मंथ का ही लगाया हुआ है। कैंडल क्लोज जरूरी है। बाकी कैंडल अगर क्लोजिंग नहीं आती है 5680 के ऊपर तो फिर एंट्री नहीं बनेगी, ध्यान रखना। क्रूड में वी नीड अ कैंडल शुड बी क्लोज्ड अबव 5680, 680 के ऊपर क्लोजिंग जरूरी है अगर सस्टेन करना है ये लेवल, क्योंकि मल्टीपल टाइम टेस्ट हुआ है, तो वी नीड अ कंफर्मेशन एट दिस टाइम। वो कैंडल ही वहाँ पर ऐसे ही बना देता है ना कि हाँ वो भी अच्छा लेवल है, काफ़ी अच्छा लेवल है। बट वो इतने बार टेस्ट हो गया तो फिर इसकी में आ जाता है ना ऑलरेडी। 2 बार टेस्ट हो गया, तीसरी बार आएगा सर। बचे हैं, लेट्स सी क्रूड ऑयल की क्लोजिंग आती है नहीं आती है ऊपर। ट्राई बहुत कर रहा है क्रूड ऑयल, लेकिन क्लोजिंग नहीं आए तो एंट्री नहीं बनेगी, ध्यान रखना। लेवल के ऊपर एंट्री क्लोजिंग चाहिए। तो फिर ये तो है ही नहीं इस केस में। सेकेंड्स आर लेफ्ट। क्लोजिंग देखते हैं कहाँ आती है क्रूड। ये देखो क्रूड ऑयल की कैंडल क्लोज हो गई, ऊपर नहीं क्लोज हुई है। जो लेवल मैंने बताया, लेवल के ऊपर क्लोज नहीं आई है। ठीक है, येलो कलर का बॉक्स दिख रहा है ना, 5680 नहीं आई है। देखो क्लोजिंग नहीं आई है, होल्ड करा लेकिन लेवल के ऊपर क्लोजिंग नहीं आई, तो इसमें एंट्री बनी नहीं है अभी भी। सपोर्ट अभी भी होल्ड है, ब्रेकडाउन नहीं हुआ है, बट वो कैंडल भी क्लोज नहीं कर पाई 5680 के ऊपर। लास्ट वाली लग रहा था क्लोज कर देगी, नहीं कर पाई, तो इसमें भी एंट्री नहीं बनी है, ध्यान रखना। लेट इट गो। दो चीज़ हो सकती है, वापस प्राइस ट्राई कर सकता है 5680 के ऊपर क्लोज करने का, या फिर नीचे ब्रेक कर सकता है। नीचे ब्रेक किया तो ब्रेकडाउन ही माना जाएगा, ऊपर आता है तो देखेंगे फिर बाइंग के लिए। अभी नहीं बनी है एंट्री। 5680 के ऊपर क्लोजिंग चाहिए थी लास्ट कैंडल की, नहीं आई। स्टिल होल्डिंग द सपोर्ट, लेट्स सी होल्ड कर पाता है या फिर ब्रेकडाउन ही करता है। लगता है पूरा सेल ऑफ में ही चला जाएगा, ऑलमोस्ट 6.5% डाउन है। लोअर सर्किट लग के ओपन हो गया। नेचुरल गैस को भी देखोगे कंटिन्यूअसली साला ओपन इक्वल टू हाई कैंडल बनाया जा रहा है. लुक एट द नेचुरल गैस ओपन इक्वल टू हाई, इसमें भी यही है. ठीक है, बाकी एमटीटीएस के लेवल को निकालता है तो फिर एग्जैक्ट सपोर्ट पर ही आएगा, तब देखते हैं वापस. हाँ वो सेम है, दैट विल बी होल्डिंग. नेचुरल गैस का ध्यान रखना है, थोड़ा रिस्की ट्रेड है, लिया हुआ है, क्वांटिटी थोड़ी कम ही रखना. आई होप सो कम ही क्वांटिटी ली होगी. दूसरे लोअर सर्किट की ओर अभी आधा घंटा है 12:30 में। हाँ ये तो हो गया ऑलरेडी। ये भी मल्टीपल टाइम टेस्ट हो गया। कितने बार टेस्ट हो गया लेवल पे। इसको थोड़ा सा और एग्जीक्यूट कर सकते हैं। ये लेवल सेम ही है और इसके डीप लेवल पे कैंडल क्लोज की 50% लेवल पे नहीं गिरी है करके। इसको इस तरीके से मार्क कर लेते हैं। ट्रेल करेंगे इसको नीचे से 5:30 के अराउंड। रीटेस्ट करता है तो और बढ़िया। तो ये नीचे दो दो सपोर्ट बने हुए हैं, दोनों को मिक्स कर दिया मैंने। अलग अलग बनाऊंगा तो फिर वो थोड़ा अजीब सा लगेगा। वो 50%। ये रीटेस्ट पेंडिंग है यहाँ पर एक MTTS का, इसका रीटेस्ट का लेवल हो जाएगा ये। पूरा ही सपोर्ट है, थोड़ा सा ध्यान रखना, जितना नीचे मिले उतना बेटर। वैसे वो 60 पॉइंट का एसएल बन रहा है। ऊपर एक रीटेस्ट पेंडिंग है जहां पर अभी MTTS ब्रेक किया है, तो एक्ट लाइक एज अ सपोर्ट। अभी भी स्ट्रांग है। रीटेस्ट 7%। इसको यहाँ लगा दो। अब रीटेस्ट पे देखते हैं, या फिर नीचे आएगा तब। ऑलमोस्ट 7% डाउन क्रूड ऑयल इंट्राडे में, गैप डाउन, उसके बाद कंटिन्यूसली सेलिंग, होल्ड ही नहीं कर रहा है। इसको ना थोड़ा सा छोटा करो, एसएल बहुत बड़ा हो रहा है। पहले यहाँ थोड़ा बढ़ा दो, इतने बड़े एसएल का प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगी। मिनट में रीटेस्ट नेचुरल गैस वही रीटेस्ट ही करेगा फिर, और तो ऑप्शन है नहीं इसका। ध्यान रखना 12:30 इज ऑलमोस्ट देयर। क्रूड ऑयल तो रुक ही नहीं रहा आज। लास्ट सपोर्ट ही है। बाकी नेचुरल गैस भी कल से कंटिन्यूसली फॉल ही कर रहा है। परसों ही फॉल किया था, कल ही फॉल किया, आज भी नहीं रुक रहा है। वैसे रिस्की लेवल है, उसमें भी नहीं रुक रहा है। लेट्स सी किसी एग्जैक्ट लेवल पे अगर फिर से आता है तो। एक बार यहाँ पर फॉरेक्स का चार्ट देख लेते हैं। मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली इसमें है, नहीं है। होगा डेफिनेटली। एक ये है यहाँ पर हमारे पास, दिस वन। नहीं, रीटेस्ट ही है इस एरिया पे ना, अराउंड लास्ट कैंडल भी ओपन इक्वल टू हाई. सपोर्ट तो नहीं है, रीटेस्ट ही है. 1 सेकेंड. मुझे तो लग रहा है वहाँ पर उतना है नहीं एग्जैक्टली. क्रूड को देखना एक बार. चार बार टेस्ट कर चुका है. लेट्स इस बार रुकेगा नहीं. इंपॉर्टेंट सपोर्ट है. चाहते भी नीचे लेके आए थे सपोर्ट पे इसको. ये नेचुरल गैस में नीचे एक रीटेस्ट भी है. अगर ये सपोर्ट होल्ड नहीं किया तो जस्ट इसके नीचे एक रीटेस्ट भी है सेम 15 में टाइम फ्रेम पे. उसको देखना पड़ेगा हमें, क्योंकि सपोर्ट तो यही था. लास्ट मेजर कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू पहली बनी है एग्जैक्टली सपोर्ट पे. बनता है और तो कुछ है नहीं. सपोर्ट नहीं, ये भी नहीं है. ये एक सपोर्ट है, ये सपोर्ट ये है. फर्स्ट सेकेंड. यार ये भी कितने बार टेस्ट हो गया. होल्ड करेगा ये लेवल अब. करना तो चाहिए एक बार और होल्ड. 1 टाइम 2 टाइम. ठीक है, यहाँ पर एक रीटेस्ट भी है. सपोर्ट तो होल्ड नहीं किया. रिमूव इट. एसएल गॉन, उसमें निकल जाना. ठीक है, यहाँ पर एक रीटेस्ट जोन है. सपोर्ट नहीं है, रीटेस्ट है एक्चुअली. सपोर्ट तो ब्रेक हो चुका है. ठीक है, उसमें जो रिस्की ट्रेड था उसका एसएल जा चुका है. उसमें होल्ड मत करना, निकल जाना. नीचे एक रीटेस्ट है, देखते हैं यहाँ से रीटेस्ट करता है तो. रेजिस्टेंस था, ब्रेकआउट हुआ है. अच्छा, ये तो फर्स्ट टाइम ही है ना. फर्स्ट 1 2 3 1 2 3. तो ये कंसिडर नहीं होगा. ऊपर कोई 10 मिनट में इसको मानेंगे. नहीं, ये भी नहीं है यहाँ पर. लो, ये एक रीटेस्ट यहाँ पर भी है. तो फिर वो डे हाई स्ट्रॉन्ग सपोर्ट बन गया, ये रीटेस्ट ही मानना पड़ेगा और कुछ ऑप्शन नहीं है इसमें। लोअर सर्किट
becomes more, activation of global alliances, I think that could actually change. The thing that was so curious to me, just to bring it back to the defense stocks, buying defense stocks was meant to be the classic Trump trade. Do you remember at the beginning of this year? I did it. I bought Teledyne, I bought General Dynamics, and then it sort of didn't happen. You had the overhang of Doge, you had the overhang of tariffs, and what would that mean? this feels like a reversion to type. This sort of is the trade that we sort of dreaded but also expected finally.
Did you sell those stocks before this?
No, I held them. I held them because, but it's a good question, Alex. I held them because my view was at some point, post-Doge, post the initial liberation date, there would have to be some greater insight into what Trump wanted to do on defense. He's been very clear from the get-go that this was going to military investment in the U.S. was something he always wanted.
So going then to what you deal with this in terms of market reaction, like if you sell puts, like are you putting yourself in a really tough spot? Do you need to like buy calls? Like how do you hedge geopolitics when hedging geopolitics has like never worked? Never worked, and I think you don't as a result. I think that's sort of the answer to that question, and I think people tried to do it. We saw this during the tariff discussion. People said, well, what should we do? Do we hedge? Do we not? And at the end of the day, buying the dip, which is what I did do, ended up being the sort of a profitable thing, the approach to take. But I don't think this has started yet. I don't think where this is heading.
It gets to the idea, too, though. I mean, like historically, the narrative has always been for markets to kind of look through geopolitical conflicts, because if there is a negative reaction, usually it's relatively short-lived. And there have been numerous instances over the years, I mean, including obviously the huge tragedy on 9/11, as well as other things less consequential, where we saw the market snap back. If these markets are finding a way to continue to move higher, it's not going to be all about defensive stocks. I assume we're going to go back to some of the old narratives about AI and the big cash generators and things like that. Are you still seeing life in some of those trades as well?
I am seeing life in those trades, and I'm actually seeing the narrative shift. It's gone from being AI and what's going to be transformational to AI and was actually being executed against. And, a completely different note. I've just come back from a week in France. I was at Cannes Lion all of last week, spending my time with the tech and the advertising and the consumer space. And the narrative there has gone from, oh my God, this thing that's AI, what's going to happen, to how do we use it now? How do we monetize it? How are we going to execute with real specificity to bring in uplift to growth? And so I do think there are legs in that trade. One place that I see it is in Meta, for example. Everyone still talks about Meta as the platform of choice. They are still reaching consumers digitally in a way nobody else can. That, I think, has legs. It's a stock trading at 15 times EBITDA. I mean, it's almost a bargain when you look at the
But are you going to buy their glasses? That's the real point.
It's interesting. When I moved apartment last year, Verizon offered me a free pair of Ray-Ban glasses. I'm going to wait to get it as swag.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
That's a weird trade.
Very strange.
But sure.
But welcome.
But to that point, I think then that really speaks to the fact tech still leads.
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yeah, I think tech absolutely still leads. And I think you're seeing it now. You're seeing it look at the Circle IPO, right? Look at the Chime IPO. I think at the beginning of this year when we had, deregulation, IPOs are back, and then we had crickets for 3 months, nothing happened. I don't think we would have said Circle would be up in this sort of astronomical way it is now. I do think it still leads, and I think it comes back to regulation. Circle is partly tech. It's also partly the new administration, the administration's take on cryptocurrency, right? We saw the Genius Act getting passed. So I do think that there are trades that are also going to be more closely tied to other parts of regulation. Let's take a look at what the banks are doing, right? We think that there's going to be a loosening of some of the regulations and greater CLO issuance come the end of this week. So I think, again, back to some of these policies that were the Trump trade that people were waiting for but hadn't happened yet, I think we're starting to see line of sight to having them happen.
All right, Ann, great stuff. Always great to have you. Ann Berry, founder and general partner over at Threadneedle Ventures. We are going to talk banks a little bit later here in the program with Betsy Graysick. But before we get to that, we're actually going to talk to Jason Bordoff, a former Obama administration official on the National Security Council and, of course, the National Economic Council, and get his thoughts on how energy is getting caught up in the mix in this big conflict in the Middle East. That's coming up next on The Close. This is Bloomberg.
Let's take another look at oil prices here, down about 7% around session lows after Qatar said it successfully intercepted Iran's missile attack on a U.S. base there. President Trump saying on social media earlier that those who don't keep oil prices down are playing right into the hands of the enemy. For more on this, let's bring in Jason Bordoff, founding director of the Center of Global Energy Policy at Columbia University School of International and Public Affairs. Jason also served as special assistant to former President Barack Obama until 2013. Always good to chat with you, Jason. Thank you for joining. Basic question, are you surprised at the lack of reaction in the oil market?
Not given what happened today. I think in this range of possibilities from going after the Strait of Hormuz to sort of a face-saving, modest strike that lets everyone feel like people are trying to de-escalate. That was sort of what happened after the assassination of Soleimani. In that scenario, this is what you would expect to happen if people think that somehow, we can talk about whether this is possible, things are just going to go back to the way they were a week or two ago or come back to the negotiating table or something. The fundamentals of the oil market being what they are, you would expect prices would sell off, and that's what we've seen today.
So, Jason, is that the right call? I mean, you've been in foreign policy in the oil markets for decades. Is this what we're going to get, and we're just going to go back to normal?
Well, it seems like what several parties are trying to work toward. We just don't have enough information, I think, at this point to know yet. It is, of course, striking that this was supposed to be the mother of oil, geopolitical oil risk. And even before we saw what Iran did today, prices were in the mid to high 70s. They weren't triple digits, and now they're selling off further. So the question is, at this point, with the regime still there, there's still a lack of clarity. It'll be for the intelligence communities in the end to decide how much damage was actually done to Iran's nuclear weapons capability and what was done to their stockpiles of highly enriched uranium. If Iran goes back to signaling that the regime stays in place, they're going to continue to work to reconstitute their oil program and other secret locations. They're going to keep selling 1.5 million barrels a day, exporting 1.5 million barrels a day. In the end, are the U.S. and Israel in particular going to feel comfortable with that? And if not, is the alternative additional strikes down the road or potential for negotiation again?
I am curious about just the flow of oil and gas out of that region. There's been a lot of talk as to whether Iran would or even has the capability to truly block the Strait of Hormuz. This gets to a question about where that oil and gas could flow if for some reason that choke point was actually blocked up. Are there alternatives out there?
There are some, not sufficient to the scale of the roughly 20% of the global market for oil and LNG that goes through the strait. Iran has practiced for years to put in place the capability to mine the strait, to block it, and the U.S. military has been practicing for a very long time to reopen it, and I'm confident that the U.S. could. But nonetheless, with as we've seen elsewhere, with Houthi attacks, with terrorist strikes, just the ability to create a lot of risk and uncertainty can have significant impacts, even if the straits are not fully closed. And you have pipeline capacity in the region that maybe can take 3, 4, 5 million barrels a day and reroute it.
एक ट्रेड यहाँ पर लगाया देखो गाइस क्रूड ऑयल का सेलिंग के लिए रीटेस्ट है यहाँ पर एक छोटा सा थोड़ा ध्यान रखना कोई सडनली न्यूज़ ना आए कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू लो है बहुत ज़्यादा ही वॉलेटाइल हो जा रहा है मार्केट बाकी नेचुरल गैस में देखो नीचे 2 सपोर्ट है दोनों मैंने कंबाइन कर दिए हैं वैसे दोनों ही सपोर्ट एक बार टेस्ट हो गए हैं दोनों ही लेवल पे दूसरी बार आएगा ये क्रूड में ध्यान रखना कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू लो है करंट कैंडल 15 मिनट की इट लुक्स लाइक सम न्यूज़ बेस्ड कैंडल कोई रेजिस्टेंस नहीं है दैट इज अ रीटेस्ट थोड़ी देर पहले वो एमटीटीएस का लेवल था वो ब्रेक कर दिया था तो आई एम एक्सपेक्टिंग कि रीटेस्ट करे एग्जैक्ट रेजिस्टेंस थोड़ा सा ऊपर है वो जो लेवल एरो का लगाया हुआ है तो बढ़िया ही है बट 5758 इस पर डायरेक्टली मत करना एंट्री ठीक है कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू लो है थोड़ा वेट कर लेना ओपन इक्वल टू लो पे सेल नहीं करते हैं डायरेक्टली बहुत ज़्यादा वॉलेटाइल हो रहा है अननेसेसरी रिस्क नहीं ले सकते जितना मोमेंटम करना है करने दो थोड़ा स्टेबल होगा तब ट्राई कर लेंगे लेवल के ऊपर क्लोज हो गई तो फिर एंट्री नहीं बिल्कुल भी नहीं ओपन इक्वल टू लो पे डायरेक्ट एंट्री करते नहीं वैसे रेजिस्टेंस को मतलब ये रीटेस्ट लेवल को हिट कर चुकी है बट सेल नहीं कर सकते अभी वापस से कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू लो है लास्ट कैंडल नॉर्मल थी लग रहा था एग्जैक्टली आ जाएगी वो आई नहीं ये कैंडल आई है लेवल पे लेट्स होप ये 5683 के नीचे ही क्लोज कर दे और नेक्स्ट कैंडल नॉर्मल बन जाए अगर ये क्लोज कर गई अबव 5690 5690 के ऊपर कहीं पर भी क्लोज कर गई तो फिर एंट्री नहीं बनने वाली नेक्स्ट कैंडल में भी। बेस्ट केस सिनेरियो ये है कि ये 5682 के नीचे क्लोज करे या फिर अपना लो ब्रेक कर दे, सबसे बेस्ट है। ओपन इक्वल टू लो डिस्ट्रॉय हो जाए। Hezbollah vehicle was attacked by an Israeli drone in Kafr Dazdale, southern Lebanon. Israel full statement. Last night, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu convened the cabinet together with the Minister of Defense, the Chief of Staff, and the head of the Mossad to report that Israel had achieved all the objective of Operation Rising Lion and even much more. Israel has removed dual immediate existential threat both in the nuclear field and on the field of ballistic missile. Wow. काफी बड़ा स्टेटमेंट दिया इजराइल के प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने। नहीं वेट करेंगे वेट करेंगे। Israeli government said in a statement that Israel had achieved all of its objective in Operation Rising Lion. हाँ वो मोमेंटम वैसे भी हो जाता है फाइल में दोनों पर। नहीं है अभी नहीं है एग्जैक्टली। ये फोर्थ पे नहीं है, लुक एट दिस। उसको लेना ही नहीं है एग्जैक्टली। सेकंड थर्ड अच्छा वो दोनों साथ में एक्चुअली होंगे इन द सेंस ऑफ करेक्ट। नहीं है इसको नहीं लेंगे। लुक एट दिस फर्स्ट सेकंड थर्ड। फर्स्ट सेकंड थर्ड। अच्छा वो उसको कंसिडर ही नहीं कर रहे हैं लेकिन यहाँ पर कुछ लोग कर रहे हैं। कैंडल ही ओपन इक्वल टू लो है। ठीक है 12:30 की कैंडल भी ओपन हो गई है, लंदन सेशन ओपन। लगता है करना तो नहीं चाहिए। थर्ड फोर्थ कैंडल लिया है तो वेरी गुड। तो रीटेस्ट वहाँ पर हुआ है कि रीटेस्ट वहाँ तो नहीं है, तभी वो कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू लो बन रही है ना, सो दैट ऊपर वाला रेजिस्टेंस हिट कराए। वो ये कैंडल पे सारा निकाल देगी, नहीं तो 6% ऑलरेडी डाउन है। करेक्ट करेक्ट, ये भी ठीक है। इसने भी फोर्थ में किया था, फिर ये भी फोर्थ में है। मेरे अकॉर्डिंग तो नहीं लेना चाहिए. ये 3 मिनट है, देखते हैं कैंडल क्लोज आती है नहीं आती है नीचे क्रूड ऑयल की. नहीं आई तो एंट्री नहीं बनेगी, ध्यान रखना क्रूड में. 3 मिनट. सेकंड थर्ड. क्लोज नहीं होनी चाहिए, ब्रेक कर सकते हैं बिल्कुल. यहाँ पर भी सेम है. Which level? That one, this one. मिनट 2 मिनट और है. 1 मिनट लगता नहीं है, वापस आएगी नीचे क्लोजिंग बेसिस पे। 5682 के नीचे क्लोजिंग नहीं आई तो एंट्री बनेगी नहीं, ध्यान रखना। नेक्स्ट कैंडल पे भी नहीं बनेगी, भले ही वो नॉर्मल कैंडल ही क्यों ना हो, क्योंकि ये कैंडल ही लेवल के ऊपर चले गई है। ओपन इक्वल टू लो 1230 की कैंडल। हाँ ओके ठीक है। लंदन सेशन की कैंडल भी क्लोज, तो वॉल्यूम तो ठीक आया है। लेट्स सी कंटिन्यू करता है तो। नहीं देखो, कैंडल लेवल के ऊपर ही क्लोज हो गई है, तो नहीं, भले ही अब नीचे क्यों ना आ जाए, इसमें एंट्री नहीं बनने वाली। लेट इट गो। कुछ ज़्यादा ही वॉलेटाइल हो रहा है, दोनों ही साइड मूव कर जा रहा है सिंगल सिंगल कैंडल पे, और वो मोमेंटम काफ़ी बड़ा है। लेट्स सी कुछ बनता है तो ट्रेड यहाँ पर नहीं है, ठीक है, मेरे साइड से कोई ट्रेड नहीं है। वो लास्ट कैंडल ही ओपन इक्वल टू लो बन गई तो एंट्री नहीं कर सकते। हाँ उसको देखते हैं, कोई रीज़न नहीं है, अभी तो टाइम है। बीच में मत घुसना, बस अननेसेसरी रिस्क बहुत हो जाएगा। चाहिए गैप अप हुआ होगा तो यहाँ पर कुछ बना होगा प्राइस एक्शन। है वो ठीक, बट फॉर फर्स्ट ये रहेगा फर्स्ट। रो तो रीटेस्ट किया है इसने, रीटेस्ट से बेटर है एग्जैक्टली। अगर सपोर्ट पे आ जाए तो बेटर है रीटेस्ट, लेकिन तभी काम करेगा जब वो गैप अप गैप डाउन होगा, अदरवाइज नहीं। अभी रीटेस्ट पे रुका है। सही है। अबाउट दिस सपोर्ट, इसका नेक्स्ट मंथ का चार्ट है ये, यहाँ से चेंज कर सकते हो। ये 1 लिखा होगा, उसको 2 कर देना।
regardless of the fact of what you call it, Iran's had some very, very serious losses to its military capabilities. It's lost its uranium enrichment facilities that were declared, and Israel has suffered casualties, including that power plant that was lost today. So Israel's probably going to continue to strike and push on the regime, hoping that they will get regime change. That's clearly what Prime Minister Netanyahu is hoping for, even though he hasn't quite enunciated it as the Israeli objective. So I don't think we're out of the woods yet.
Does he need, or does Netanyahu necessarily need significant U.S. support to deal that final blow?
Well, he's probably getting significant U.S. support. It's just not in the form of airframes. He's got U.S. ordnance there that's been delivered to Israel, ostensibly for Gaza, but for other reasons, Hezbollah and this. So they're probably using U.S. bombs on the aircraft, U.S. missiles. He's probably getting intelligence support from the United States. He's probably getting other coordination and other support, collaboration from the United States in this. It's just that we're not involving our aircraft and kinetic opportunities right now. We don't know what's happening in the cyber world, but we do know that despite American concerns about cyber, we have always had a significant advantage, a lead in this. This is our domain. So I suspect that we're really hammering the Iranians' ability to communicate, but we may never know that.
General, we keep getting headlines about airspace being shut down or airlines, for example, ceasing operations. Air India is the latest for the east coast of North America and Europe. Is that SOP for situations like this?
It is SOP. I mean, you don't want air traffic caught in the middle of this. So they are going to be cautious. Israeli airspace has been closed for some time. Obviously, Iranian airspace is closed. Qatar airspace was closed on a warning from Iran. So far as we know, other airspace in the Gulf has been open. But if the United States were to take seriously what Iran has done and go back and strike, we'd be telling these nations also to close their airspace because we'd probably be using some of it.
The way the markets interpreted Iran's actions today was that it wasn't the worst case scenario. You've then equities at a high, you have oil dropping, et cetera. What does it tell you? What did Iran's reaction say to you?
You know, Iran did sort of the minimum they could do, and the market kind of anticipated that. You know, the market has a lot of common sense when you look at the collective response. And what they saw was an Israeli regime that's continuing to attack all-powerful U.S. military capacities with a president who would use them, and an Iranian regime on its back heels, concerned but trying to show that it could do something in order to impress its domestic opponents and try to maintain itself in power. Well, that's not a bad scenario from the market's perspective.
So what comes next, General? I mean, if we are headed towards potentially regime change in Iran, the next question is who would oversee, I guess, whatever transition there would be? And more importantly, who would we, and when I say we, I'm speaking more from the perspective of the United States, who would we actually trust in that role?
There's various groups that are contending inside and outside that are thinking about it. The regime's been pretty violent in cracking down on dissent. So the inside groups are pretty quiet right now. Most likely it's going to be some group of military officers, maybe from the Revolutionary Guards Corps, who haven't taken the oath of martyrdom, who see the situation more realistically. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's in our favor. And so this is a problem with regime change. You don't really know what's going to happen. You don't really know who's going to be in charge. And, you know, we've messed with this in Iraq, didn't go out too well, tried it in Libya, didn't work. The only time it's really worked is when we knew we had a respected national political leadership in Kosovo under Ibrahim Rugova with the Liberal Democratic Party. He was someone who could come in after the Serbs left and people would coalesce around him and recognize democracy was coming. There's not that leadership present, so far as we know, in Iran right now. So it'll be a difficult transition if it is a transition.
All right, General, we have to leave it there. General Wesley Clark, former NATO Supreme Allied Commander, and of course, the main point person who helped to lead those operations in Kosovo back in the day, as we continue to monitor the situations going on in the Middle East right now. The latest salvo coming from Iran, missiles launched toward U.S. assets in Qatar. Based on what we know right now, all of those missiles were intercepted. We're going to take a look at today's market action and see if the escalation in the Middle East will actually prop up certain sectors of that market, including the defense and aerospace sector. That conversation's coming up next here on The Close on Bloomberg. The market reaction to the tensions in the Middle East, not necessarily what you would have thought. A bit of a rally in stocks here on the day, a bit of buying that we're seeing in the Treasury space, pushing yields lower. Oil prices moving lower as well, and the VIX, well, that's basically being kept in check. We are seeing some gains in defensive names, as in defense stocks. Our next guest saying that she expects this year's relative underperformance in that sector to actually now reverse and accelerate. Let's bring in Ann Berry, founder and general partner over at Threadneedle Ventures. And we talk about the bid that we've seen to defense stocks, both U.S. Defense stocks as well as those overseas. We saw a little bit of buying in that over the last couple of weeks after the first strike that was made by Israel on Iran. It does look like there are still some legs to that trade. Is that an expectation that this might be a conflict that drags on?
I think there is an expectation that it could drag on. And, you know, we were just saying beforehand, the thing that's been interesting to me has been this deafening global silence, right, on this issue. You said, you know, the markets have had a muted response. In my opinion, it's a muted response to a muted global geopolitical reaction to this. And I think once we start to see how alliances shape up around this, we see the EU and Canada, for example, making agreement today to do more, then we'll start to see how that translates into actual deals around defense spending. But I think just from a secular perspective, we're in for a longer upward lift to the defense sector.
And we should just add the context. NATO leaders are supposed to gather on Tuesday specifically to talk about defense spending, at least for their organization, something, of course, that the U.S. is going to be a big fulcrum point in that. It gets to this idea, though, too, that right now this has basically been kind of a regional skirmish. Even though the U.S. has gotten involved, we haven't seen countries run to the aid of either Israel, the U.S., and certainly not Iran. And I wonder if that is one of the reasons why we're seeing a little bit more of a positive, for lack of a better phrase, reaction in markets right now.
Yeah, I think the positive reaction is more a sort of sigh of relief, right? That the escalation that could still come from this does not feel like it's happened yet. We've seen the Iranian response. It's very targeted, and it is within, to your point, within the region. But if it gets broader, if it becomes more, activation of global alliances, I think that could actually change. You know, the thing that was so curious to me, just to bring it back to the defense stocks, buying defense stocks was meant to be the classic Trump trade. Do you remember at the beginning of this year? I did it. I bought Teledyne, I bought General Dynamics, and then it sort of didn't happen. You had the overhang of Doge, you had the overhang of tariffs, and what would that mean? This feels like a reversion to type. You know, this sort of is the trade that we sort of dreaded but also expected finally.
Did you sell those stocks before this?
No, I held them. I held them because, but it's a good question, Alex. I held them because my view was at some point, post-Doge, post the initial liberation date, there would have to be some greater insight into what Trump wanted to do on defense. He's been very clear from the get-go that this was going to military investment in the U.S. was something he always wanted.
So going then to what you deal with this in terms of market reaction, like if you sell puts, like are you putting yourself in a really tough spot? Do you need to like buy calls? Like how do you hedge geopolitics when hedging geopolitics has like never worked?
Never worked, and I think you don't as a result. I think that's sort of the answer to that question, and I think people tried to do it. We saw this during the tariff discussion. People said, well, what should we do? Do we hedge? Do we not? And at the end of the day, you know, buying the dip, which is what I did do, ended up being the sort of a profitable thing, the approach to take. But I don't think this has started yet. I don't think where this is heading.
It gets to that idea, too, though. I mean, like historically, the narrative has always been for markets to kind of look through geopolitical conflicts, because if there is a negative reaction, usually it's relatively short-lived. And there have been numerous instances over the years, I mean, including obviously the huge tragedy on 9/11, as well as other things less consequential, where we saw the market snap back. If these markets are finding a way to continue to move higher, it's not going to be all about defensive stocks. I assume we're going to go back to some of the old narratives about AI and the big cash generators and things like that. Are you still seeing life in some of those trades as well?
I am seeing life in those trades, and I'm actually seeing the narrative shift. It's gone from being AI and what's going to be transformational to AI and was actually being executed against. And, a completely different note. I've just come back from a week in France. I was at Cannes Lion all of last week, spending my time with the tech and the advertising and the consumer space. And the narrative there has gone from, oh my God, this thing that's AI, what's going to happen, to how do we use it now? How do we monetize it? How are we going to execute with real specificity to bring in uplift to growth? And so I do think there are legs in that trade. One place that I see it is in Meta, for example. Everyone still talks about Meta as the platform of choice. They are still reaching consumers digitally in a way nobody else can. That, I think, has legs. It's a stock trading at 15 times EBITDA. I mean, it's almost a bargain when you look at the growth.
But are you going to buy their glasses? That's the real point.
It's interesting. When I moved apartment last year, Verizon offered me a free pair of Ray-Ban glasses. I'm going to wait to get it as swag.
Really?
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
That's a weird trade.
Very strange.
But sure.
But welcome.
But to that point, I think then that really speaks to the fact tech still leads.
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yeah, I think tech absolutely still leads. And I think you're seeing it now. You're seeing it in, look at the Circle IPO, right? Look at the Chime IPO. I think at the beginning of this year when we had, deregulation, IPOs are back, and then we had crickets for 3 months, nothing happened. I don't think we would have said Circle would be up in this sort of astronomical way it is now. I do think it still leads, and I think it comes back to regulation. Circle is partly tech. It's also partly the new administration, the administration's take on cryptocurrency, right? We saw the Genius Act getting passed. So I do think that there are trades that are also going to be more closely tied to other parts of regulation. Let's take a look at what the banks are doing, right? We think that there's going to be a loosening of some of the regulations and greater CLO issuance come the end of this week. So I think, again, back to some of these policies that were the Trump trade that people were waiting for but hadn't happened yet, I think we're starting to see line of sight to having them happen.
All right, Ann, great stuff. Always great to have you. Ann Berry, founder and general partner over at Threadneedle Ventures. We are going to talk banks a little bit later here in the program with Betsy Graysick. But before we get to that, we're actually going to talk to Jason Bordoff, a former Obama administration official on the National Security Council and, of course, the National Economic Council, and get his thoughts on how energy is getting caught up in the mix in this big conflict in the Middle East. That's coming up next on The Close. This is Bloomberg.
Let's take another look at oil prices here, down about 7% around session lows after Qatar said it successfully intercepted Iran's missile attack on a U.S. base there. President Trump saying on social media earlier that those who don't keep oil prices down are playing right into the hands of the enemy. For more on this, let's bring in Jason Bordoff, founding director of the Center of Global Energy Policy at Columbia University School of International and Public Affairs. Jason also served as special assistant to former President Barack Obama until 2013. Always good to chat with you, Jason. Thank you for joining. Basic question, are you surprised at the lack of reaction in the oil market?
Not given what happened today. I think in this range of possibilities from going after the Strait of Hormuz to sort of a face-saving, modest strike that lets everyone feel like people are trying to de-escalate. That was sort of what happened after the assassination of Soleimani. In that scenario, this is what you would expect to happen if people think that somehow, we can talk about whether this is possible, things are just going to go back to the way they were a week or two ago, or come back to the negotiating table or something. The fundamentals of the oil market being what they are, you would expect prices would sell off, and that's what we've seen today.
So, Jason, is that the right call? I mean, you've been in foreign policy in the oil markets for decades. Is this what we're going to get, and we're just going to go back to normal?
Well, it seems like what several parties are trying to work toward. We just don't have enough information, I think, at this point to know yet. It is, of course, striking that this was supposed to be the mother of oil, geopolitical oil risk. And even before we saw what Iran did today, prices were in the mid to high 70s. They weren't triple digits, and now they're selling off further. So the question is, at this point, with the regime still there, there's still a lack of clarity. It'll be for the intelligence communities in the end to decide how much damage was actually done to Iran's nuclear weapons capability and what was done to their stockpiles of highly enriched uranium. If Iran goes back to signaling that the regime stays in place, they're going to continue to work to reconstitute their oil program and other secret locations. They're going to keep selling 1.5 million barrels a day, exporting 1.5 million barrels a day. In the end, are the U.S. and Israel in particular going to feel comfortable with that? And if not, is the alternative additional strikes down the road or potential for negotiation again?
I am curious about just the flow of oil and gas out of that region. There's been a lot of talk as to whether Iran would or even has the capability to truly block the Strait of Hormuz. This gets to a question about where that oil and gas could flow if for some reason that choke point was actually blocked up. Are there alternatives out there?
There are some, not sufficient to the scale of the roughly 20% of the global market for oil and LNG that goes through the Strait. Iran has practiced for years to put in place the capability to mine the Strait, to block it, and the U.S. military has been practicing for a very long time to reopen it, and I'm confident that the U.S. could. But nonetheless, with as we've seen elsewhere, with Houthi attacks, with terrorist strikes, just the ability to create a lot of risk and uncertainty can have significant impacts, even if the straits are not fully closed. And you have pipeline capacity in the region that maybe can take 3, 4, 5 million barrels a day and reroute it in other directions, but nowhere close to what would be needed if you actually had a disruption in the strait.
And we're still seeing ships. Bloomberg, of course, tracks all the ships going in and out of there, still kind of holding at the levels that we had seen prior to the strikes. What happens, though, when we talk about Iran's oil and the idea that they were obviously still selling a lot? They obviously need the Strait of Hormuz to get that oil out of there. Have there been any disruptions, or is there an anticipation that there could be any meaningful disruption in Iran's output and exports of oil?
Well, today that risk premium has, come off a little bit based on what we are seeing. And even before that, I said a moment ago, this is supposed to be the massive geopolitical disruption, and oil prices went up, but not enormously. There just seems to be a sense in the oil market that we've had this movie repeated so many times. And for all the geopolitical risk we talk about, supply is almost never disrupted. And so I think people are kind of fading those concerns and those risks. Now, you can imagine scenarios in which the Strait of Hormuz is affected. Iran tries to lash out if it feels cornered and the regime is threatened to go after facilities like they did with Abqaiq several years ago. In a tit-for-tat escalation, people try to hit Iranian facilities to put more pressure economically on Iran, like Karg Island, a major facility. Iran uses asymmetric tools like cyber attack to go after energy infrastructure elsewhere. So all these things were on the table, probably still are on the table. But I think right now people are potentially seeing signals that Iran is trying to ease back, walk things back. And we just don't know the reason for that, if that's because they're looking for another opportunity to negotiate, or their capability has been totally decimated and they just don't have the ability to strike harder if they wanted to.
Jason, what's also different this time around is the ability of U.S. shale to help the overall supply situation, as well as demand and the stockpiles that we've seen in China and globally. What part of that is playing into this price situation as well?
Well, it certainly is part of the reason the fundamentals of the market are what they are. It's pretty well supplied. We've seen macro uncertainty with tariff risk and other things that have caused projections for oil demand growth to be a little weaker, 800,000 barrels a day this year. Obviously, the U.S. over the last decade plus has seen this dramatic turnaround from a huge oil importer to a net exporter. The Saudis are bringing, and OPEC is bringing barrels back to the market faster. But at the oil prices we saw before this conflict escalated, kind of in the low to mid 60s, projections for shale growth were pretty flat, down a little, up a little, but nowhere close to the million and a half barrel per day per year growth we had seen year after year a while back. And I don't think that's going to look very different with prices in the low 70s. I'm sure some companies locked in with hedges some of these higher prices. We'll see if that leads to higher production growth or maybe just some profit taking. But, at most, we're going to see modest growth in shale, a few 100,000 barrels a day, not the huge supply increases of the past.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Hey, Jason, really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Good to see you. Jason Bordoff of Columbia University. Thank you very much. All right, coming up, we're going to continue this conversation and speak with Danielle Smith, the Premier of Alberta, Canada, about how the country is managing tensions from the conflict between Israel and Iran, and how trade negotiations between the U.S. and Canada are also developing in a market that is right around the highs of the session, with the S&P up by almost 0.8%. That bid in the bond market continues, but stocks really undeterred, as you have the 2-year yield now down by about 7 basis points. And that's pretty much well spread, but across big tech, as well as, say, the semis, the transportation index, as well as some of the small caps. Really a broad-based rally with the exception of energy stocks. This is The Close on Bloomberg.
3:30 p.m. here in New York. This is the countdown to the close. I'm Romaine Bostick.
And I'm Alex Steele. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney speaking with President Trump last night about the conflict in the Middle East as well as trade tensions. Now, Canada is a major producer of oil that could be disrupted by the ongoing tensions in the region. So we want to discuss that with someone very close to that situation, the Premier of Alberta, Canada, Danielle Smith. Premier Smith, it's really great to get your perspective on this. I'm referring to the fact that a lot of the oil in the Middle East is the heavy oil that you guys have in Canada. What is the ability of producers to ramp up production if needed?
Well, certainly not in the short term, but we're hoping in the long term. I think this really underscores the reason why we've got to build more pipelines, north, south, east, and west. We did have a proposal for the Keystone Pipeline, which would have added close to another 1 million barrels per day of heavy going into the American market. And of course, we have a different type of oil than the Americans produce. So it really is quite a good collaboration for Canada and the U.S. to be thinking of producing together. We do have 1 million barrels per day that now can go out of the Trans Mountain Pipeline on the West Coast. But if we're really going to be able to provide a replacement for the heavy oil coming from Iran or Venezuela, we do need to build more pipelines to Tidewater.
And a big part of this has been front and center for you in getting the private sector interested. Enbridge Energy Transfers are trying to increase the pipeline capacity, say, in Illinois. You mentioned the pipeline that goes to the West Coast as well through British Columbia. How's it going in terms of getting private interest and really willing to take on that kind of risk?
Well, it very much depends on the Prime Minister, who has now said he passed a new act that I think parallels what the Americans are trying to do with the Energy Dominance Council, where we're going to have a 2 years to yes permitting process. And there'll be a number of projects that come forward, one of which I hope will be a bitumen pipeline to the northwest BC coast. We also know that there's the ability to dredge the Second Narrows and expand the pipeline capacity of Trans Mountain within the next couple of years. And the president has even said that he'd like to see some kind of reboot or restart on a Keystone XL pipeline, whether it's the same route or a different one. I think that all of that ends up pointing in the direction that North America needs to be strong, needs to be dominant, and it needs Canada, the U.S. working together to make sure that happens so that our friends and allies are able to choose from a reliable trading partner to get the much necessary energy supplies that they need.
How much direct conversation have you had with Mark Carney about some of these initiatives?
Very direct. We've had, we call them First Ministers meetings, where all the premiers and the Prime Minister get together. We've had several of those since he got elected. We also have a negotiating panel of several of my officials with his officials federally to see if we can work through some of the issues around creating the investment certainty that we need to get a private sector proponent. So I'm feeling optimistic because he does seem to have really understood that this is an opportunity for Canada to align ourselves with the Americans in helping to build out, whether it's energy, whether it's critical minerals, whether it's AI data centers, and we need to have the reliable power to do that. So I feel like we've turned a page in the last 6 months or so, and especially with the Prime Minister, he seems to understand that we've got to get some of these things going.
You've also advocated for a relaxation of certain other measures, particularly around clean electricity, net zero mandates, and other environmental measures. Obviously, the repeal, or at least the rollback of which, to some extent, would benefit a lot of the companies in Alberta. What is the likelihood, in your view, that some of those things could potentially be repealed or rolled back?
Well, I think they have to be. I mean, when you look at what happened with the election of U.S. President Donald Trump, it seems like the Americans have taken a pretty 180-degree turn, if I can say it, from the previous administration when it comes to carbon policy. Canada is a bit in the middle. We obviously have an integrated market with the United States, but we also have customers in Asia and Europe that do want a lower carbon product. So we think that there are opportunities for us to decarbonize with carbon capture, utilization, and storage, with direct air capture, with using either hydropower or nuclear to create a cleaner source of energy for the production of those resources. And so that's the direction we're going. We think it's going to be a two-part process, but I think there is room for us to find an agreement.
And a lot of that, it looks like talking about the Pathways project. So that's a very expensive carbon capture project that's supposedly reducing high carbon profile of the oil and gas industry in Alberta, right? It's expensive. It's a long process. What is the best way to move that forward? What's the best way to get it done as fast as possible?
Well, I would say it has to be done in conjunction with a new bitumen pipeline. So consider this. If we were to get another million barrels per day going to the U.S. with a reboot of Keystone XL or with Energy Transfer's project, and we were also to get another million barrels per day going to the West Coast with a new Northern Gateway, that would be the equivalent of about $40 billion per year of GDP value based on today's prices. And the Pathways Net Zero project is only about 10 to 20 billion. So I would say that that's probably a fair way of looking at it, to spend a one-time $20 billion to get a long-term revenue stream that is closer to $40 billion a year. I think that those economics will probably work, and that's what we're hoping to be able to do.
Silly question, but does the U.S. want to buy Canadian oil? And I realize that, yes, of course we do, but in terms of what the administration wants, where is the oil product? Where's oil in those conversations?
Well, I know aspirationally the Americans would love to not only be energy independent, but also have enough to sell to the rest of the world. But the Americans do consume 19 million barrels a day and produce 13 million barrels a day. So there's already a shortfall. And that's where Canada comes in. We provide the bulk of that shortfall. In addition, a lot of the old refineries are tooled to receive our particular brand of heavy oil. It's more cost effective. And it can be developed into more products. So that's why I say I don't really feel like Canada and the U.S. are in competition with each other. I think we fill different market niches. And with us already having a pipeline to the West Coast and aspirationally having another one, we would be able to, I think, provide the Asian markets more directly and allow the Americans to not only continue to consume and produce for their own market, but also be looking at other markets for WTI. So I think if you want to look at the future of energy export, having both Canada and the U.S. able to export a significant amount of product allows for us to ensure that Asia and Europe both have us to rely on, as opposed to Iran or Venezuela or some of the other less reliable producers out there.
All right, Danielle, I'll have to leave it there. Really appreciate you taking time for us. Danielle Smith, the Premier of Alberta, Canada. When we come back, we're going to continue to focus on the market reaction to global geopolitics. A conversation up ahead with Betsy Graysick over at Morgan Stanley, who sees some potential strength in capital markets going forward. We're going to get her thoughts coming up next, right here on The Close. All right, it's time now for our top calls, a look at some of the big movers on the back of analyst recommendations, and we're keeping an eye on banks. An interesting note out from Morgan Stanley, with price targets being raised on Bank of America, JP Morgan, and others on the conviction that the capital market cycle is taking off. Betsy Graysick is Global Head of Banks and Diversified Finance Research at Morgan Stanley, and she joins us right now in Studio 2. You say capital market activity has been strengthening.
Absolutely.
What's driving it?
I think there's several things driving it. Number one is that we have an antitrust regulatory framework, which both the DOJ head and the FTC head both went live on air speeches talking about how they want to be fair and predictable. And look, it's an environment where the regulators appear to be more supportive of corporate action, as opposed to not supportive. And so that is number one. Fair and predictable, I think, is really important. Not get in the way, but, keep everything moving in the right direction, not allow things to go through that shouldn't, but still fair and predictable.
And most people,
that's number one.
And most people, and we'll get to number two, but most people coming into this year, they expected that, right? Or expected that with this new administration. One bugaboo, though, of course, has been everything going on with geopolitics and tariffs and just the, I guess, volatility that's been associated with that. And particularly in light of what transpired over the weekend in the Middle East, I am curious as to how much any sort of additional ramp up in these geopolitical conflicts would disrupt that potential rebound in capital market activity.
Okay, well, you asked a multi-layered question there, Romain.
I do that, yeah.
I want to finish the first one first.
Okay, go ahead.
So we have DOJ and FTC, antitrust regulation. We have also sponsor activity beginning to ramp up. We have the volatility settling down. Obviously, April was a very tough month for investment banking with the volatility so high. It was pretty much at a standstill. But then as volatility declined, activity levels picked up. And while April was at a standstill, May was significantly better, and June even better than May. In fact, equity capital markets activity levels right now on a run rate basis are roughly 3 times what they were at the beginning of the quarter.
Oh, wow.
So it will be a quarter which has some very weak parts in April and very strong parts in June. And so I think it's important to look at that VIX. And we have had VIX at 25 or below for 37 days in a row.
Yeah.
And the window is open to take action. And we are delayed in taking action. When we look at M&A volumes, equity capital market volumes, they're running half to a third lower than where they typically have ran in the prior 3 to 4 years. So there is a sharp rebound that we have been expecting, and the beginning stages are looking at us right in the face.
Top pick, then, to play it.
Citigroup is our top pick, and that's for a multiplicity of reasons. Number one is they are taking share in capital markets, in particular in M&A. And number two, their stock is still trading below tangible book and book value. So buying back stock is very accretive for shareholders. And number three, we do have SLR rules coming this week on Wednesday, as you know, and CCAR results coming Friday, as you know. And I think Citi will be a beneficiary of those.
We also heard some rumors today that maybe BNY and Northern Trust might get together. Do we see M&A? Does that actually start to happen?
Well, my colleague, Manan Gosalia, who runs our mid-cap bank analyst group, has written quite a lot on this. And yes, we are anticipating more bank M&A. Now, that's mainly because scale does matter, as well as the more data points you have for your AI tool, the better. Scale matters in operational efficiency as well as AI efficiency. And so we are anticipating more bank M&A with this more conducive regulatory backdrop layered on top of those two things.
Which then obviously is good for the big banks, and therefore the circle continues. Betsy, it's really great to see you. We got to leave it there. We're up against a hard break. Betsy Graysick, Global Head of Banks and Diversified Finance Research over at Morgan Stanley, one of the best in the industry, taking a look at the beginnings of the capital markets finally opening up. All right, we're 15 minutes from the closing bell. Mark Lehman, CEO of Citizens JMP Securities, will be joining us, Romain, as we just stay right around the highs of the session here.
Yeah, 0.8% pretty much across the board, from the Dow all the way down to the Russell 2000. Transports, those are your outperformers on the day. As a group, that's up 2%.
And I thought it was interesting when Ann Berry was talking about earlier that the Trump trades now are back, right? Defense, banks, as Betsy was just talking about, aerospace. Like, are we back to looking at those traditional looking Trump trades? All right, you got the S&P up 0.8%. This is the close on Bloomberg.
The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day. This is the close.
The skies over Doha just a few moments ago. We are learning a little bit more here about the conflict in the Middle East. Just a little more than 2 hours ago, in the early evening hours in Doha, Qatar, several missiles launched from Iran, presumably targeting the Al Udeid Air Force Base in Doha that is controlled by the American military. Several missiles intercepted there in the sky. Right now, reports of no damage on the ground and no casualties involved at all. The markets, of course, have been trading off the latest developments, going back and forth on the day. Romain Bostic here with Alex Steele, live from Studio 2. This is the close.
Taking a look at where we are 1 hour into the close, Romain, you're looking at an S&P around the highs of the session, up 0.7%. A bid, though, into the bond market. Yields fall. You can make an argument that's irrespective of what we're seeing in the Middle East as volatility tamps down and oil prices sink a whopping 7% despite the continued rhetoric and violence.
Yeah, it was kind of interesting to see see the initial knee-jerk market reaction when futures open on Sunday afternoon. You did see a big jump down in prices, but that was quickly erased as most people seem to think that this will remain a regional conflict and not necessarily a global one.
Right, and if this was the least bad circumstances that we saw unfold today, nonetheless, if you're looking in the mid-60s or the early 60s as where you should be for supply and demand, there's still, you can make an argument, a little bit of premium priced in. We're
going to spend the next couple of hours walking through the market reaction and, of course, diving deeper into what the military reaction would be. We are waiting to hear from the President of the United States. He was scheduled to meet with his U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, as well as the Joint Chiefs of Staff Chair Dan Kane in the Situation Room at the White House. We're still awaiting to hear what transpired in that meeting. As we kick off our coverage today with retired General Wesley Clark, he is the former NATO Supreme Allied Commander and served more than 3 decades in the U.S. Army. General, great to have you here back on the program. And everyone is looking at what the United States did over the weekend with those bunker-busting bombs. Everyone is looking right now at what, at least at the moment, seems to be a symbolic retaliatory attack by Iran. Is that, or could that potentially be the end of this?
Well, it could be the end of it, except that Israel hasn't said it's the end of it, and there may be 400 to 600 kilograms of highly enriched uranium on the loose inside Iran. So if it is the end of it, it could be you could call it the kick the can down the road, or you could call it the wounded tiger scenario. But regardless of the fact of what you call it, Iran's had some very, very serious losses to its military capabilities. It's lost its uranium enrichment facilities that were declared. And Israel has suffered casualties, including that power plant that was lost today. So Israel's probably going to continue to strike and push on the regime.
Precise strike against 3 Iranian nuclear facilities. This was a complex and high-risk mission carried out with exceptional skill and discipline by our joint force. I want to thank every service member, planner, operator that made this mission possible. Their actions reflect the highest standards of the United States Armed Forces. This operation was designed to severely degrade Iran's nuclear weapons infrastructure. It was planned and executed across multiple domains and theaters with coordination that reflects our ability to project power globally with speed and precision at the time and place of our nation's choosing. This was a highly classified mission with very few people in Washington knowing the timing or nature of this plan. I'll refer you to the graphic on the side as I walk you through some of the operational details. At midnight Friday into Saturday morning, a large B-2 strike package comprised of bombers launched from the continental United States. As part of a plan to maintain tactical surprise, part of the package proceeded to the west and into the Pacific as a decoy, a deception effort known only to an extremely small number of planners and key leaders here in Washington and in Tampa. The main strike package, comprised of 7 B-2 Spirit bombers, each with 2 crew members, proceeded quietly to the east with minimal communications. Throughout the 18-hour flight into the target area, the aircraft completed multiple in-flight refuelings. Once over land, the B-2s linked up with escort and support aircraft in a complex, tightly timed maneuver requiring exact synchronization across multiple platforms in a narrow piece of airspace, all done with minimal communications. This type of integration is exactly what our joint force does better than anyone else in the world. At approximately 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time last night, and just prior to the strike package entering Iran, a U.S. submarine in the Central Command Area of Responsibility launched more than 24 Tomahawk land attack cruise missiles against key surface infrastructure targets at Isfahan. As the Operation Midnight Hammer strike package entered Iranian airspace, the U.S. employed several deception tactics, including decoys, as the fourth and fifth generation aircraft pushed out in front of the strike package at high altitude and high speed, sweeping in front of the package for enemy fighters and surface-to-air missile threats. The strike package was supported by U.S. Strategic Command, U.S. Transportation Command, U.S. Cyber Command, U.S. Space Command, U.S. Space Force, and U.S. European Command. As the strike package approached Fordow and Natanz, the U.S. protection package employed high-speed suppression weapons to ensure safe passage of the strike package, with fighter assets employing preemptive suppressing fires against any potential Iranian surface-to-air threats. We are currently unaware of any shots fired at the U.S. strike package on the way in. At approximately 6:40 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 2:10 a.m. Iran time, the lead B-2 dropped 2 GBU-57 massive ordnance penetrator weapons on the first of several aim points at Fordow. As the president stated last night, the remaining bombers then hit their targets as well, with a total of 14 MOPs dropped against 2 nuclear target areas. All 3 Iranian nuclear infrastructure targets were struck between 6:40 p.m. and 7:05 p.m. Eastern Time. Again, that's about 2:10 in the morning local time in Iran, with the Tomahawk missiles being the last to strike at Isfahan to ensure we retain the element of surprise throughout the operation. Following weapons release, the Midnight Hammer strike package exited Iranian airspace and the package began its return home. We are unaware of any shots fired at the package on the way out. Iran's fighters did not fly, and it appears that Iran's surface-to-air missile systems did not see us. Throughout the mission,
if you had asked anybody before this evening how Wall Street would react after the U.S. decided to directly attack Iran, I'm guessing the thought would be more severe than this.
I think that was the thought coming in. But remember, we had a taste of this when Israel first struck Iran back late June 12th here in the United States. And I think the playbook that is going to play out tonight and into Monday could potentially be a repeat of that. A big knee-jerk reaction where risk assets get sold off, haven assets get bought. But then a quick rethink here. And that rethink, Joe, is all around this idea of whether this is a regional conflict that will remain regional or something that could broaden out to hit U.S. assets or even something beyond the Middle East. If that were the case, you would probably see more of a severe reaction. We should point out oil prices did move higher by about 4%. They pared back some of those gains, but are still up almost 3% here. Brent crude, remember, hasn't actually traded above $80 a barrel since early this year in early January. It did do that early in this session, and that is going to be a key number to watch. And of course, what will dictate whether it sticks at 80 or goes beyond that is really going to be determined by what happens in the Strait of Hormuz. But real quickly, I do want to just draw your attention back to equities for a second, Joe, because there is a contrarian bet out there right now. And the contrarian bet is that right now, if you are able to get confirmation from a credible source that the nuclear threat of Iran was indeed obliterated or at least significantly hampered, that would actually remove one of the biggest risks to Middle East stability in years. And that potentially could be a net positive for stocks. And the case in point is I would just point you to the benchmark index in Israel, the Tel Aviv 35.
Yeah,
that closed today on a 6-day run at a record high.
An excellent point, Romaine. And as we consider other asset classes as well, I wonder what we expect to see in U.S. Treasuries, knowing they are seen as a safe haven, but also if there's a concern that potentially higher energy prices could lead to higher inflation risk, that could send bonds in the other direction. So what are we hearing about how all of this factors into fixed income?
Yeah, the Treasury market is really going to be kind of the Jenga game that this market's going to have to wrap its head around, because it's really not just about what's happening in the Middle East. It's obviously what's happening with the fiscal situation here in the U.S. And as you just alluded to, this idea of economic conditions and inflation conditions. Whether the Middle East situation feeds into that, we will see. The numbers you're looking at on your screen right now, keep in mind here, this is an incredibly muted market right now. The full session really doesn't open for another hour and a half here in the U.S. Futures, at least as represented by TYA, and if you type TLT, the main ETF that tracks long-dated bonds in your screen, you'll see that the activity is almost minimal at this point, very low volume and very little price change. But that could change, Kelly, in about an hour and a half's time.
What you just said, Romaine, was really fascinating, pointing to stocks in Israel. If we show up tomorrow, we still don't know for sure. Does the market hold its breath until we find out what the actual damage assessment is in Iran?
Well, I spoke to several analysts this afternoon, and two things that they said they're really keeping an eye on. The first is obviously what is Iran's response, if at all, and more importantly, how severe can that response be? But the other thing, too, was to really keep an eye on this idea of trade flows, the ships coming in and out of the Strait of Hormuz, the ships coming around the Red Sea, the ones that are around the Horn of Africa. If you see major disruptions in those areas, that would probably be cause for an alarm. You would first see that play out in the commodity space, and then that would trickle over into FX and then eventually into equities. But short of that, the general consensus seems to be that you might have some softness on Monday here in the cash session, but that could potentially be bought in the same way that we saw stocks get bought after the sell-off on June 13th.
Kelly, this is not a surprise. The U.S. has been bracing for and positioning for some kind of retaliation.
Well, and Iran has been warning of one, Scarlett. The important context here is that the chief of staff of Iran's armed forces, in a video message earlier today, promised that Iran would be responding to the U.S.'s attacks on its nuclear sites proportionately and decisively. And perhaps the Wall Street Journal here is indicating that that retaliation may potentially be coming soon, as Iran, according to U.S. officials briefed by the Wall Street Journal, is moving missile launchers into place for a potential attack. And the Department of Defense is tracking what they describe as, quote, a credible threat to U.S. forces in the Middle East. This also comes as we're tracking a number of developments centered around Qatar in particular. Qatar, of course, closed off its airspace earlier today in a move that they said was precautionary. The U.S. embassy in Qatar has also issued a warning to Americans to shelter in place. And China's embassy has urged citizens in Qatar specifically to avoid Al Udeid Air Base. This is important because that base houses thousands of U.S. troops. It is our largest installation in the Middle East. It's actually headquarters of U.S. Central Command, in addition to housing Qatari Air Forces as well as the Royal Air Force. And so that is a very key military installation that the U.S. has that there is a lot of buzz about could potentially be targeted, keeping in mind, of course, that President Trump had previously promised if there were retaliation, the U.S. would respond with even greater force than the attacks we saw over this weekend, as the administration has issued repeated warnings not to target U.S. military assets or personnel. But again, the Wall Street Journal is reporting here that Iran does look to at least be moving into a position in which it could do so.
And as you're speaking, Kelly, some other headlines have just crossed as well. According to Axios, Iran has launched 6 missiles toward U.S. bases in Qatar. And Reuters has also reported that there have been explosions heard over Qatar's capital of Doha. So again, you referenced how Qatar has stopped some flights. That would make sense given they had anticipated some kind of retaliatory action. And again, according to Reuters, the explosions have been heard over Qatar's capital of Doha. Kelly, tell us a little bit more about the mindset in Washington. Clearly, the weekend attacks is what everyone's talking about. But as we were just discussing with Max Layton of Citi, there's a lot of expectation within the commodities market that now that the strikes are over and the U.S. kind of awaits to see how Iran responds, there's very much an expectation that the administration will return its focus to domestic matters. What are you seeing in Washington?
Well, much of that will depend on the way in which Iran responds, Scarlett. I would note that as we're seeing this reporting about explosions outside Doha, Al Udeid Air Base, which I just mentioned, is just southwest of Doha. So it very much could be included in whatever this materializes to be. And if there are any U.S. casualties, that could be something that President Trump feels compelled to respond to. Again, to quote him directly from this weekend, he warned any retaliation will be met with force far greater than what was witnessed during the initial attack on Saturday night. So that does indicate that the U.S. could still be prepared to act militarily if necessary. The president likely will be getting input from his National Security Council team. He is supposed to meet with them in the Oval Office, though it will be closed to press just about 20 minutes from now at 1 p.m. Eastern time. So we could get more of a readout then as to what exactly the U.S. is thinking. But of course, the president has to keep in mind various political pressures. There is not much appetite in the U.S. for the U.S. to get involved in another direct war in the Middle East. The MAGA base of the president's party in particular, of course, has much more of an isolationist bent, doesn't want to see the U.S. be that interventionist. So he has to consider those domestic political pressures as well as he surveys the geopolitical landscape here. But a lot is going to depend on what we can confirm around these reports as to whether or not Iran has decided to attack U.S. military assets and if there are any casualties that could result from that.
How you would characterize this moment for your region?
Yeah, I think it can become a turning point in the region. I think that I'd say, the lifelong desire of Israel was to damage, possibly to destroy the nuclear program of Iran. And we always knew that it must be done with the United States. It was not just the Israeli interest, it was the interest of every country, certainly the United States of America, that Iran, the Ayatollah regime, will not possess nuclear capacity. And indeed, President Trump decided just a couple of days ago to destroy the sites of the nuclear program in Iran in different places, especially in Fordow, which was a deep down 80, 90 meters underground in the mountain, something that only America could do. And I think that this has brought to the peak the aspirations, the desires, the prayers that we had. So as far as we are concerned, I think that this is the time to end the war in Iran, to end the war in Gaza, and to turn into inside Israel in order to recuperate and to build up again that which was broken in the hearts and minds and spirits of the Israeli people after 2 years of fighting with Hamas and with the Iranians, with all the pains that were part of it. That's what we need to do now, and this is.
So, and before we get to that point, we need to get to a point, at least the view of Israel, the view of, it seems, some within the U.S. administration, most, certainly the president, that there needs to be clarity in terms of ending this nuclear program, either via diplomacy or military means. Is there a military solution now, do you think, in terms of ending the nuclear capacities of Iran, given that they have still 400 kilograms of highly enriched uranium?
Well, I hope that they don't possess it. I am not certain that anyone knows exactly what happened to these 400 kilos. I hope that they remained in the sites and they were destroyed. But the event that they still have it, I think that Iran needs to assess again what is the cost of these aspirations that they have, and whether this is worthwhile for Iran, for its security, for its stability, to carry on. I think that the signal that was sent on Saturday night to Iran by the United States should force them to reconsider the strategy. Basically, what it says is that, hey guys, if you continue to try and build, and we will all find out about it. There is nothing that you can hide. You can't hide in order to protect yourselves in the most remote bunkers in Iran, because Israel reached out for every place and eliminated so many of you leaders and you military commanders and so on and so forth. You can't hide anything. So America and Israel and the other forces will find out whether you're trying to rebuild your atomic program, and they will reach out for you. And Iran will become a pariah, will be isolated, will be damaged dramatically. So I think that their interest is to stop it. And I hope that the signal that was given by President Trump Saturday night is of great significance for them.
And so you've been deeply critical, of course, of Prime Minister Netanyahu and the war that he is engaged in Gaza, accusing him and the Israeli government of war crimes in Gaza. Is this decision over the last week to engage Iran and to bring on the US, successfully bring on the US, is that a political win for the Israeli Prime Minister?
I'm not certain that, first of all, it is a very significant, important and worthy military operation, and definitely something that was entirely in line with the national security interests of the state of Israel, what we don't think about other moves from the Prime Minister. And he deserves to be credited for this decision, the boldness, the courage, the determination, and of course the outstanding performance of the Israeli army, which is really glorious. I mean, when you think about the Israeli Air Force operating 2,000 kilometers from Israel and reaching out for every single point which was of consequence. So, but I think that the overall picture is much different. And we will have to determine sooner than later whether we want Netanyahu to remain in power or not. I hope that he will lose the elections, and I hope the elections will take place soon. Because on the balance, what happened in Israel in the last 2 years was a gigantic failure of judgment, of understanding, of arrogance, of overconfidence. And I think that this has to be taken care of.
To the here and now, how do you think Iran will respond if they do retaliate?
What do you think? If I give them an advice, they will take it.
Do you think the Strait of Hormuz will be closed? How much of a risk do you think is posed to the Strait of Hormuz at this point?
The common wisdom is that Iran has to respond somehow, considering the humiliation and the damage that goes to their status, their position, their influence in the region and beyond the region. They are expected to react. Now, what can they do? They declare war on the United States of America. Shooting at Israel, they did before the American attack. Going back to the April of 2024, when they launched more than 200 ballistic missiles into the state of Israel in the middle of the war in Gaza. So that is part that we have been subject to for a long time. Now, what are they going to do? Shoot ballistic missiles at America? I don't think that this is something that even the more extremist lunatics, fundamentalist, Islamic crazy guys that are running Iran, that this is something that they want to do. So maybe they will close the Strait of Hormuz for a short while. I don't know. I think that there is an opportunity for Iran here to think again about their long-range strategy and possibly, just restrain their natural desire to react in a very extreme manner and try and think about a different direction. I hope maybe that, as I said again before, that the signal that was given, the powerful, decisive signal that was given by President Trump will lead them into a new direction. Let's see.
Just get us up to speed in terms of the latest then on this apparent truce, this apparent ceasefire.
Well, President Trump has posted for the second time in 6 hours that there is a ceasefire. A short while ago, about 10 minutes ago, he posted saying the ceasefire is now in effect. Please do not violate it. But from what we understand, in the last couple of hours, there have been a series of attacks. IDF has said that Iran launched 6 waves of missile attacks towards Israel. A short while ago, the AP reported that Israel had closed its air skies, and we're now hearing that they could be actually on the verge of resuming and reopening them. But the death toll reported this morning has now climbed to 4 per AP. And equally, on the Iran side, we have heard of the air defense systems being activated. Now, all of that happened before Trump posted a couple of minutes ago. So maybe we should actually take him at his word that the ceasefire is about to go into effect. But we have no official confirmation yet from Israel. There's been no confirmation that Israel have actually agreed to the terms of a ceasefire. And all we have from the Iranian side as of yet is a post that the Iranian foreign minister put up overnight saying that they had no ceasefire agreement, but that they would stop military attacks on Israel after 4 a.m. Tehran time. And that obviously did not come about. So a post now from Trump warning both sides not to go down the route of violations. I should also say in the earlier post that President Trump put up announcing this original ceasefire, he also warned, and this is important for where this goes from here, that additional strikes could be forthcoming if Iran does not negotiate a deal to restrict its nuclear program. So yes, there's this big announcement of a ceasefire, but what happens from here, Tom, is going to be crucial in terms of where the diplomatic channel comes from, whether Iran would actually sign up to some of the concessions that the U.S. are asking for, and if indeed Israel would see this ceasefire as a lasting ceasefire or just a temporary truce.
How was this strike coordinated with the Israelis on a strategic level, militarily, and on a tactical level? Was there any direct Israeli military participation in this operation?
Well, I would say certainly Israel had an incredible military success, especially at the beginning and ongoing, in degrading Iranian capabilities, in degrading Iranian launchers, MRBMs. It's been incredible to watch what our ally Israel has been able to do. And there certainly have been conversations. I mean, General Kurilla at CENTCOM has worked closely in the defense of Israel for many years. And part of this operation was the defense of Israel and the ongoing defense of Israel. But as it pertains to this strike, this was U.S. operated and U.S. led.
We took advantage of some of the preparatory work that's been done over the past week and a half in terms of axis of approach. I won't get into the particulars, but as the Secretary said, it was a U.S. strike. We made sure we were not in the same piece of airspace and sky. Aside from that, that was the extent of it.
First of all, what do we know about the ceasefire?
It really has been an extraordinary 12 hours or so. At the moment, all we know is what Donald Trump has said. And I think what's key at the moment is we've had absolutely nothing from Israel, not even a hint that it's either not going to adhere to what Trump has said or that it's on board with it. So we have to wait and see for that. What you mentioned at the top of your show, that we've had another 3 deaths in Israel from Iranian missile attacks, that's pretty significant. And I think, according to memory, these might actually be the first deaths in Israel for a week since about last Monday, because Iranian missile attacks had waned in the last few days, and they were almost all being intercepted. So that is a type of thing that could probably scupper Donald Trump's plans. We have to wait and see. You mentioned Abbas Araghchi, the Iranian foreign minister, there in his tweet. He mentioned 4 a.m. Well, we're well beyond 4 a.m. in Tehran. It's now about 7:30 in the morning there. So it's very unclear if what Trump said actually holds true and that we will see a ceasefire today.
Yeah, awaiting official comments from Israel also. Let me ask you about the attack, the Iranian attack on the U.S. base in Doha yesterday. The whole experience felt pretty surreal from our standpoint, from the moment that they announced that the airspace was closing to the explosions that were being heard in Doha. what is our interpretation of what Iran was trying to achieve?
I think Iran had to do something to save face, if nothing else, with its domestic population. And I think the Americans well knew that. It just depended what Iran would do and how spectacular and how aggressive that retaliation would be. In the end, it seemed like it was very choreographed, very calibrated, and there's even been speculation that Qatar knew that this was coming and was actually okay with it. The Al Udeid base that was targeted, which normally has about 8,000, 9,000 U.S. service members, was evacuated. The airspace in Qatar was closed down about an hour beforehand. A few hours before that, the U.S. Had urged its citizens in Qatar to seek shelter. So they knew it was coming. In fact, Donald Trump, in an extraordinary Truth Social post, even thanked Iran for the forewarning and said that they had now got it out of their system. And that is when oil markets dropped. Oil was plunging almost as soon as it became clear the Qatar attack wasn't serious.
So just to recap then, we are ostensibly supposed to be hearing about a ceasefire going into effect between Iran and Israel. But as for the Iranian retaliation to the U.S. strikes, is that done and dusted now? Have they sufficiently delivered the response and telegraphed it to the world?
It certainly seems that way. Iran didn't specify that last night and say, that's it, we're done. But by all implications, that's what it meant. And Trump seemed to take it that way, and so did the Americans. The Americans seem to think that this is Iran having done its thing, and we can call it even now.
Look, there's obviously been this question of regime change and whether part of the Israeli calculus is regime change. I think President Trump's tweets this evening on Truth Social are going to add some curiosity to the mix in terms of whether the U.S. is changing its position. But the regime change is a bit of a double-edged sword. I think there's certainly a potential that, what comes next in Iran is not democracy, but IRGC-istan. In other words, you have almost a military junta-like dictatorship with a fig leaf to the current theocratic autocracy. I think that would certainly be potentially hardliner, because you'd be having individuals jockeying for power, jockeying for position, and in order to secure them, usually what happens in these types of situations is people become more extreme, not less, to show that they are alone and can convince hardliners and can actually have the forces, the Quds forces, the army, they're backing that, they're worthy of it. So I think there is a real challenge here, there is a real risk. There's a large history, obviously, in a lot of Americans' minds, because it's quite recent, of what happens if you have regime change. And so I think that's going to be a real concern going forward here.
Jonathan, what about in terms of the reaction that we could see from other Gulf states in the days ahead? I mean, they had been, for the most part, recently advocating a bit of rapprochement when it comes to Tehran. Obviously, that seems to be a bit of a distant reality at the moment.
I think most of the Gulf states publicly are going to condemn what you saw in terms of the U.S. attacks, but do so gently. I think privately behind the scenes, the messaging from at least some of them is going to be significantly different. But the reality is they're all going to be quite concerned about the potential for Iranian missiles or rockets raining down on their countries, even if it's U.S. bases in their countries. Navcent, which is headquartered at Manama, is a really good example of this. The Bahrainis certainly are not going to want Iranian missiles targeting U.S. personnel and assets in their country. The second part of this is, look, we're going to see what happens with the Strait of Hormuz. You noted the parliament had voted to close it. That really doesn't mean much. The truth of the matter is you've got a fifth of the world's oil running through the straits, about a quarter of LNG. It will skyrocket prices, and yes, it will be a problem for the Chinese, who are very much reliant on it, but it depends on how long it's for. It could also create pressure in that the Iranians want to do this to try to get the Chinese to serve as their proxy to pressure the U.S. in order to try to get to a resolution much more quickly. I think all of those options are on the table.
Jonathan, before we let you go, is it too soon to write off Iran's proxies?
It's not too soon. They're diminished but not out. I think proxies like Hezbollah and Hamas are unlikely to engage at this point if they haven't already in a meaningful way. But Iran has significant proxies in terms of Iraqi Shia militants, and there are still U.S. forces in Iraq, and they certainly could be part of a reaction or a response, I should say, by Iran to U.S. strikes that happened from President Trump on Fordo, on Natanz, on Esfahan. And of course, the Houthis remain still out there. I think the Houthis are a little bit diminished. Clearly, their ability to fire missiles has been reined in, and there may be a question of whether they're facing a shortage as well. But the proxies diminished are not by any means destroyed completely right now and still could be a threat.
Jonathan, really great to have you with us. We appreciate your insights and time. Jonathan Panikov is a director of the Scowcroft Middle East Security Initiative at the Atlantic Council. Coming up next on the Asia Trade, we'll be taking a closer look at how these developments across the region are impacting the global economy with the IMF chief, Kristalina Georgieva, plus analysis with a former U.S. ambassador to Iraq and Kuwait and the Center for Strategic and International Studies. Much more ahead. This is Bloomberg.
We're watching for the market fallout amid the U.S. involvement in Israel's attack against Iran and looking at some safe haven bids now. The dollar is gaining ground almost all its G10 peers and a bit of a risk off when it comes to U.S. futures. For more on how markets are reacting as they open in Asia, we go across to Bloomberg editor Romain Bostic. Romain, we're seeing somewhat of a muted reaction today. I mean, how much has already been priced in to the markets?
Well, quite a bit. I mean, here in the U.S., keep in mind that stock indexes had been down about 1.5% or so. Remember, a lot of this sort of started when we had those first strikes by Israel on Iran. That was late on June 12th, U.S. time. And then when markets opened on June 13th, you saw a big sell-off there. You saw a huge spike in oil. Remember, Brent crude has rallied about 20% just over the past 2.5 weeks or so. So a lot of this was baked into the market. You were just looking at U.S. futures there on your screen, which opened up about an hour and a half ago. You did see a big spike lower, down about 1%, but most of those losses were paired pretty quickly. You saw a similar story when it came to what happened in the commodity space, a big spike higher, about 4% or so on Brent and WTI crude, and that peeled back just a little bit. It's a lot of what ifs out there right now, Avril, and that's really what this market has to contend with. The big question is, what is going to be the response by Iran? On top of that, people want to know, well, what are we going to hear from Europe? What are we going to hear from China? What are we going to hear from Japan? I think when we start to get a little bit more clarity as to what other world leaders have to say about this, what Iran's retaliation could potentially be, and of course, what the U.S. and Israeli response would be to that, I think you might get some more definitive moves in the market.
Yeah, it's quite interesting, the kind of muted moves that we're seeing at the moment, particularly not a lot of gains when it comes to bond havens, right? Is there a possibility that these markets could rally if there is sort of, a confirmation that we have, in fact, seen those nuclear capabilities destroyed, because that the verdict and the evidence is still out on that?
It's still out on that, but two people actually raised this to me. I found it kind of surprising. I spoke with two market strategists here in the U.S. Earlier this afternoon, and they basically said that, look, one of the biggest risks to stability in the Middle East has been Iran, whether it was its nuclear program or its funding of various proxy militias around the region. If those elements have indeed been obliterated or at least significantly tamped down, and if there is confirmation of that from a credible source, that removes a major risk. And a case in point, I think, is what you've seen over the last few days in Israel's benchmark index. That's the Tel Aviv 35. It's on a 6-day run. And remember, it trades Sunday through Thursday, and it closed on Sunday at a record high.
Romain, what about the safe haven of choice at this point? Are bonds definitively going to benefit less from such a play
I think right
than
now,
the dollar?
Yeah, well, as far as bonds go, I think this is also a situation where a lot of that was priced into U.S. Treasuries. We should also point out that U.S. Treasuries are having to contend with a lot of other things, such as the fiscal situation and other domestic issues that are going to have a greater impact than the Middle East issues. But FX is going to be the big play here. You are seeing strength in the dollar here. Surprisingly, you're not seeing as much strength as some people thought we would have in the yen or even in the Swiss franc. Maybe ratification that despite all of the talk about the demise of the dollar, it is still viewed as a haven asset, as a benchmark asset, as, of course, it is the most liquid and in the eyes of a lot of people, of course, it offers the most stability. So maybe that ends up being a beneficiary. Of course, we should point out the dollar on a year-to-date basis having one of the worst starts to a year in its history.
The very quick pricing of the spiralling conflict has taken place for markets, but I do wonder what sort of catalyst are we looking for that to potentially then feed into the next thing, which is whether the Fed or other central banks change their calculus when it comes to inflation.
It all has to do with inflation and whether we see a sustained spike in oil prices. Remember, they are elevated. We're trading right around $79 a barrel on Brent crude. And remember, we haven't been at these levels since basically early January. So at a time where everyone is worried about the potential for inflation, a sustained increase in those prices. And remember, it's not just oil prices, but natural gas prices as well. Both two commodities, of course, that are heavily dependent on those shipping lanes coming out of the Strait of Hormuz. And a big question right now is to whether Iran will or even has the capability of choking up that strait and preventing the supply of oil and gas from flowing out of the region. If that is the case, most of the strategists here on Wall Street have modeled in estimates of Brent crude above $90, even maybe potentially approaching $100 a barrel. And yes, that would be an inflationary shock, and that would be something that central banks, including the Fed, would have to deal with.
Romain, do the moves in crypto tell us anything about sort of the underlying sentiment that we're seeing here?
Yeah, the moves in crypto were quite interesting. We actually saw a pretty big drop earlier in the session here on Sunday morning in the United States. Ether was the biggest drop, down about 10%. Bitcoin plunged about 6 to 7%. You're seeing the numbers now on your screen. This is the new session. Basically, we did see a little bit of an uptick. Bitcoin back above the 100,000 level. But it adds to this question about whether it really is being traded as a haven asset or whether it still remains a speculative asset. And I think the drop down that we saw early in the session was maybe indicative of the idea that it is still a speculative asset, at least for a lot of those folks who trade it. And when risk was off, as it was earlier in the session, we saw prices down. But now with risk maybe potentially coming back on, you see prices modestly elevated.
Romain, great to have you with us. Our Bloomberg editor and co-anchor of The Close, Romain Bostic, there with a look at those markets as Asia wakes up for their reaction. And Bloomberg subscribers can get more on TLI if you go on the terminal for the latest commentary, analysis from our editors. This is Bloomberg. Let's take a look at some of the other stories that we're following this hour. And British Airways at the moment is in focus as we continue to monitor really some of the geopolitical risks that we're seeing at the moment. Of course, we're watching to see what that next reaction is going to be from Iran after the flurry of US attacks over the weekend. But take a look at what we're watching when it comes to the aviation space. We saw the cancellation from BA of several flights to Dubai, including diverting 2 planes. It also halted some flights to Qatar and Bahrain. Singapore Airlines cancelling 2 flights on Sunday between Singapore and Dubai, warning that other flights may also be affected. Major US cities, including New York, Washington and Los Angeles, are tightening security after Iran warned that it was reserving all options to respond to the US strikes. Police have increased patrols at religious institutions, diplomatic facilities and public spaces. Officials say no credible threats currently exist, but are urging people to be vigilant. Ukraine says Russia is showing no signs of winding down its war in Ukraine. The Ukrainian military's commander-in-chief says Russia still has almost 700,000 troops deployed and another 121,000 in strategic reserves. And President Volodymyr Zelensky has alleged that Kyiv has evidence that Moscow is preparing new military operations on European territory without giving further details, April.
Yeah, the focus still really is on what Iran's response to the U.S. moves over the weekend is going to look like. We're seeing a bit of a risk-off, 0.33% down when it comes to U.S. futures. It's interesting, though, a lot of it has seemed to already have been priced into the market. This is Bloomberg.
Take a look at what we're watching when it comes to oil prices at the moment. It's interesting. It almost feels like the calm potentially before the next round of volatility, as we have seen some of the tops when it comes to oil potentially looking a little bit more baked in after that US attack on Iran. The spike is sort of ramping up the risk to supplies there, of course, as we saw those 3 main nuclear sites being attacked over the weekend. We saw a rally when it comes to benchmark Brent of just shy of about 6% there, but really it does dramatically raise the expectations of confrontation, potentially the threat to the Strait of Hormuz as well is what we're watching at the moment, given some of the domestic conversation within Iran about a possible blockade. But this is what we're seeing across the region as Asia starts to price in some of those risks. Let's get more on the perspectives when it comes to oil markets amid these ongoing tensions. Joining us now in Sydney is Claudio Galimberti, who's a chief economist at Rystad Energy. Claudio, great to have you with us. And if you take a look at Brent prices, while we are off session highs at the moment, still noticeably higher from the highs of last week. So what does that tell you about the mentality of what we're seeing amongst oil traders right now?
Thank you for inviting us. It tells me that there is a huge geopolitical risk premium which keeps on increasing. So it was just before the U.S. attack about $10 per barrel. And right now there is the risk it can go up as high as $15 per barrel in the course of today. So initial price reaction is still, I would say, muted to some extent. So we see Brent at 78. It was 75 at closure on Friday. So it's about $2-3 higher. It could be much higher, depending on what Iran decides to do.
And that obviously has to do with whether or not we see a partial or complete blockade of Hormuz.
Correct.
What risk do you assign to that, and what do you see as the impact? Obviously, it impacts different importers in different ways.
Well, the parliament in Iran just stated that they should go for the blockade of Hormuz. And now this is easier said than done. It's a very large piece of, strait, right? So we need to understand the fact that no one would benefit from it, not even Iran itself, because the export of Iran goes through the Strait of Hormuz. But this is an extreme situation, right? So Iran has been attacked, and the regime might want to retaliate. And retaliation, at this point, the Strait of Hormuz is one of the prime targets. So we need to watch very closely. 30% of the oil and water goes through the Strait of Hormuz. So any form of disruption would have a very, very significant.
Where do oil prices go if we have that worst-case scenario?
It can go anywhere between 80 to 90, even $100 per barrel. It depends on the extent of the disruption. It depends on the duration, right? So from this standpoint, we still believe that a full blocking on the strait would be extremely hard to implement. It requires a lot of military equipment, but it's also you would have pretty much the entire world against it, because no one benefits from choking this, probably one of the most vital strait for the world economy, right? So the country that would be fully against it is China, and China is one of the allies of Iran right now, right? So China and Russia have been on Iran's side, and therefore China for sure wouldn't be for such an occurrence. And that tells me that it's definitely a tail event, but we need to be very much aware that this could happen. And if that happens, then you can have a price flare up that can be extremely high. It can be in Brent can go in triple digit. It depends, right, on how much oil gets disrupted. So,
Claudio, since you mentioned China, how much pressure do you think Beijing would be able to exert on Tehran if it decides to choke off the Strait of Hormuz? Again, as you say, this is a very extreme course of action and might not actually materialize. But, you know, what are we actually talking about here when it comes to China and Iran?
So currently China buys everything, all the oil exported by Iran is bought by China. We're talking about 1.4 million barrels per day. Therefore, we may argue that pretty much there is a huge financial dependence of Iran. Iran when it comes to China. So the pressure there is a multiple front. Consider that Iran has these allies that are Russia and China primarily. And the situation is very complicated, but I would say that the blockage of the Straits of Hormuz is going to be very hard. But we need to consider that as one of the potential for the next few days. And specifically when it comes to the reaction, retaliation by Iran, that's not the only thing they can do. They can target other oil facility in the region. And the region produces a huge amount of oil. You have, of course, the UAE, you have Saudi Arabia, you have Kuwait, and so on and so forth, and you have Iraq. Now, the United States was very clear yesterday, any form of retaliation would be met with extreme force. So that, of course, increases the risk of a flare-up and of potential damage to oil facility in the region.
Even as we wait to see what Iran will ultimately do, we've already been seeing some signal disruptions, other sorts of disruptions as well in the Strait, maybe also because of shipping concerns going into the waterway. How much disruption are we ultimately already seeing at the moment?
So, I mean, what we've seen is that first of all, ships now tend to go through the Strait of Hormuz on the Omani side, right? So this is the first and obvious, the easiest thing to do. What we've seen is that some ships have been diverted, so they decided not to go through the straits for the risk of being targeted. So up until the weekend, we hadn't seen any disruption in the flow. So that's the reason why the price was obviously we had a very high risk premium, but not extremely high. But what happened over the weekend clearly changes completely the dynamics, because right now we have the United States has entered the war on the side of Israel and against Iran, and this changes completely the dynamics, and therefore the situation is now completely changed. So we could see, as a matter of fact, a huge decrease in the flow of oil over the next couple of weeks. So we just need to monitor. At this point, it's so early that it's very difficult to assess. But what we can expect is that there's going to be a lot of volatility in the market in the next couple of weeks for sure.
Claudio, what do you think the likely response from OPEC Plus is going to be?
So OPEC Plus, this is very important, because what we have seen is that of course, we are going through an extremely volatile period in the Middle East. This is Israel attacked Iran already 2 weeks ago. And what we have said is that the OPEC Plus has a lot of spare capacity. So we're talking about almost 6 million barrels a day of production, which is kept offline as a result of the successive production cuts that the organization made over the past 3 years. So this is a very important cushion, because imagine there is a facility which is hit somewhere in the Middle East, maybe 100,000 barrels per day are basically taken out. But there is this 6 million barrels a day of capacity that can come online at any point in time. The problem, though, is that it all sits on north of the Strait of Hormuz. So even if this spare capacity is brought back online, it still need to go through the Strait of Hormuz. So this is very important to bear in mind. But it is a fact that at least we have the ability to deploy some capacity by OPEC Plus, which is considerable. Also, very important, Saudi Arabia can direct some of its production from east to west using a pipeline, bypassing the Strait of Hormuz. Also, the United Emirates, they can use a pipeline to Fujairah to bypass the Strait of Hormuz. Therefore, there is the ability to kind of address any problem through the Strait of Hormuz, but it's not going to be the 20 million barrels a day that go through the Strait of Hormuz on a daily basis. Probably you can redirect 6 to 7 million barrels per day. So it's Strait of Hormuz remains an extremely important deal right now at this point.
Right. That's a key point, having the spare capacity, but what about having it move around where it needs to go? Claudio Galimbati, Chief Economist at Rystad Angie, thank you so much for your insights. Now, China has criticized the U.S. strike on Iranian nuclear facilities, saying again that it's willing to join international efforts to restore peace in the Middle East. And U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is calling on Beijing to ensure Iran keeps the Strait of Hormuz open.
Well, I encourage the Chinese government in Beijing to call them about that, because they heavily depend on the Straits of Hormuz for their oil. If they do that, it'll be another terrible mistake. It's economic suicide for them if they do it. And we retain options to deal with that. But other countries should be looking at that as well. It would hurt other countries' economies a lot worse than ours.
You good? All right.
Let's bring in our China correspondent, Min Lo, for us. So, Min, what are we hearing exactly from the Chinese side?
Yes, China has condemned the U.S. attack on Iran's nuclear sites. We know that China has previously called on the U.S. to do more to calm the conflict, but I guess attacking the nuclear sites isn't exactly China's vision of calming the conflict. In fact, there is a Global Times editorial that really criticized how the U.S. is escalating the conflict even more by entering the fray and using more higher level weapons to escalate things even further and destabilizing the region. And China says that Iran will likely see this as an act of provocation. It could threaten to spill over this conflict to the wider region. So China is extremely against this move from the U.S. But of course, analysts are saying that the fact that U.S. is engaged in this war in Iran, it is a distraction for Washington from the strategic competition with China. So that's a side benefit that China could reap from this in some ways. But China's stand is still the same as before. They strongly condemn the attack from Israel and from the U.S. They continue to call on all parties, especially Israel, to cease fire, and says that they are willing to do what they can to mediate or facilitate peace and stability in the region, but nothing beyond that rhetorical support so far.
Yeah, it's interesting that no sort of meaningful support has really been given in terms of beyond normal trade relations, right? But what do we know in terms of the outsized impact that any sort of Strait of Hormuz blockade would have on China in particular?
Yes, China relies on the Middle East for nearly half of its energy needs. And as you heard from the analysts earlier, China imports almost all of Iran's oil, crude oil. And so it does have some leverage over Iran. And as Marco Rubio also mentioned, it is in some ways economic suicide for Iran if it closes that Strait of Hormuz, given that 85% of Iran's exports come from its energy exports. So it's a very sort of critical choke point here. And as the analyst said, it could be quite difficult for Iran to actually close that. Iran controls the northern side of that Strait of Hormuz, and Saudi Arabia, Qatar controls the southern side of the strait. But China right now, according to official statistics, Russia is still China's largest source of energy imports. And it does have imports from other countries in the Middle East. And as the analyst mentioned as well, there are these alternative pipelines that Saudi Arabia and Emirates have. Although the capacity is limited, according to the U.S. Energy Information Administration, they can free up additional about 2.6 million barrels of oil per day on average, but that's a drop in the bucket compared to what the Strait of Hormuz handles a day, about 20 million barrels a day. So, of course, markets are already pricing in the risk of potential disruption to oil flows.
Bloomberg's China correspondent Min Min Lo there with the latest. More ahead on the Asia trade. This is Bloomberg. Take a look at how we're setting up. We're just 15 minutes away from the start of cash trading here in Australia. We're seeing decidedly lower outlook when it comes to Asian stocks, likely to really follow the track of US futures lower there as well, as we continue to watch what goes on with the Strait of Hormuz and those risks to global oil flows as the Israel, Iran and now US involvement in this conflict continues. Well, the International Monetary Fund will also be closely watching the impact of the US strike on Iran. Let's get over to Tokyo. Our co-anchor Sherry Ann is standing by with our next special guest. Sherry.
And Heidi, perhaps lower and more pressure on the global economy, given, of course, the ongoing uncertainty, not only from geopolitical tensions, but also from the trade environment. Joining me now here is the IMF Managing Director, Kristalina Georgieva. Managing Director, great to have you here in Tokyo. Welcome.
Thank you.
It's very difficult to say right now how these geopolitical tensions in the Middle East will unfold. But at this point, what is the IMF watching very closely on how this could impact the global economy?
We are looking at this as another source of uncertainty in what has been a highly uncertain environment. And we are watching for two things. One, how would that impact risk premia for oil and gas? There has been some movement upward. How far would it go? And two, would there be any disruption in energy supplies? For now, no. But let's see how events would develop, whether either the delivery routes or spillovers to other countries may occur. I pray no.
Right. Is the transmission mechanism the channels where you're seeing the biggest Middle East shock in energy prices at the moment?
It is in energy prices, yes. Of course, there could be secondary and tertiary impact. Let's say there is more turbulence that goes into hitting growth prospects of large economies, and then you have a trigger impact in a downward revision of prospects for global growth. As you know, we have already revised the downward growth projections for this year, and we will be coming up with our next projections in July. So far, what we see in the first 2 quarters of the year broadly confirms the picture we have painted in April, and it is somewhat slower global growth, but no recession.
Especially when it comes to the United States, you also upped the potential of recession risk in your last update in April.
Indeed, indeed. We went up to nearly 40% risk of recession, yet when you look at the probabilities, still there is a higher probability that the U.S. in this year may avoid recession. But please, let's not rock the boat any further.
Especially given that we have inflationary risk as well, right? Given that we do not know where energy prices will end up being, but at the same time, given the transmission mechanism, is stagflation risk in the U.S. a real concern?
For now, we see the disinflation in the United States continuing, but not to a point in which the Fed feels comfortable to cut interest rates right now. What we expect towards the end of the year is possibly for the Fed to apply judgment that time may have come for some adjustment of interest rates downwards. We are not seeing dramatic change in the U.S. Labor market remains strong. We see 4%, around 4% increase in pay. What does it translate into? Consumers feeling more comfortable to spend. But the more there is uncertainty, the more there is volatility, the worse it is for business. When there is uncertainty, what happens? Investors don't invest, consumers don't consume, and that holds growth prospects down.
And it really complicates the matter for the Federal Reserve, and yet you still expect them to at least be able to act if conditions were kept until the end of the year.
Well, I mean, inflation has been going down. It is almost to target. At the same time, there is a little bit of slowdown in economic activity, and that could lead the Fed to apply judgment that the time has come for some reduction in interest rates. But for now, they are saying, well, let's see what next, because, as you said, we don't know whether there may be upward pressure from energy prices on inflation. We don't know whether the tariff situation would stabilize. There have been some positive steps, some agreements already in place, a commitment to continue to negotiate, but that has not yet been finalized.
The blanket tariffs, the pause ends on July 9th. We don't know which way that will go, right? We have seen this ongoing uncertainty and, of course, the geopolitics as well. A little bit of a lack of confidence when it comes to American assets, whether it's the U.S. dollar or treasuries and volatility around that. Do you expect that to continue? I guess my question is also something that has been asked a lot, the end of U.S. exceptionalism.
Well, let's recognize two things. One, the U.S. economy is very dynamic. It is an innovation-driven economy. It is one of the very few where productivity has been growing, much stronger than in the rest of the world. It has very deep and liquid capital markets, and it attracts financial flows for all these reasons. When we look at the size of the U.S. economy, say about a quarter of the world economy, and then we look at the size of financial assets in the United States, which is almost 3/4 of financial assets of the world, inevitably there would be some thinking maybe there has to be more diversification to other places. What is the problem? The rest of the world economy doesn't show the same dynamism and profitability for money to fly there.
Are you seeing more of that here in Japan?
I am impressed by what Japan has been doing over the last years. We have seen monetary policy normalization proceeding robustly, steadily. Japan's growth is very close to potential. We assess potential growth at around 0.5 percentage point. Japan, we expect to grow this year, maybe even 0.6%. But aging population and limits to that ability to offer more dynamism means that policymakers and businesses have to do more.
And it's so difficult for the Bank of Japan that's trying to normalize and hike rates, and we're seeing this divergent monetary path around the world. That brings its own risks.
It is a very different world today than what we had right after COVID. Right after COVID, we had central banks going in a lockstep. Monetary policy opened up more space for injecting liquidity in the economy. So monetary policy, fiscal policy, all over the world, pretty much doing the same thing. Now we are in a very different place when monetary policy around the world has to go in different directions. We have in some countries monetary policy, some tightening. We see some countries actually losing, getting a bit more space through monetary policy. And why is this difficult? It is much easier if you can sit in your chair as a governor of a central bank, look around and say, everybody is cutting, I'm cutting as well. Or everybody is tightening, I'm going to tighten as well. Now we are in a place where everybody has to judge on data for their own conditions.
Managing Director, really good to have you here in Tokyo. Kristalina Georgieva joining us, of course, of the IMF here in Japan, April.
Sherry-Ann in Tokyo for us. Let's take a quick look at how futures are faring in the Asia-Pacific. Likely to be a risk-off day based on what we're seeing. Plenty more ahead. This is Bloomberg. This is the Asia trade. We're counting down to Asia's major market opens. And Heidi, for much of the past week, we have been waiting to see the extent in which the U.S. would be directly involved in this conflict with Iran. Now that it's being drawn into Israel's attacks on Iran, it's also really interesting how there's still not much clarity when it comes to markets, particularly for oil.
There's also not much clarity when it comes to exactly how much of those nuclear capabilities and materials have been destroyed, right? The evidence is sort of conflicting in that sense. We wait for more clarity on that. We wait for more clarity when it comes to Iran's sort of domestic approach and strategy when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz, because that's obviously going to determine where we see oil prices go next.
Yeah, and as some of our analysts were pointing out earlier, it's also about the extent in which OPEC Plus can channel its spare capacity in the event that Iran takes a very extreme course of action. But today, we are seeing that bit of risk of filtering through into the stock markets. But this muted response, following on from what we already saw in U.S. futures, perhaps this speaks to the sense of how difficult the geopolitical situation has been for investors to position. The yen moves perhaps capped or offset by what we're seeing in the gains in the U.S. dollar. Now flip the board and take a look at what we're seeing in Korea as well. Likely to see a bit of that risk off in markets there. The extent of the decline much more severe than what we're seeing in Japanese stock markets. And again, watching out for the signs of the dollar short squeeze, seeing the Korean won on the back foot there, Heidi.
Take a look at what we're watching when it comes to Australian assets at the moment. Quite decided downside when it comes to just a good start to trading here has become online for the ASX, but stocks already seeing somewhat lower, about 0.4%. They were also seeing that back foot trading when it comes to the Aussie dollar, a clear kind of assessment of risk there. Also, what's been quite interesting is that muted reaction we've seen across treasuries. Clearly not one of the key beneficiaries when it comes to this sort of haven rally. These initial gains in oil are seeing that sort of fade as well as we wait for further developments. In terms of Australia's position, it's interesting. We've had some breaking news just over the past sort of hour or so, abandoning its previous neutral stance on Iran and those strikes, and backing US President Trump's strikes on those nuclear facilities. A pretty major departure in terms of Australia's position there. Let's bring in now George Barburis, who's the Managing Director at K2 Asset Management. So in a sense, I mean, clearly the risk assessment is changing sort of minute by minute and hour by hour. What are you watching for at the moment, and where this could progress from here?
Good morning. Good to be here. A number of moving parts, but first and foremost, as investors, we always reinforce alert but not alarmed. We're always looking through uncertainty to see what comes at the other side. And in this case, the geopolitical event is just that. It's concentrated at this stage. And even though people call it complacency or muted response, we are fully invested across the asset classes, and we don't see, and there won't be any hard data impact of what's just happened over the weekend with the US and Iran. And obviously 2-3 weeks ago, when Israel started to intensify those bombings into Iran, there was a amplified vol pickup at the time, and risk off across the different asset classes. And but just to reinforce is that for here and now, geopolitically, we'll wait and see if there's a response from Iran, and that would take some time. But the thing to reinforce is that the week ahead has got PCE deflated from the US. We've got commentary from the Fed last week. We know the hard data is more resilient but slowing, and we know the soft data in the US is quite weak, and it's the lowest correlation of soft data to hard data. That's keeping us awake as we're trying to gauge what the future credit conditions and impact to earnings will be and the bottoming out of the US earnings cycle. That's what we're trying to find out, and through the hard data month by month, and we'll just keep doing that. And these events over the past 24 hours and geopolitical events, they'll come and go. But again, finishing where I started, people are calling it complacency and muted response. We are actively looking at it, and there's no real need here to be selling assets across the board. We're just fully invested across the asset classes, all parts of the capital structure, and it seems quite reasonable, the prices there, given where one-year earnings are, even though they're weakening.
What changes that for you then, George?
Hard data changing. Hard data changing. So we know, for example, why is there a muted response, for example, for oil price? Well, it's very convenient that the Saudis increase supply into the global market to help cushion the GDP detraction from the trade wars. So it's not quite like for like, but that is a good cushion for the year ahead. So that's context that's quite important, and that's a muted response to oil. Also, the US has got the independence to energy, and that's also quite convenient. But we need to find out how the trade wars are impacting the hard data in the second half. And the survey data has got that. It seems to have a low correlation to predictability at the moment because it's so severe on the downside, and it's quite resilient so far. So if we get 1 to 2 readings of hard data that's quite weak, then we see that you have to what do the Federal Reserve say? At the moment, they've been quite cautious, even though PCE deflator is well in check. They're sitting back, rightly so, and to see what sort of outcome, because the US is going to roll out the deregulation and extension of tax cuts in some form. So again, I'll reinforce it. What's the impact of hard data? What's the verification of that? And what's the impact of the earnings? At this stage, it's slowing, but it's resilient relative to expectation, which is the survey data.
George, I was just going to say, it's almost easy to forget that we are still in the midst of a trade war. I mean, as you alluded to, what do you think the impact ultimately is going to look like, not just in the second half of this year, but perhaps into the first half of next year, especially on earnings?
Downside impact to earnings from the trade war in aggregate, and downside impact to global GDP. Then there'll be a turnaround sometime mid-next year and upward revisions. Now, just to reinforce in some context again, active fund managers like ourselves, like many others, we are, and this may be an issue, that we may be incorrect, but we are second-guessing that a 10 to 30% global tariff range will be the outcome broadly, with some outliers in there, let's just say China. That is, the world can absorb that. That is quite reasonable. The earnings impact won't be as bad, and the downside to GDP of up to 0.7% of detraction from global growth may not occur. But if it's anything outlier for long periods of time of 90 days, then we'll put downgrades to that. But at this stage, again, the tariffs are going to be a detraction. That's already priced in, and the IMF downgraded in April after upgrading in January. The hard data and the second order condition and the momentum of data is slowing, but not at the same rate that people thought, so it's resilient, and the earnings impact. But again, context, the Saudis' increased supply over the past 3-4 months has been a reasonable cushion and support to the tariff trade, but it's still net negative for global growth. But again, reinforcing, the Federal Reserve seems to be leading globally, where it's not reinventing its core inflation forecast to justify rate cuts. It's a wait-and-see approach to be what is the most reasonable outcome, and for them to sit back and say rate cuts in the second half of the year on the hard data slowdown verification seems reasonable, and that seems to be what we've been looking at, the way the portfolios and the risk across the capital structure.
George, while you were speaking, we've since heard from the Israeli IDF and how they have identified missiles being launched from Iran towards Israel, as we keep an eye on the extent in which Tehran is going to choose its response. And you're, of course, looking at some of these live pictures from Tel Aviv there, incredibly tense situation. I wanted to get your thoughts as well. What do you think the role of the dollar is amid all this?
Yeah, a very good question. Even though we have been second-guessing the White House that they wanted a weaker dollar this year without an official status of that outcome, the thing to reinforce is that if there is a real big spike in volatility, something extreme, the dollar will be bid, as with the yen, US Treasuries will be bid, and gold will be bid again. So those things will come to the fore if there's a large kurtosis event or a large sigma event across the board. But at the moment, what is going to be concerning is that the headlines are very unpleasant. And obviously what's going on in the Middle East and the intensification of the conflict can be controlled. And there are implications for the key GCC Gulf states that have been doing quite well economically, particularly Saudi, UAE, and Qatar, but UAE and Saudi have been the big beneficiaries of it, and UAE been a beneficiary of earnings outside of resources because of the large growth in banking and bank earnings, obviously with Dubai growing. So that will be on the pause and hold for the short term. But taking a step back, a large amplified volatility event, the dollar would be bid again in the short term, even though we're getting a sense of that weakness year to date is what the White House wants, but it's not an official outcome. But we see dollar strength in calendar 2026 as an FYI.
That's really interesting to hear, George. And indeed, I think we're seeing in the short term today, the dollar catching a bit. Thank you so much for your analysis. Really great to chat. George Boboras is Managing Director at K2 Asset Management. Now, it's interesting. We've been seeing, right, Heidi, how there is a risk-off today, but it is a pretty muted reaction, all things considered. The steeper movers are what we're seeing in terms of defense stocks. Those are the stocks that are kind of going against the grain of the broader market moves, both in some of these Japanese counters as well as what we're seeing in Korea.
Yeah, and of course, a key focus remains over what we see when it comes to pricing action within the oil space. And what's really kind of been quite interesting is that perhaps more than anything, even as we see some of those sustained gains across the oil rally, markets obviously weighing that risk after the US strike over Iran and what it means when it comes to the debate over the Strait of Hormuz, which could be targeted by Iran in retaliation. There's been a domestic vote on that. That has been really key. But of course, there's also been a lot of narrative as to who exactly that benefits, not even Iran, right? But certainly huge downside when it comes to markets like China as well. But this is a picture as we look at energy markets at the moment, also watching energy stocks as well, particularly those that are trading here in Australia. There's a whole cluster of them. They would expect to see some volatility in trading there as well. But that initial move, interestingly, when it comes to oil trading in Asia, has been a little bit of a fade rather than much more of a spike. So clearly the lack of signs that supply disruptions are happening, at least right now, when it comes to international oil infrastructure, is creating a little bit more of a pullback when it comes to this market. But of course, we continue to watch what will happen. We've seen Israel refraining from targeting the main crude export terminal at Karg Island for Iran. And at the same time, there's no confirmation, at least at the moment, that Iran or Tehran will move against the Strait of Hormuz or its production facilities in neighbouring states as well. But of course, this is very much a breaking story and a movable feast. More ahead on the Asia trade. This is Bloomberg.
We have a window of opportunity to return to dialogue and diplomacy. If that window closes, violence and destruction could reach unthinkable levels, and the global non-proliferation regime, as we know it, could crumble and fall.
The bombing of Iranian nuclear facilities by the United States marks a perilous turn in a region that is already reeling. From the outset of the crisis, I have repeatedly condemned any military escalation in the Middle East. The people of the region cannot endure another cycle of destruction.
We do have some breaking news from the state-run IRNA citing Iranians Iran's foreign minister, I should say, on a visit to Russia, that Iran's foreign minister Agachi will be meeting Putin for talks on, quote, shared threats, according to this report. This, of course, is quite interesting because at the moment we see these sort of strategic allies of Russia and China as having provided really just rhetorical support so far, no major substantive support to Iran. We know that when it comes to the Strategic Cooperation Treaty signed between Iran and Russia earlier this year, it was made very clear there were no mutual defence obligations there either. So this conversation will be one to watch. This as we continue to brace for Iran's response. We have heard that update from the IDF that they've identified missiles launched from Iran towards Israel just in the last few minutes or so. And Tehran has warned that all options are open after the US attacks. But given the more muted response from these allies like Russia and China, let's take a look at the economic and geopolitical impact now. Joining us now is Bloomberg's chief economist, Tom Orlick. Our China correspondent, Min Min Lo, is also with us from Hong Kong. And Min Min, you know, it'll be interesting to watch the discussion between Russia and Iran, because certainly when it comes to Beijing's response, they've really wanted to kind of play peacemaker. The support that they've given has been largely rhetorical, as we've mentioned. What is the balancing act that China is trying to strike right now?
Yeah, China is carefully positioning itself as the neutral party here, and it definitely doesn't want to risk going into proxy war with the United States, knowing that Israel has the Trump administration behind it. And China is also trying to avoid getting entangled in any secondary sanctions if it were to provide any material support to Tehran. And that's why it's been very careful. It's provided just diplomatic support, calling for all sides to as soon as possible to cease fire, and especially calling on Israel to stop the attacks, also condemning the U.S. attack as well. There was a Global Times editorial really criticizing the U.S. for escalating tensions even further by wading into the conflict and using these bunker buster bombs to achieve what Israel cannot. So essentially using higher level weapons to escalate tensions even further instead of cooling down the conflict. So China has condemned that, but beyond that, it's not really providing any significant support aside from rhetorical support, as you said.
Tom, let's bring you in. I mean, there's been all this talk about Beijing being displeased if the Strait of Hormuz were to be cut off. But what are you seeing in terms of the demand backdrop for oil in China?
So that's a really interesting question, Avril, and I think a key question, not just for China, but for the world as a whole, is what is Tehran's next move, and what does that mean for global oil supply? Now, in an extreme scenario, if Iran decides to strike back hard, potentially closing the Strait of Hormuz, that's when we could see oil prices rising towards $130 a barrel. And that would really be a game changer for the global economy, significantly pushing inflation higher and dragging growth lower. For China, already struggling with a trade war with the United States, real estate stress, certainly those higher oil prices will be very unwelcome. The big question, though, is that the path that Tehran plans to take? Our bet, and we've got some pretty deep experts in the geopolitics.
ओके गाइस, क्रूड ऑयल को देखोगे नेचुरल गैस में छोटा सा बाइंग का ट्रेड है फिलहाल के लिए। 2-3 न्यूज़ कंटिन्यूसली आ रही हैं जिसमें वी कैन सी लाइक कंटिन्यूसली जो ईरान और इजराइल के बीच सीज फायर हुआ है, इजराइल ने फिर से कहा है कि वो फिर से अटैक करेंगे क्योंकि ईरान ने किया है। तो उसकी वजह से क्रूड ऑयल थोड़ा सा वॉलेटाइल ज़्यादा हो गया था मॉर्निंग पे। The target eliminated in Lebanon was Haitham Baqi, who had financial ties to Hezbollah. बाकी ऑलरेडी लंदन सेशन तो ओपन है, लेट्स सी 3:30 तक कुछ मोमेंटम आता है। मॉर्निंग पे वॉलेटाइल बहुत था पहले। कि सेल ऑफ आया, दो तीन जगह अपॉर्चुनिटी मिल तो रही थी, बट वो कैंडल ही ओपन इक्वल टू लो, ओपन इक्वल टू हाई में ही मार्केट घूमता रह गया। लेट्स सी अब थोड़ा सा मोमेंटम करता है अगर, तो ये कि पहला सपोर्ट है एंड देन के नीचे एक सपोर्ट आपको 308 307 के आसपास मिलेगा। वो भी एक बार टेस्ट हो चुका है, तो दूसरी बार आएगा शायद। वो भी स्ट्रॉन्ग ही है, ये पहली बार का लेवल है। ऊपर ऐसा कोई रेजिस्टेंस इमीडिएटली तो बना नहीं है फिलहाल के लिए, बट कल का जो लो रहेगा दैट इज़ अ काइंड ऑफ अ रेजिस्टेंस, एंड उसके ऊपर जाता है तो कल का हाई दैट इज़ अगेन अ रेजिस्टेंस एरिया। क्रूड ऑयल में देखते हैं, थोड़ा सा और ऊपर आएगा तो एक सेलिंग का प्लान वहाँ पर रहेगा। थोड़ा सा और ऊपर आएगा तो नॉट राइट नाउ। नेचुरल गैस का ध्यान रखना, ये नेचुरल गैस में आपका नेक्स्ट मंथ का फ्यूचर का चार्ट है, तो कंफ्यूज मत होना, ठीक है। दिस इज नेक्स्ट मंथ फ्यूचर चार्ट। इंडियन मार्केट को भी देखोगे, मॉर्निंग पे गैप अप के बाद थोड़ा बहुत मोमेंटम किया था, फिर प्रॉफिट बुकिंग आ गई, इसमें भी हाई लेवल से रेजिस्टेंस जोन के अराउंड। लाइक करते रहो गाइस, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम। बाकी 3:30 के बाद शायद थोड़ा वॉल्यूम और कम हो जाए मार्केट में। Israel says Iran violated ceasefire announced by Trump, order new strike. क्रूड भी साइड लग रहा है, नेचुरल गैस भी साइडवेज ही लग रहा है। बाकी देखो सीज फायर कंप्लीटली हो जाता है तो और आ सकता है क्रूड नीचे आने को, डिपेंड ऑन द सिचुएशन कैसी है। कल ट्रम्प की ओर से स्टेटमेंट कह सकते हो या फिर ट्वीट आया था, सॉरी, जिसमें उन्होंने कहा था कि क्रूड ऑयल के प्राइस को कम करना चाहिए। इंटरनेशनल मार्केट में जो क्रूड ऑयल के प्राइस हैं उनको कम करना चाहिए। ये स्टेटमेंट था कल ट्रम्प का। ठीक है, इंडियन मार्केट भी क्लोज होने वाला है। बाकी गोल्ड को देखोगे गैप डाउन ओपन हुआ था, बड़ी कैंडल बनाई है फर्स्ट 15 मिनट की एमसीएक्स में। फॉरेक्स में थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा क्लियर दिखेगा आपको चार्ट, वहाँ पर मार्केट गिरा गैप डाउन के बाद। आज वहाँ पर भी गैप डाउन हुआ था अर्ली मॉर्निंग 3:30 पे जब ओपन हुआ था, उसके बाद कंटिन्यूसली सेलिंग ही आई थी। फिलहाल होल्ड करके बैठा हुआ है, लेट्स सी कितने देर और होल्ड करता है। नहीं, क्रूड में अभी कोई ट्रेड नहीं है, देयर इज नो ट्रेडिंग क्रूड। नेचुरल गैस में एक बाइंग का है ये। क्रूड में थोड़ा सा और प्राइस एक्शन बनने दो। मॉर्निंग पे ज़्यादा ही वॉलेटिलिटी हो गई है तो फ़ायदा नहीं है। बाकी वैसे फॉरेक्स में देखोगे तो मॉर्निंग की फर्स्ट 15 मिनट की कैंडल के अंदर ही चल रहा है फॉरेक्स में क्रूड ऑयल। ज़्यादा बाहर गया नहीं है उसके अभी तक। क्योंकि वॉल्यूम थोड़ा सा शायद डाउन है नेचुरल गैस में अब। इसका एक रीटेस्ट वहां पर पेंडिंग है, शायद थोड़ा बहुत करेगा तो। एक बार यहाँ से, फिर ये सेकंड टाइम था इसका ये ब्रेकडाउन किया है, तो एक रीटेस्ट तो बनता है। से मॉर्निंग पे तो कर दिया इसने, एक फिर भी पेंडिंग है। कब की डेट है ये? कल रुका नहीं ना यहाँ पे प्राइस। 3:45 1 PM के आसपास। फॉरेक्स का चार्ट परफेक्ट है। कल आया था ना ये, आई थिंक अर्ली मॉर्निंग, बट होल्ड कर गया। 6 में नहीं आया लेवल पे। टाइम फ्रेम इंक्रीज कर देते हैं। बाकी मैंने कल एक स्टॉक बताया था, आपको याद होगा, वेदांता का। नोटिस किया किसी ने? डेली टाइम फ्रेम पे मैंने बताया था कल आप लोगों को। अपॉर्चुनिटी मिल सकती है, आज फ्लैट ही ओपन हुआ है। आता है तो कल का जो लेवल बताया अच्छा लेवल है बाई करने के लिए ऑन अ डेली टाइम फ्रेम। 5% का मैक्सिमम ड्रॉ डाउन लग रहा है, 15% का अपसाइड एक्सपेक्टेड है। डेली टाइम फ्रेम की कैंडल। देखिए वैसे क्रूड ऑयल को डेली टाइम फ्रेम पे देखोगे ना, इसमें सपोर्ट तो बहुत नीचे दिखा रहा है वैसे 5300 5000 के बीच में। बट क्या वहां तक डायरेक्टली गिरेगा या फिर थोड़ा पुल बैक आएगा प्राइस में वापस? 'क्योंकि सीधा गैप अप हुआ है ना। था यहाँ सेलिंग आनी चाहिए थी सीधा। ओपन इक्वल टू लो बनाया, ब्रेकआउट ही कर दिया। ऊपर भी देखोगे 6000 का लेवल लुक्स लाइक रेजिस्टेंस की तरह शायद काम ना करे, क्योंकि वो था रेजिस्टेंस न्यूज की वजह से पिछले काफी टाइम से ऊपर चल रहा था, प्राइस वापस नीचे आ गया, एक तरह से फेक ब्रेकआउट कह सकते हैं फिर उसको। सिक्स थाउजेंड से 6100 ना एक्ट लाइक अ रेजिस्टेंस, मेजर रेजिस्टेंस नाउ। ये लेवल तो बहुत ही ज्यादा स्ट्रांग हो गया अब एज अ रेजिस्टेंस। ये टाइम फ्रेम बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग है, क्रूड ऑयल का चार्ट देखोगे ना, वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग। मेरे अकॉर्डिंग थोड़ा सा या तो ऊपर जाके आ जाए तो ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस ही मिल जाएगा, नीचे अगर आता है तो नीचे भी लेवल है प्राइस के पास अच्छे खासे, 5400 से 5200 के बीच में। वो मैं डेली टाइम फ्रेम पे बता रहा हूँ, ठीक है, अलग अलग टाइम फ्रेम पे अलग अलग लेवल हो सकते हैं। फिलहाल तो 15 मिनट में साइडवेज वापस से मोमेंटम होता हुआ कम ही लग रहा है। यहाँ पर भी काफी देर से रुका हुआ है। जब तक क्रूड मूव करेगा तब तक तो ये नेचुरल गैस जा चुका होगा ऑलरेडी अपने लेवल से। ओके क्रूड ऑयल में कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बनी है शायद नहीं, हाँ ओपन इक्वल टू हाई नहीं है, नॉर्मल ही कैंडल है। ओपन इक्वल टू हाई लग रही थी लेकिन नॉट अ ओपन इक्वल टू हाई। चला गया कंप्लीटली टोटली। लाइक भी करते रहो, 17 लाइक्स पर रुकना नहीं है। क्रूड ऑयल साइडवेज है बट लाइक द स्ट्रीम। कोई क्वेश्चन हो तो कमेंट बॉक्स में पूछ लेना। फिलहाल के लिए अगर देखें तो नेचुरल गैस थोड़ा बहुत मूव करने वाला है, कर तो रहा है। इंडियन मार्केट भी क्लोज ही होने वाली है ऑलमोस्ट। 3 मिनट रह गए इंडियन मार्केट की क्लोजिंग में। Iran says Israel violated ceasefire 3 times. IDF: more than 15 drones launched from Iran were intercepted overnight. तो सीज फायर का कुछ भरोसा नहीं होगा, नहीं होगा, डोंट नो। इंडियन मार्केट भी क्लोज हो गया है. इंडियन मार्केट आल्सो क्लोज्ड नाउ. लेट्स सी वॉल्यूम थोड़ा अब आता है तो. क्रूड ऑयल मॉर्निंग वॉलेटाइल. नेचुरल गैस थोड़ा बहुत ठीक चल रहा है. देखते हैं थोड़ा सा क्रूड ऑयल और क्या करता है. डेली टाइम फ्रेम पे तो सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस काफ़ी दूर दिख रहे हैं. ऐसा लग रहा है फॉल भी आ सकता है, पुल बैक भी दे सकता है. अपर लेवल पे गैप ही है हमारे पास. और कोई गैप अप हुई है कैंडल नेचुरल गैस की. स्मॉल सा गैप अप. इस लाइक कर दो अब सभी लोग. 100 लाइक्स का टारगेट रखते हैं. 2 3. People are watching. Is there 9520? जाएगी तो देखेंगे. अभी फिलहाल के लिए ऐसा लग रहा है कि इजराइल वापस अटैक करेगा ईरान पर. थोड़ा मोमेंटम नाउ क्रूड में भी होता हुआ लग रहा है. शायद थोड़ा न्यूज़ का इम्पैक्ट है अगर इजराइल ने अटैक किया है वापस ईरान पर. ओके, फाइनली मोमेंटम होता हुआ क्रूड में वापस डे लो के आसपास आएगा तो वापस बाई करेंगे। फिलहाल ऊपर सेलिंग का देखते हैं, अगर थोड़ी बहुत सेलिंग आती है हायर लेवल से, क्योंकि कोई रेजिस्टेंस तो नहीं बना है वहाँ पर। जो भी होगा रीटेस्ट ही होगा। फॉरेक्स में देख रहा हूँ वही, एमसीएक्स में तो लेवल ही नहीं है वहाँ पर। ठीक है, तो ऊपर एक सपोर्ट था, ब्रेकडाउन हुआ है आज, तो रीटेस्ट की तरह ही ये काम करेगा लेवल। पे तो कर चुका है रीटेस्ट एक बार, लेट्स सी दोबारा करेगा तो। रेजिस्टेंस नहीं है, ठीक है, क्रूड में। फॉरेक्स में भी देख लेता हूँ, बिकॉज एमसीएक्स में रेजिस्टेंस नहीं है। वो एक सपोर्ट था, सीधा गैप डाउन हुआ है आज, एक्ट लाइक एज रेजिस्टेंस। फॉरेक्स में क्या है यहाँ पर? फॉरेक्स का भी तो अलग ही है सिनेरियो। बारह 30। दिस वन राइट। ठीक है, यहाँ पर भी वही है नेचुरल गैस में, जितना मुझे दिख रहा है ना, यहाँ पर एक सपोर्ट था। इस सपोर्ट का मार्केट ने, मैं फॉरेक्स की बात कर रहा हूँ, मार्केट ने सपोर्ट लिया था, फिर कल यहाँ पर भी रुका नहीं, ब्रेकडाउन कर गया, तो रीटेस्ट ही बनता है फॉरेक्स में भी। बट फॉरेक्स का लेवल थोड़ा सा दूर है एज कम्पेयर टू एमसीएक्स, जितना मुझे दिख रहा है एमसीएक्स के अकॉर्डिंग। 115 की कैंडल, हमारा मार्केट तो क्लोज था उस समय, तो इसके हिसाब से अगर देखा जाए तो ये आपका हमारे मार्केट की क्लोजिंग के थोड़ा नीचे नीचे यहाँ कहीं दिखा रहा है, इस लेवल के आसपास फॉरेक्स में। लेट्स सी, थोड़ा मोमेंटम भी अलग तरीके से होता है, तो ऐसा ना हो कि मोमेंटम अलग तरीके से हुआ हो। बट गैप डाउन है तो रीटेस्ट करेगा, रीटेस्ट तो करेगा, फॉरेक्स में तो करेगा। एमसीएक्स का देखना है। 1 2 3। ये है ना, तो काइंड ऑफ रीटेस्ट जोन समझ सकते हैं इसको क्रूड ऑयल में ऊपर कोई नया रेजिस्टेंस बनेगा तो देखेंगे। अभी रेजिस्टेंस तो नहीं है तो रीटेस्ट ही है, और सपोर्ट भी फिलहाल डे लो ही बना हुआ है, नो न्यू सपोर्ट। ये फॉरेक्स में सेम ही है, एमसीएक्स वाला ही दिखा रहा है। तो ये रिटेस्ट जोन है एक, क्रूड ऑयल में देखते हैं रिटेस्ट करता है, कोई नया रेजिस्टेंस नहीं है, गैप डाउन हुआ है तो एज अ रेजिस्टेंस मानना पड़ेगा इस रिटेस्ट जोन को। मतलब ये सपोर्ट था, सीधा गैप डाउन हुआ है, सपोर्ट बिकम रेजिस्टेंस। कोई नया एग्जैक्टली अदर रेजिस्टेंस बनेगा तो वो तब नोटिस करेंगे। अभी के लिए तो सिर्फ ये रेजिस्टेंस, रिटेस्ट ही रेजिस्टेंस है क्रूड ऑयल में। ऊपर आता है तो एक सेलिंग का ट्रेड यहाँ से प्लान करेंगे क्रूड ऑयल में, ठीक है। लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस सभी लोग 100 लाइक्स टारगेट डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम सब्सक्राइब द चैनल इंडियन मार्केट ऑलरेडी क्लोज्ड ठीक है तो ये एक रिटेस्ट जोन है सपोर्ट था रेजिस्टेंस था सॉरी सपोर्ट था ब्रेकडाउन हुआ आज मॉर्निंग पे तो एज अ रेजिस्टेंस काम कर सकता है इसके अलावा तो और कोई लेवल है नहीं यहाँ पर फ्रेश बाकी डे लो सपोर्ट है वहाँ वापस आएगा तो वापस देखेंगे अभी तो नहीं आया है इसके ऊपर एक और सपोर्ट था उसका भी ब्रेकडाउन हुआ है तो दैट एक्स आल्सो एक्ट लाइक अ रेजिस्टेंस एक्चुअली रेजिस्टेंस बन जाते ज़्यादा बेटर रहता फिलहाल के लिए इन्हीं से काम चलाना पड़ेगा एज कम्पेयर टू अगर देखोगे सपोर्ट और रेजिस्टेंस पे तो सपोर्ट और रेजिस्टेंस ज़्यादा स्ट्रांग होते हैं एज कम्पेयर टू रीटेस्ट क्योंकि रीटेस्ट थोड़ा सा हमेशा काम करते नहीं है प्रॉब्लम यही आती है इन पे क्रूड ऑयल इन्वेंट्री आज नहीं कल होगी कल आएगी क्रूड ऑयल इन्वेंट्री आज नहीं आती है क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री Breaking news: Israeli warplanes fly over the Quinteria Governorate in southern West Syria. Soon Tehran will tremble. ईरान इसराइल ने अपने वॉरप्लेन वापस भेज दिए हैं मतलब एक अटैक और एटलीस्ट होगा ही ईरान पे देखना पड़ेगा किस तरह का अटैक होता है ये फिलहाल के लिए तो रिपोर्ट आ रही है इसराइल के जो वॉरप्लेन है सीरिया के ऊपर से जा रहे हैं तेहरान ही जा रहे होंगे डेफिनेटली ईरान की जो कैपिटल है वहीं फिर से बम्बार्डमेंट करके वापस आ जाएंगे US backs Israel's expected retaliation against Iran, Israeli officials. Qatar Prime Minister, Iran attack on Al Uday air base unacceptable. Broke ceasefire in doubt. Twenty-four people are watching. Like करते रहो guys. बाकी ये नेचुरल गैस का जो चार्ट है ये नेक्स्ट मंथ का है, कंफ्यूज मत करना। नेचुरल गैस चार्ट फ्यूचर का है। कल ऑप्शन की एक्सपायरी हो चुकी है, फ्यूचर अभी भी 2 दिन अवेलेबल है, आज और कल। बट ऑप्शन नेक्स्ट मंथ का ही ट्रेड कर रहे होगे तो इसलिए मैंने नेक्स्ट मंथ का ही लगाया हुआ है। यहाँ से चेंज कर सकते हो, ये 1 होगा, मैंने 2 लगा दिया, ठीक है, नेक्स्ट मंथ का। आज और कल के लिए, परसों से फिर नॉर्मली हो जाएगा, वो शिफ्ट हो जाएगा ऑटोमेटिकली फर्स्ट करंट मंथ के चार्ट में। फॉरेक्स में देखोगे ना नेचुरल गैस का उसने ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस बनाया है, बट वो एमसीएक्स में कैंडल ही ऐसी बनी है कि उसको ले नहीं सकते लॉजिकली। तो यहाँ पर थोड़ा सा डाउट रहेगा ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस के तौर पे, क्या इसको कंसिडर करें ना करें, क्योंकि एमसीएक्स में तो नहीं दिख रहा है वो बना है करके वहाँ पर लेवल। एमसीएक्स के हिसाब से चलेंगे, अगर नहीं बना है तो नहीं लेंगे। नया लेवल बनाएगा फिर देखते हैं, अदरवाइज तो लेट इट गो। कोई रीटेस्ट भी नहीं है, नहीं इसका क्या होगा। ये सेम ही लेवल है 30 पॉइंट का, गलत नहीं होता मैं। तो इसने एक फेक ब्रेकडाउन दिया, रिकवर कर लिया, सीधी बात है। फेक ब्रेकडाउन देन रिकवरी। सेम डे बने सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस तो ज़्यादा बेटर है rather देन एक दिन पहले। सेम डे वाले सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस ज़्यादा अच्छे काम करते हैं, जैसे यहाँ पर किया है। ठीक है, ये रेजिस्टेंस अच्छा था। उसके बाद लेट्स सी, देखते हैं क्या करता है, कितना और ऊपर जाता है। इसको दो पार्ट में डिवाइड करें तो अगर लाइक दिस इज द फर्स्ट वन एंड सेकेंड वन, लगभग 10 पॉइंट का टारगेट। 5 पॉइंट पहला हो गया, 5 पॉइंट दूसरा। के टारगेट को ना थोड़ा सा दो पार्ट्स में डिवाइड कर देना नेचुरल गैस को। टोटल 10 पॉइंट का टारगेट पहला ये, दूसरा अगर इसके ऊपर और सस्टेन करता है तो एक टारगेट और विच इज 330 अप्रॉक्सीमेटली। थ्री 31, हाँ ठीक है। ठीक है, दो टारगेट रहेंगे, इसको पहला मान लेना, इसको दूसरा। अगर ये सस्टेन करता है तो ये दूसरा होगा। कोई नया रेजिस्टेंस बन जाए तो वी विल सी। दिस अ फर्स्ट टारगेट एंड दिस अ सेकंड टारगेट अप्रॉक्सीमेटली। तो इस एरिया के आसपास हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक करके ट्रेल। भाई क्रूड ऑयल में यहाँ से एक रीटेस्ट में सेलिंग का ट्रेड प्लान करते हैं वापस। ये रेजिस्टेंस नहीं है, रीटेस्ट है, ध्यान रखना, ठीक है? डिफरेंस होता है दोनों में। एक बार न्यूज़ ऑफ द आवर देख लेते हैं, फिर एक सेलिंग का प्लान क्रूड में रखते हैं रीटेस्ट से।
This is an iHeart podcast.
Today we expect more from technology. Companies making the biggest productivity gains aren't just adding more tools, they're choosing integrated solutions. Find out more about these solutions later in this podcast.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager.
And I'm Karen Moscow.
Karen, we begin with the latest from the Middle East. 2 days after the U.S. dropped bunker buster bombs on Iran's key underground nuclear sites, President Trump said a ceasefire is in effect between Israel and Iran. The president announced it in a Truth Social post last night. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu confirmed that he's agreed to it and that he's achieved his war aims. But this morning, there are questions whether this truce will hold. We get the very latest from Bloomberg Middle East anchor Jumana Bersetche.
They've also said that Israel will respond forcefully to a breach of truce. And if you remember, it's quite similar to the wording of the truce agreement that Israel had in place with Hezbollah at the time when they agreed the ceasefire. It was a ceasefire in principle, but again, Israel reserved the right to still strike back at certain Hezbollah targets should they deem to have contravened the ceasefire.
It's Bloomberg's Jumana Bersetche reporting. And this morning, Israel's military said it identified missiles fired from Iran. Defense Minister Israel Katz said he instructed his military to respond forcefully. Iran is denying that it has launched a new attack.
Nathan, the ceasefire announcement comes after Iran launched missiles at a U.S. airbase in Qatar in retaliation for the bunker buster attack. Tehran launched 14 missiles at the base, the same number as the bunker busters dropped on its nuclear sites. All but one of the missiles were intercepted and no one was hurt. Bloomberg's Paul Wallace has more from Dubai.
I think Iran had to do something to save face, if nothing else, with its domestic population. And I think the Americans well knew that. It just depended what Iran would do and how spectacular and how aggressive that retaliation would be. In the end, it seemed like it was very choreographed, very calibrated, and there's even been speculation that Qatar knew that this was coming and was actually okay with it.
Bloomberg's Paul Wallace reports President Trump spoke with Qatar's emir about the ceasefire and asked for his help persuading Iran to agree to it. It's still unclear whether the truce will hold or if it'll lead to new discussions about Iran's nuclear program.
And Karen, markets are fluctuating with every headline coming out of the Middle East. Futures are higher but off their best levels of the morning. That follows yesterday's 1% gain on Wall Street. And we're seeing oil prices continue to fall as well. Right now, NYMEX crude's down more than 3.5%, trading just above $66 a barrel. Brent is also down more than 3.5% at nearly $69. Bloomberg Energy reporter Steven Stepzinski says oil traders see less risk in the market.
Oil prices are back below the June 12 level. You're seeing the market take a large sigh of relief. And that is largely because while we've been through potentially the worst flare-up in U.S.-Iranian conflict in decades, oil kept flowing, and trade via the Strait of Hormuz was not affected.
And Bloomberg's Steven Stepzinski notes the Middle East pumps about a third of the world's crude supply.
Nathan, the Israel-Iran ceasefire comes as leaders gather for a NATO summit in The Hague. Ahead of the two-day meeting, most of the NATO member states agreed on a proposed target to raise defense spending to 5% of GDP by 2035. NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte says the ramp-up in spending would be a quantum leap.
As the world becomes more dangerous, allied leaders will take bold decisions to strengthen our collective defense, making NATO a stronger, a fairer, and a more lethal alliance.
And Rutte's new target has not won approval of all of NATO, with Spain fighting for an opt-out that could derail talks taking place in The Hague today.
And back in Washington, Karen, Fed Chair Jay Powell begins 2 days of testimony on the economy before Congress. Later this morning, he'll appear before the House Financial Services Committee. In a post on social media this morning, President Trump said he hopes Congress, quote, really works Powell over for not lowering rates already. We get more from Bloomberg's Michael McKee.
The Fed chair has been squarely in the president's sights ever since Donald Trump returned to the White House. Trump wants him to lower interest rates now. Today and tomorrow, Jay Powell gets his chance to turn the tables. While Powell will be more circumspect and polite than the president, he'll explain the central bank doesn't want to lower rates until it knows the impact of Trump's tariff taxes and the budget bill on the economy. Expect Republicans to defend the president and Democrats to defend the Fed, and Chairman Powell to be as neutral as he can be. Michael McKee, Bloomberg Radio.
All right, Mike, thanks. And stay with Bloomberg for full coverage of Chair Powell's testimony before the House. We'll have it for you starting at 10 a.m. Wall Street time on Bloomberg Radio and the Bloomberg Podcasts page on YouTube.
We turn to politics now, Nathan, and on a sweltering day in New York, City Democrats will vote in today's mayoral primary election. Bloomberg's Lisa Mateo joins us in Manhattan with the latest. Lisa, good morning.
Good morning, Karen, and hopefully that heat will not affect the turnout. Now, polls open at 6 a.m., and voters have a long list of candidates to choose from. 11 are running for the official Democratic ticket, but surveys show the contest comes down to two men, former Governor Andrew Cuomo and New York State Assembly member Zohan Ramondani. Now, last night, the former governor spoke at a rally for Cuomo for mayor.
It's about the working families. It's about the struggling middle class. It's about people worried about their kitchen table issues, trying to figure out how to pay for groceries and pay for their rent and pay for tuition and pay for taxes. That's what the Democratic Party is all about.
Now, meanwhile, Mondami has been advocating for rent freezes and free child care.
New Yorkers are hungry for a new kind of politics, a politics that puts working people first. And we're seeing that it's not just in one borough, it's not just with one kind of New Yorker, it's across this entire city.
Polls have largely shown Cuomo winning, but a new Emerson College poll showed Mondami coming out on top in the city's ranked choice voting. Comptroller Brad Lander is polling third in some surveys and has formed an alliance with Mondani. He had focused on his experience as a manager and his opposition to President Trump. City Council Speaker Adrienne Adams also vying for the nomination, running on her experience in government. Other candidates, well, they include former Democratic National Committee Vice Chair Michael Blake, New York State Senator Zelnor Myrie, New York State Senator Jessica Ramos, former New York City Comptroller Scott Stringer, and retired hedge fund manager Whitney Tilson. Michael Bloomberg, the founder, majority owner of Bloomberg LP, the parent company of Bloomberg Radio, has endorsed Andrew Cuomo. In Manhattan, Lisa Mateo, Bloomberg Radio.
All right, Lisa, thank you. And this year's Democratic nominee will face incumbent Mayor Eric Adams, who was elected, of course, as a Democrat, but he skipped today's primary to run as an independent in November. On the Republican side of today's ballot, Curtis Sliwa, founder of the anti-crime patrol group The Guardian Angels, is running unopposed. He will once again be the Republican nominee.
Well, Nathan, how does ranked choice voting work? Bloomberg's Gina Cervetti continues our coverage of the New York City mayoral race in Manhattan.
Voters choose their favorite candidate, but also can select a second favorite, a third, and so on up to 5. If a candidate gets a majority of first-place votes, that person wins. If not, the candidate with the fewest first-place votes is eliminated. Voting machines then examine the number 2 choices on every ballot cast for the eliminated person and distribute those votes among the remaining field. The process continues until a candidate garners a majority. For the New York mayoral primary, if no candidate wins more than 50% of the votes on the first ballot, election officials plan to wait a week before initiating the ranked choice tabulation process in order to include mailed-in absentee ballots. In New York, Gina Cervetti, Bloomberg Radio.
Time now for the Bloomberg Sports Update, and we bring in John Stashower. John.
Thanks, Karen. The NBA draft begins tomorrow. A trade agreed to where the Celtics send veteran guard Drew Holiday to Portland for Anthony Simons and 2 second-round picks. Holiday due to make $72 million over the next 2 years. This will save the Celtics $40 million in luxury tax. Tyrese Halliburton has surgery on his torn Achilles, said he doesn't regret playing Game 7 for Indiana that lost to Oklahoma City despite the calf injury he had going in. That's your Bloomberg Sports Update.
Thanks, John. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow.
I'm Nathan Hager, and this is Bloomberg.
Remember when a single technology glitch could bring an entire workday to a standstill? I'm Mark Banfield, Chief Commercial Officer at TeamViewer. Today, most technical issues are recurring. If you know the patterns, these issues can be remediated before they impact your business. One major UK retailer discovered a single point of sale outage cost them around $1 million in lost sales during a single lunchtime. Now, using TeamViewer's digital workplace platform, the same company is able to identify and fix those issues before they even happen. But proactive troubleshooting isn't just about the incremental improvements. It's about fundamentally reimagining how work happens for everyone. And the companies that move first get competitive advantages in terms of efficiency, productivity, and innovation. To find out more, visit bloomberg.com/TeamViewer.
The data that matters for your investments.
The entire auto sector is higher today.
And analysis on the companies making news on Wall Street.
Tesla's been a stock that's been in focus. Shares have really been all over the map this morning.
Listen to the Stock Movers Report from Bloomberg.
Let's talk about some other decliners.
It's your short audio report on the day's winners and losers in the stock market.
Second biggest driver in terms of points for the S&P 500.
Subscribe to the Stock Movers Report on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen.
This is an iHeart podcast.
London is a global financial center, has been for 300 years. I care most that we keep customer service front and center. It is the best job I've had in my life and the hardest, most difficult job I've had in my life.
When C.S. Venkatakrishnan was starting out, the corner office wasn't exactly on his radar. His sights were set on academia.
I wanted to be a professor in a business school. I graduated during the first Bush recession to 1991, and finding a job was hard. So an academic job.
The young man known simply as Venkat grew up in India before moving to America for school.
I was very fortunate, but whatever self-esteem I had, I lost within 2 days of coming to MIT.
He went on to earn both a master's and a PhD at MIT, diving deep into applied math, statistics, and probability. Those skills helped him land a job on Wall Street.
All my friends are in finance. Apparently they use math in finance. I'd taken a few classes at MIT, so I applied for a job on Wall Street. I got one finally at JP Morgan.
Venkat quickly rose through the ranks of JP Morgan, taking on senior roles in asset management, investment banking, and risk. Eventually, he became Chief Investment Officer for Global Fixed Income at the bank. Then in 2016, he made another major move, this time across the Atlantic.
I got this opportunity to be Chief Risk Officer at Barclays. And I said to myself, I've been 22 years in an organization, a great organization, which gave me a lot of opportunity, which taught me a lot. And I thought I needed to try something different, and if I didn't do it, I would never do it.
And he never looked back. Today, Venkat is CEO of Barclays, Britain's second largest bank. Barclays has a long history, dating all the way back to 1690, when John Freem and Thomas Gould opened up shop as Goldsmith bankers on London's Lombard Street. Now it's a global operation, with a presence in 38 countries and approximately 91,000 employees. It's also the last major European lender still competing on Wall Street. Since taking the helm, Venkat steered the company through the COVID-19 pandemic and the rising interest rates that followed. And today, Venkat says his journey all started with one life-changing opportunity.
I came as a student from India. I came to MIT. I've had a career in finance in institutions in the US and in the UK. I valued that opportunity, and I would want to give it to anybody who came.
Okay, so if you're a customer, let's suppose but you're an average person living in London, and you have a chance to go to many different banks, HSBC, Barclays, Lloyds, others. Why should somebody want to use Barclays as their main bank?
You should use us as your main bank because we're pretty good at banking. We try to spend a lot of money on technology, on customer service to make the journey easy. And I would say, David, there's a philosophy to banking. I view it for people that you've got two important goals in life, typically. You've got your personal well-being, which is spiritual, physical health. You've got your financial well-being, which supports your personal well-being. And it's a really important role for those of us in the financial sector, for those of us in banks, to be privileged enough to help service your and grow your financial well-being. And hopefully that attitude suffuses what we do in Barclays.
Now, since the Great Recession and post-COVID as well, the American banks, a lot of them, have gotten much, much stronger, much bigger. And they are much more dominant in the global financial scene than I think they were pre-global recession. Is that a problem for the British-based banks?
It's not a problem. What it does is that it makes certain parts of our businesses more competitive. You know, London is a global financial center, has been for 300 years. We look to represent London in the globe as an investment bank. And then, even though banking has become transnational, in the last 5 to 7 years post-COVID, around COVID, banking has also become much more national. And so retail banking is much more national than it used to be even 10 or 15 years ago.
Who is your biggest competitor in the retail banking, commercial banking business in Europe?
In the UK, which is where we are primarily, it's Lloyds and NatWest.
Okay, and why are you better than those two?
They're both equally good banks. They're very good banks. I think if you come with Barclays, one of the advantages you get besides the retail is the fact, and we've had many companies have done it, and individuals, that you can go from a very small account to a very large account. We can manage your business. We can ultimately take you public. We can do derivatives for you. We can do foreign exchange for you. We're a full-service bank around the world.
Now, do you have a big private wealth division as well to manage people's money?
Yes, we do.
And to have an account there, how much money do you need to have? If somebody wants to have their money managed by Barclays, you need to have £1 million or £5 million?
It's typically £3 to £5 million. £3
to £5 million.
Yeah.
Okay. And if I come to you and say, I met you, I interviewed you, I think you're a great CEO, I want to be using your bank for my private wealth, and I'll give you £5 million, what kind of rate of return can you get for me? Can you guarantee for me?
Well, with your risk preference, if we start and we put it in, sterling deposits, we can certainly give you 5%.
5%?
Yeah.
But suppose I say I have a high risk tolerance and I'm willing to take a lot of risk.
Then we will put you in Carlyle hedge funds or private equity funds.
So you get a 50% rate of return. Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. Let me ask you today, what is the biggest problem facing the UK economy?
Growth. It has suffered after Brexit and the disruption of trade relations with Europe. I mean, they are still there, but it has more friction in it. It is a country that has been growing at approximately 0 to 1%. And for all the advantages it has, it can grow much more. And it needs the investment to grow. It needs the investment in human capital, in infrastructure, and in companies to engender that growth. And that is, I think, the single biggest problem.
So today, would you say, or is it not appropriate for business leaders in England to say that Brexit was a mistake?
I think Brexit has, in the long run, damaged the UK economy. Yeah.
But nobody will say, let's have a vote to go back into the EU because nobody wants to admit they made a mistake, or why won't you have another vote?
Having had Brexit, so to take back a little of what I said, having had Brexit, the UK has a freedom in its economic policy and its trade relationships that it would not have had under Brexit. In the current environment, that could be an advantage if it takes advantage of it.
Okay. So right now, what do people think in England of the U.S. tariff policy?
They're worried about it. They're happy that, at least until the pause came, that they were at 10%, which was a lower number. And I think they're happy that they can negotiate that number differently from Europe, of which once they were part.
So today, would you say that the UK is feeling more aligned with the countries on the continent of Europe, or still more aligned with its great partner, the United States?
I think they see the long-run future for the UK as much better off with the alignment with the US. It's a special relationship. When I think about Barclays, we've been around for 330 years, and our US relationship is very strong. Ben Franklin had an account with us.
For, I'd say, about a century or so, the reserve currency of the world was the British pound. And then the United States more or less replaced that, I'd say, after World War II, probably. But now the dollar is under attack a bit. We've lost 3% of our value from the peak. Do you think the dollar will remain the only reserve currency in the world? And are you as comfortable with the dollar as you used to be?
Absolutely. Actually, if you wanted to go further back, you could say it's almost after World War I, when the US had lent money to Europe and the UK for ammunition and so on, and then they had to get paid back in dollars. And that's when the strength of the dollar really began. So it's 100 years, 80 years, 100 years of dollar strength, so much so that important commodities, gold, oil, are denominated in dollars. Dollars are part of the payment system. When countries talk to each other, they represent their GDP and various figures in dollars. I think undoing that will take a long, long time. And, 3% in foreign exchange terms is not that much.
Okay. So you think the dollar will stay as the reserve currency for the time being?
Absolutely.
So the main business of banks historically has been to lend money to people that need money. And that's still, I assume, your main business is lending money. So in recent years, the private equity firms and special organizations have been set up that are now called private credit firms. They lend money without the federal regulatory oversight that you often have. So do you feel it's unfair for private equity firms to be able to lend money without government regulatory oversight? Or do you think it's just a fair fight and you can win this fight?
First of all, let me say that I have unending respect for private equity firms and for their managers.
Particularly the founders. Right.
And the founders more than anybody else.
Right, of course.
Look, I think it's a fair fight. Credit has to be has to be available in the economy, and if people are willing to provide credit, so be it. Banks have historically provided credit, but banks have also for many years been, while originating credit, we've been selling the credit to other people and holders of credit. Private equity firms sometimes are buyers of that credit, sometimes they originate it themselves. If it ever rises to the point where it touches or creates in itself a systemic risk, then it's really important to regulate it. I don't think today it's at that point.
Okay. So what is the biggest problem that you face as CEO? Is it dealing with regulatory oversight or things in the United States, dealing with problems in England, dealing with other issues? What are your biggest problems?
So the biggest issue with a bank is that it is a very large part of the global economic system and of the economic systems in the countries in which it operates. So yes, you've got to obey all the rules and you've got to run yourself well because we are a critical part of national infrastructure. Safety and soundness is really important, and I spend a lot of time on that because that is basic. On top of that, you've got to adjust the way you run your business. You've got to construct it so that it's robust across different environments, and you've got to then run it to adjust to changes in those environments. And that keeps you on your feet.
As you look out on the global economic challenges the world is now facing, what are you most worried about in terms of the economic challenges?
So I'm actually taking a long view on this one. I think we've had 30 years. If you go for World War II, from 1945 to the mid-80s, you had one order in the world, a Cold War-induced order. China was out of it. And you had the East and the West. Then the Soviet Empire broke up. China enters the world system. The world becomes more integrated from the late 80s to, let's say, 2020. And now what you're seeing is a very different form of the world, which could become more separated. Multilateral institutions and relationships become bilateral. How that happens and what the role is for individuals, countries, governments, and companies in that is what I worry about. And it's not a day-to-day or month-to-month, but it's probably a few years. I thought I needed to try something.
इस नेचुरल गैस में देखो हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक कर लो यहाँ पर, जैसा मैंने बताया इसके दो टारगेट हैं, इसको दो टारगेट्स में डिवाइड किया हुआ है। ये पहला टारगेट है, दूसरा टारगेट ये रहेगा 331 के आसपास। तो बुक द प्रॉफिट, हाफ प्रॉफिट एंड ट्रेल रिमेनिंग क्वांटिटी विद एसएल कॉस्ट टू कॉस्ट। ये पहला टारगेट हो गया, दूसरा टारगेट यहाँ तक रखना ट्रेल करते हुए। लेकिन क्रूड ऑयल आया नहीं थोड़ा सा और ऊपर, नहीं तो सेलिंग का प्लान करते, वो भी अटका हुआ है वहीं पे। ठीक है, यहाँ पर ये नेचुरल गैस में निकाल देना हाफ क्वांटिटी। टोटल टारगेट 11 पॉइंट का है, तो ये हाफ टारगेट अगर इसके ऊपर सस्टेन करता है तो सेकंड टारगेट ट्रेल करोगे तो रिमेनिंग क्वांटिटी का एसएल कॉस्ट पर रखना। वापस आएगा नीचे तो वापस देखेंगे। बाकी अब देखते हैं 5:30 के बाद शायद मोमेंटम आए। क्रूड भी साइडवेज हो गया तो कोई ट्रेड अभी यहाँ पर है नहीं। डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम गाइस, लाइक भी करते रहो सभी लोग and subscribe the channel as well. Iranian president spoke with Emir of Qatar, telling him the strike on US bases simply a response to what he called clear and direct American involvement. Iran nuclear capacities are gone. उनकी ओर से भी ट्वीट आया है। प्रॉफिट बुक करके ट्रेल करते हैं, देखते हैं और ऊपर जाता है नहीं जाता या फिर वापस थोड़ा पुल बैक देता है. नेचुरल गैस. ऑयल भी सुपर साइडवेज हो गया, साइडवेज का भी सुपर साइडवेज. Iranian Israeli celebrates ceasefire despite early reports of violation.
And as we head into the heart of summer, we take you to some of the nation's theme parks, as traditional leaders Disney and Universal are getting some new competition from some surprising places. But we start with the Federal Reserve Board decision this week and how the central bank is grappling with all that policy uncertainty.
The amount of the tariff effects, the size of the tariff effects, their duration and the time it will take are all highly uncertain. So that is why we think the appropriate thing to do is to hold where we are as we learn more. And we think our policy stance is in a good place where we're well positioned to react to incoming developments. We have to be forward-looking. And the thing that every forecaster, every outside forecaster, and the Fed is saying is that we expect a meaningful amount of inflation to arrive in coming months.
Turning first to our special contributor, Larry Summers of Harvard. So, Larry, we heard from the Federal Reserve, the FOMC, as well as Chair Powell this week. What did you make out of what they had to say, and particularly their projections?
I thought what they said was both predictable and reasonable. You can't be changing monetary policy with the uncertainty that we've got right now. They were right to signal that they were being cautious about future changes. What struck me most, David, was a quite remarkable combination. The dot plot showed unemployment revised upwards, showed inflation revised upwards, even a period when we're getting good news about artificial intelligence and productivity and good news about oil. So you see a supply shock coming, even though the natural sources of supply shocks aren't there. What is it? It's the tariffs. We're imposing a supply shock on ourselves, and that's leading to expectations of both higher inflation and higher unemployment. making the Fed's job that much more difficult. And the Fed's obviously not going to get in a political war with the administration, but the stark analytic fact is clear. It doesn't happen that often that the Fed revises up on inflation and unemployment at the same time. And I don't think there's ever been a time when they revised that way in both directions based on administration policy.
Larry, you mentioned the geopolitical conflict that we're seeing. Certainly, we have an enormous one between Israel and Iran as we speak, with questions about whether the United States might get involved. As a macroeconomist, how do you approach that question?
Look, no one knows. I suspect that the president doesn't know completely what he's going to do because he is watching events. I'd just say a couple things, David. One is that we got a lot of divisions within our country, but I would hope that at a moment like this, with respect to the kind of threat that Iran represents, that there'd be a lot of desire to come together and support policies that will put the greatest stability possible in. Second thing I would advise your listeners, what I do to track very complex events and spheres where I don't have deep expertise is I look for prediction markets. Prediction markets aren't perfect. They're sometimes wrong, just like the stock market is sometimes wrong about the earnings of companies, but they do represent an aggregation of opinion based on people who are prepared to put some money where their mouths are. And the experience now in many spheres, from elections to geopolitical events to movie releases, is that prediction markets have very good track records relative to experts. And what prediction markets are saying is quite interesting. They're saying that the odds of a U.S. attack on Iran are close to 2/3 by the end of this month, close to 3/4 by the end of next month, and that it's a substantial chance, well above 50%, that the supreme leader in Iran will be out of office by the end of this year. So what prediction markets are judging is likely to happen is potentially quite tumultuous. And I think that anyone trying to judge the situation as they form their portfolio would be well advised not to rely only on that, but to give those prediction market judgments weight as they make their own judgments.
If those predictions came true, and as you say, we don't know, but let's assume that happened, that in fact the United States did get involved and that the supreme leader left and there was a regime change in Iran, what would that mean economically? What sectors of the economy would you look at? When we all think about oil, for example, I've also seen food prices raised in terms of fertilizer out of Iran. What sectors do you think might be affected the most?
I think David, I would quibble with you in one respect. I think when you say something's got a 60% chance of happening, you're saying that it's a 60% chance of happening, and there's no such thing as the prediction coming true or the prediction coming false. Either the 60% thing will happen or the 40% thing will happen. So I would choose a somewhat different locution than you did. But to your question, I'd be looking primarily at oil and petrochemicals more generally, fossil fuels more generally. And that, of course, includes fertilizers, includes plastics.
Larry, to be a bit more parochial, at least for us in New York City, we have a mayoral election coming up, including a primary in the Democratic Party. And we have a fairly stark contrast in economic approaches of the two leading candidates, who are Andrew Cuomo, you know well, more of a traditional, it seems to me, Democrat, and a man named Zoran Mamdani, who seems to have a much more extreme, many people think, economic platform. What do you make of that?
David, in a sense, every American is a citizen of New York. It's so much a cultural and financial hub of our country that what happens in New York is consequential for all of us. And I'm not an expert on the exigencies of the details of New York City economic policy, but I do think the democratic socialist program would be profoundly dangerous for New York, for the Democratic Party, and for the United States. Set of measures, free college, free childcare, free mass transit, rent control, huge increases in the minimum wage, financed only with tax increases on the wealthy mobile wealthy, who will prove to be mobile if this program is enacted, will, I think, be extremely dangerous. I have warned again and again on your show about the dangers of economic populism of the kind President Trump has followed, talking about Juan Perón, talking about the dangers of tariffs many times. Frankly, the Democratic Socialist candidate is more populist and more dangerous in his approach on the narrow set of economic issues even than President Trump. And I think if he were to be selected, it would brand the Democratic Party in a highly problematic way. It would suggest that the debate within the Democratic Party was between the Warren Sanders wing and measures that are even more extreme than theirs in terms of the politics of envy, in terms of government control of the economy.
Next on Wall Street Week, imagining a Saudi Arabia that doesn't depend on oil. We go to the kingdom where the CEO of Aramco lays out a bold vision. This is a story.
Progress never stops, neither should you. At PwC, we make sure you're ready for what's next, with the expertise and technology you need to outthink and outperform. We're with you, sleeves rolled up, start to finish, so you can stay ahead, so you can protect what you built, so you can create new value. We build for what's next, so you can get there now. PwC, so you can.
Story about something we haven't seen before. A country weaning itself off oil as its primary source of revenue, even as renewed conflict between Israel and Iran has driven the price of oil up once again. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia pursues a bold plan to move quickly to a diversified economy. And the world's biggest oil producer, Aramco, is in the middle of the transition. Here's our Bloomberg TV colleague, Jumana Bersetchi from Dhahran.
Aramco has long been the beating heart of Saudi Arabia's economy. But in less than 5 years' time, the kingdom hopes to reach its goal of building an economy that moves away from its traditional reliance on oil.
We think of ourselves as a technology company delivering energy, to be honest with you.
Technology has always been our competitive advantage.
The company has been evolving ever since its inception.
Aramco plays a significant role in Saudi's diversification agenda.
Aramco's journey started in 1933 when the Saudi government granted exploration rights to the Standard Oil Company of California. That created the Californian Arabian Standard Oil Company and eventually led to the discovery of oil in commercial quantities at Dammam Well Number 7. This marked a turning point in Aramco and Saudi Arabian history. In 1944, the company was renamed to Aramco, the Arabian American Oil Company, and later that became Saudi Aramco, reflecting its transition to a fully state-owned company by the late 80s.
Look at that. You can feel the crude here, huh?
So I'm looking at crude now. Nasser joined Aramco in 1982 as an oil engineer before working up the ranks to become CEO in 2015.
So this is the geology.
Yeah.
Where does the technology come into it?
Well, technology comes in the modeling, and some of the technology, you can see it here. So we digitize all of that, and we kept it here so they can look at it and learn while, having more data to see rather than only what you see in front of you here.
In 2019, the Saudi government sold down 1.5% of the company, raising $25.6 billion, which to date remains the largest IPO in history. Today, the Saudi government and sovereign wealth fund PIF jointly own around 98% of Aramco's shares. The oil giant accounts for approximately 60% of total Saudi government revenue. And the broader oil sector, with Aramco as the main player, makes up roughly 30 to 40% of the kingdom's GDP.
Relying on one sector only to drive the Saudi economy is not right. And this is where the vision is. They are helping other sectors, growing other sectors across the kingdom to grow. Oil and gas is still important. That's why you see the growth. You see, here, we are very pragmatic here in the kingdom. You're talking about 100 to 130 gigawatt of solar and wind. We believe in hydrogen, where we'll be happy to produce hydrogen. Actually, we have one of the biggest projects in green hydrogen at NEO. And we will be more than happy to build more green hydrogen and blue hydrogens in the kingdom. And at the same time, we are in carbon capture and storage, but we are not neglecting hydrocarbon. We have a healthy oil production. We have a maximum sustained capacity of 12 million. We are growing our gas by more than 60% by 2030. So we are focusing on our conventional and growing it while decarbonizing at the same time. And we're building the new, which is solar, wind, hydrogen, and others.
The kingdom's crown jewel is central to the ambitions of Vision 2030, the government program aiming to diversify the economy away from hydrocarbon dependence, attract foreign investment, and modernize the Saudi Arabian society. Carla Slim is chief economist at Standard Chartered, covering regions including the Middle East.
In the past, the diversification strategy was investing petrodollars, oil revenues abroad, so that they would be uncorrelated to the price of oil. And for the last decade, Aramco's dividends to the budget have contributed indirectly to funding a lot of the diversification strategy in the domestic economy. So they remain a very important piece of the Saudi economy, of the revenues, in order to fund that government spending and that investment.
From creating Neom, a $500 billion futuristic city in the desert, to hosting the 2034 World Cup and building out a new major airport in Riyadh, Vision 2030 is well underway. The kingdom's transition is not without its challenges. OPEC Plus production cuts undermine a key source of revenue for the country despite diversification efforts. In the first quarter of 2025, Saudi Arabia recorded its largest budget deficit since 2021. That's impacted spending for some of the kingdom's largest investment projects. And Aramco has increasingly tapped into debt markets, which the company has put down to looking to lower its weighted cost of capital and optimizing the capital structure.
Our gearing today is around 5%. It's still one of the lowest gearing. It's almost half of the average compared to other energy industry players in the market. And we will continue to tap into that additional bond markets and on the future. But we have a low gearing ratio. It's still, as you consider, very low compared to any players in the markets.
The size of the dividend, especially to its largest shareholder, the Saudi government, remains under scrutiny relative to free cash flow generated. Geopolitical tensions have also remained an undercurrent of concern since the 2019 attacks on Aramco's Abqaiq facility. Although the company resumed partial operations within 24 hours, the incident triggered a heightened focus on security. In response, Saudi Arabia has worked to ease regional tensions, including restoring diplomatic ties with Iran in 2023. Even as the company manages near-term pressures, Aramco is investing in areas that could define its long-term future.
I think gas is going to be a major growth area for the company. Today, and this is not known to many people, we are a large gas producer.
Ashraf Ghazawi is Aramco's EVP for Strategy and Corporate Development. he lays out the non-oil key strategic pillars of the business.
Our gas business is going to grow by 60% by 2030 compared to the 2021 levels. And you will see the company grow and continue to invest in a lot of low carbon or new energies. In particular, you will see Aramco investing now in renewables energy and in hydrogen and ammonia, as well as carbon capture and storage technology. Not to mention, digital and digitization is a big area for us. Further integration down the value chain is an important area for you to basically have an outlet for these vast hydrocarbon resources. Chemicals to us is a main building block for all modern economies and modern societies. You'll always need commodities and materials like plastics and polymers for any type of economic development going forward.
Like in most industries, one of its most ambitious bets to move the company forward is artificial intelligence.
AI, we see as one of the most important developments in this century in terms of technology. And so we have been quick to deploy AI in our operations and to apply it to our business.
Ahmed Al-Khawaitir leads tech and innovation at Aramco. Data from the company's facilities and operations end up here at its 4th Industrial Revolution Center. Last year, Aramco announced it was developing a large-scale industrial AI model called Aramco MetaBrain.
The MetaBrain is a 70 billion parameter model, and the reason we chose to build a proprietary large language model is because we have to use our own data. And it gives us a competitive advantage. So we have trained that model with all of our historical data, engineering reports, standards, and that model is now used to advise our engineers and operators and every single employee in the company. So we have deployed that model on 70,000 workstations across our facilities and in our offices. But not only is it providing advice, but it is also informing for better decisions. It is the base foundation for many of the applications we are doing in optimization, for example, and operating our facilities. So that's the way we are able to bring AI right to the field.
This is where you see a lot of the use cases delivering results for us. Technology realization in 2023 used to be $2 billion. This is how much we realized from technology. In 24, $4 billion. And we're looking at $2 to $4 billion per year in technology. AI is in everything embedded, not only in terms of allowing us to reduce our cost structure, more efficiency, it also helps us in reducing our carbon footprint. It is very important and able to see it introducing emissions, increasing productivity, and with that the number of wells, water production, and with that emissions and less bumping. In everything it's embedded, and we are looking at the benefits of AI, integrating it in everything that we are doing.
Even with big strides in digital innovation, Aramco at its core remains an energy giant. As CEO of one of the largest hydrocarbon companies in the world, Nasser has been advocating for what he considers a more pragmatic approach to the energy transition.
Well, we have always said that we need a transition reset or a reality check in the transition to deliver on our ambition for a net zero. What we need is a pragmatic solutions to deliver on what we are all aiming for. Almost 70 to 80% of the energy, global energy in 2050 will be in the global south, not in the global north. So one size fits all will not work. And anything that is driven heavily by incentive, that's not sustainable. The minute these incentives disappear, and they will disappear one day, that additional cost will be passed to consumer. And that's where we are seeing the increase in cost. What we need is something that, while sustainable, is affordable and secure. We have always talked about different mix of energy that will be required.
Aramco has a net zero 2050 target for its Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions and prides itself on having the lowest carbon intensity for upstream extraction compared to other energy companies. But this does not include Scope 3 emissions, which stem from end-user combustion of oil and fossil fuels and constitute the lion's share of emissions.
I have to say that not all crude oil is equal. We take a lot of pride in the fact that we are the lowest upstream carbon intensity producer. and has been for a while, and that's a result of decades of responsible and sustainable operations. It's important for us also to adhere to our commitments toward the net zero ambition and keeping an eye on what levers of decarbonization are available to us. We have been running flare minimization programs for decades. We have methane intensity that is the lowest in the market. All of these combined actually is where we position ourselves as the undisputed leader when it comes to carbon intensity and environmental metrics out there.
Aramco looks to redefine its role as Saudi Arabia reimagines its future.
We believe Saudi will remain a major oil producer in the global economy. We don't expect this to change, but we believe that the non-oil GDP expansion will happen in parallel to Saudi remaining a major commodity player on the global front, on the regional front, in its G20 capacity. We just expect that the non-oil development will happen in tandem, in parallel, and this will continue to have shifts to how Saudi spends domestically, globally, in the region as well, with its regional allies.
There is a lot of challenges ahead of us, especially with sustainability, with the transitions, with disruptive technologies. We need to be ready. How do we maintain and continue to maintain that leadership while also delivering the new energies that the world wants also?
Coming up, just when you thought you were getting your arms around artificial intelligence large language models, along come an array of alternatives. We delve into large quantitative models and even superintelligence. That's next on Wall Street Week. This is a story about thinking ahead.
Progress never stops, neither should you. At PwC, we make sure you're ready for what's next, with the expertise and technology you need to outthink and outperform. We're with you, sleeves rolled up, start to finish, so you can stay ahead, so you can protect what you built, so you can create new value. We build for what's next, so you can get there now. PwC, so you can.
Even way ahead. We've all heard about the race between companies and countries to develop artificial intelligence. But it turns out that there's another race going on, one among entirely different approaches to AI and what they're racing to achieve.
Generally, we think the cost of innovation is collapsing here.
It is going to transform our lives. We're going to look back and see this as a hugely important era.
This is obviously the most disruptive technology in the history of mankind.
At the center of many of the latest AI breakthroughs are large language models, or LLMs, the ChatGPTs and Geminis of this world. But as powerful as they are becoming, we learn more every day about their limitations, how they can be prone to errors, hallucinations, and uncertainty. One of those trying to address these limitations is none other than Vlad Tenev, known to most of us as the CEO and co-founder of Robinhood Markets. Tenev has become a successful entrepreneur, but his background is in mathematics.
What a lot of people don't know about me is actually before I became an entrepreneur, I was a mathematician, or at least an aspiring mathematician. I always had this passion for mathematics and for advancing our understanding of reality. And so when we saw GPT-4 come out, along with a bunch of improvements in the mathematics community around formal verification, Tudor, who's my co-founder and CEO of Harmonic, and I got very, very excited about building something. We thought that the time was right to actually build something in mathematics that combined the state-of-the-art in that field with the state-of-the-art in AI.
Tenev's new firm, Harmonic, hopes to achieve something that still belongs to the realm of science fiction. Beyond artificial narrow intelligence like ChatGPT, which can perform specific and limited tasks, beyond even an artificial general intelligence, which could learn and adapt like humans. Tenev says his goal is to help create what he calls a mathematical superintelligence.
So mathematical superintelligence is artificial intelligence that can reason and solve math problems at a level exceeding the most advanced mathematics researchers, so professional mathematicians that are out there today. And we think that developing such a system will not only greatly accelerate the progress of mathematics, but it'll also accelerate progress in all fields of science and technology that depend on mathematics.
We have heard at this point so much about large language models in the AI space. What you described sounds like almost the obverse of large language models, which, as I understand it, operate on language rather than on numbers or on mathematics.
I think the main problem with large language models and AI systems as they're currently designed is that they very, very confidently can tell you the wrong thing. So there's very few controls over what we call hallucinations. You'll ask a large language model a question, it'll give you an answer. You can ask it to solve a major mathematical conjecture, and it'll spit out output. And it can be very convincing in its incorrectness. And so I think that's a huge problem. And that's, by and large, what's hindered the adoption of these AI tools in mission-critical industries. And the way that Harmonic has designed our AI from the beginning is with correctness and verifiability, being a first-class citizen.
Last year, Harmonic closed a $75 million Series A funding round led by Sequoia Capital and announced that its AI had performed well in a test of mathematical reasoning. But Teniff says there's still work to do before true mathematical superintelligence is achieved and before Harmonic can roll out a product to consumers.
We're still in fairly early stages, but we're actually getting close to unveiling our technology to the public. So the team actually released a big result about 9 to 12 months ago where we showed really tremendous advancements across a few key mathematics benchmarks that were focused on formal mathematics.
Give us a sense of that development process. I mean, are you working toward a prototype, or do you have a prototype already?
We have some things internally that we're refining, and basically the company is largely focused on research because without a strong model that keeps getting better and better, it's not as useful. But over the past few months, we've started to turn more and more of our resources towards commercialization and actually figuring out how we're going to put it into people's hands, who the customers are, what the biggest pain points we can help solve for customers are.
While Teniff and his colleagues walk the long and uncertain road towards superintelligence, Jack Hittery has built a business around what he calls large quantitative models, which are trained on numbers and data rather than on prose. His company, Sandbox AQ, spun off from Alphabet in 2022.
What we can do is we can take the equations of biology, of chemistry, of physics, of engineering, and we can train an AI on those. And that's the world now of large quantitative models, LQMs. And this world of LQMs impacts 80% of our economy and drives massive innovation in the companies that use them. And so you have large language models on the one hand, and from a business point of view, they're mainly there to cut some costs. If you have, say, $30 million of costs every year in your company, you could probably start lopping off 10, 15, 20 million of customer service costs per year. And that's going to be a great savings for your company. But when it comes to creating new product, billions of dollars of new revenue, that's not really going to be a large language model. That's going to be an LQM, a large quantitative model.
Where are we in developing LQMs?
LQMs are now proliferating in the B2B land. So it's less about consumers using LQMs, but it's really about businesses using LQMs. And right now, we announced at Sandbox AQ that we're working with Sanofi, for example, a top 10 pharma company, using LQMs to advance their work in life-saving medicines. We announced work with chemical companies such as Aramco using LQMs to up value the hydrocarbons coming out so we can create new products that will not be burned in the atmosphere, but rather be put into various kinds of vehicles and others to lightweight and to add value to those industries as well.
There's a lot of money being invested in AI right now.
The reason we're here is because those pilots, those B-2 pilots, did an unbelievable job. And, you know, the fake news, like CNN in particular, they're trying to say, well, I agree that it was destroyed, but maybe not that destroyed. You know what they're doing? They're really hurting great pilots that put their lives in the line. CNN is scum, and so is MSDNC. They're all, and frankly, the networks aren't much better. It's all fake news, but they should not have done that. Those pilots hit their targets. Those targets were obliterated, and the pilots should be given credit. They're not after the pilots, they're after me. They want to try and demean.
You don't believe that Iran can rebuild its nuclear program?
No, Iran will never rebuild its nuclear program.
Again, you can look at the hyperscalers such as Amazon, Microsoft, Google, and others, and you could, place your bets there because essentially those are AI-driven companies at this point. But another way to make your AI play that actually may be more fruitful is to look at industry by industry, David, and understand who are going to be the AI winners and AI losers in the pharmaceutical industry, in the energy industry, in the telco industry, in the financial services sector. Each of these are $8, $10, $15 trillion sectors. And the winners and losers there are going to really determine billions and billions of dollars of value of market cap difference as those two groups diverge. The winners who are embracing AI and the laggards who are not embracing AI fast enough.
Whoever the winners and losers might be tomorrow, picking them today is anything but certain. MIT professor Alex Pentland says there will be no one-size-fits-all solution.
I think it's pretty clear that different AI will be used for different purposes. It's just like humans are expert in one thing or another. You want to have as much sort of information and depth in something like designing drugs or medicines or doing climate change as you possibly can. Your climate change model doesn't need to speak 20 different languages, so don't waste the power of the language by training on that sort of thing.
You have a deep understanding of artificial intelligence, and you are an academic. I'm not going to ask you for investment advice, except I am. Here at Bloomberg, there's an awful lot of money, tens of billions, even hundreds of billions of dollars going into artificial intelligence. Where should investors be looking to really put money into artificial intelligence? Or should they just be trying a lot of different things, hoping something pays off?
Well, if you're actually a qualified investor so that you have enough money to sort of spread it around, I would stick with things that have a very clear, defined business case. So I mentioned accounting, right? Or say taxes. Intuit is worth a lot of money because it uses AI to help you with your taxes. Clear business case there. So look for other things like that. For drug discovery, for risk evaluation, things like that. One thing not to do is assume that whatever it is that they're building, this AI that they're building, will never make mistakes, because it will. Everything makes mistakes sometimes. And you have to make sure that the thing that you're doing, when it makes that mistake, doesn't bankrupt the company.
Disney World has some new company, as a wide array of companies and brands try to follow the lead of the dominant theme park company. That's next on Wall Street Week. This is a story about making dreams come true. For years, media and entertainment companies have used their intellectual property to create unforgettable live experiences through theme parks. But their success is attracting new competition from new quarters. My colleague Scarlett Fu has the story.
Summertime conjures up hot days, late nights, and roller coaster rides. And answering the call, the themed entertainment industry, which is currently worth an estimated $76 billion and projected to reach more than $120 billion by 2033. The leaders, Disney, Universal, Merlin Entertainment, and Chimelong Group of China, all generated experience revenues in the billions last year. But Disney is a clear standout, booking $34 billion in revenue alone, which is almost 3 times the combined revenue of its smaller competitors. And holding it all together, fictional characters and immersive storytelling.
Intellectual property really has become
the cornerstone of the modern theme park industry. And we've seen them grow exponentially through the years.
Dennis Spiegel is a theme park expert who's been working in the industry for more than 50 years.
There have been some very interesting situations developed through the years. Disney bought Marvel, Spider-Man, Iron Man, all of those wonderful characters. Those characters were already being used at Universal Studios Florida, a couple of miles away from Disney World. So in that agreement, Disney cannot use the Marvel characters in Orlando. In England, there's a Harry Potter Studios tour, which is very close to where the Universal Studio Park will be. But at this point in time, they haven't announced if Harry Potter is going to be allowed to be used in that.
Now, other entertainment companies want in on the action, leveraging their most popular IP.
Some of my favorite shows are Netflix and have been for a long time.
The people here just bring the energy.
I love Netflix. I'm obsessed with Stranger Things, Squid Game, The Witcher, anything and everything they release.
We realize there's really a way here to bring fans closer to the stories that they love through live experiences.
As Netflix expands its library of original content, the streaming company is looking beyond its platform. Since 2020, Netflix has incorporated characters from some of its biggest hits into live experiences, culminating in permanent themed entertainment centers.
I'd consider Netflix House like a totally new dimension of storytelling because we'll be able to really keep it fresh, and sort of maintain that same pace of cultural impact and conversation that people see from our movies and TV shows.
Josh Simon is Netflix's Vice President of Consumer Products. He's in charge of a new theme park-style venture called Netflix House.
Later this year, we'll open our first 2 Netflix House locations, one at the King of Prussia Mall outside of Philadelphia and one at the Galleria in Dallas. We recently announced that we're also going to be opening a location in Las Vegas in 2027 as well.
All of those experiences are about engaging with fans and then taking all that information and saying, okay, we are ready to launch permanent experiences.
Marion Lee is Netflix's Chief Marketing Officer.
We'll have replay, which is sort of that concept of an old school arcade, but it will be all obviously Netflix shows and movies and games related to that.
A Netflix Bites restaurant and bar, a retail store, a theater.
And then we'll have a mini golf, Squid Game and Wednesday in one, and then One Piece and something else in the other, and Stranger Things.
It's really a great way for fans to experience those hero moments from their favorite Netflix movies and TV shows.
We are not trying to fit ourselves into one box.
Netflix does not break out sales of consumer products and live experiences, but in 2024, the company surpassed 300 million paying memberships, grew revenue by 16%, while its operating income exceeded $10 billion for the first time ever. And in the past 5 years, Netflix has created more than 400 experiences in 300-plus cities across the globe. In a world of screens, live experiences appear to be in demand. But will they sustain viewers' interest over the longer term?
When we're thinking about which live experiences to bring to life, there's usually a couple ways we think about it. First is we really follow fan passion. We see this incredible love for stories all over the world. The other thing is we really look for our experiences to tell a new dimension of a story. So, we're interested in movies and TV shows that we know fans want to explore in new ways.
One of the key critical things that allows us to really set ourselves apart is that we have a rabid fan base. We have 1.2 billion fans across all of our social media accounts around the world. And they are telling us what they want to do. We can hear what they're talking about, what kinds of products they're buying, what kinds of food that they're eating whenever they go. And then it allows us to take that information and invest into future experiences that we can place all around the world.
Even before Netflix entered the picture, the theme park industry was a kind of survival of the fittest scenario. Smaller companies struggling to keep up with changing consumer tastes, the biggest players under pressure to roll out new attractions, highlighting the latest technology, and everyone, no matter their size, spending continuously to give visitors a reason to keep coming back.
Typically, a park will fail because Either the market isn't ready, it's not a good concept. I tell a lot of people in our industry, just because you have an idea doesn't mean it's a good one. And we've seen the good, the bad, and the ugly of theme parks.
What do the big guys not understand? What do they get wrong?
Historically, the local amusement park went from being a 2 to 92 family park to a thrill park. I think our industry got addicted to the growth that a roller coaster brings. But what happened was it really changed the demographic of the park. They reduced the amount of entertainment, they reduced the amount of show, the culinary experience was reduced because they were getting the growth by just focusing on roller coasters and thrill rides. And so now they've kind of maxed out where the thrill ride can take them. And you've seen this with Six Flags and some of the changes they're trying to make to move back towards broader family experiences. So I would say there were some mistakes made that brought them to where they are today.
COVID-19 dealt a big blow to theme parks, forcing them to shut down for weeks and sometimes months. And that's exactly when Netflix made its move into live experiences.
We were looking for a way to bring Stranger Things to life. People were spending a lot of time, on their own, in their cars. We took over a couple 100,000 square foot parking garage downtown LA and basically created like a pop-up theme park attraction.
Well, we haven't seen this really. I mean, this is our entertainment industry from that standpoint. The streaming is really changing. It's bringing us that shorter story.
For our industry, it really is about how do we define ourselves as a live experience. There's a lot of people who feel that virtual experiences are going to become bigger than real life experiences. And so we've got to make sure that we continue to make great experiences so that doesn't really happen.
Andrew Wexler is CEO of Herschend, the largest family-owned theme attractions company in North America. Herschend's first attraction was Silver Dollar City in Branson, Missouri in 1960. It has since built a portfolio of family-friendly entertainment brands from the Harlem Globetrotters exhibition basketball team to Dollywood in the Great Smoky Mountains in Tennessee. In contrast to Netflix, Herschend's Silver Dollar City features IP that's tied to its local history, starting with a cave. How did a cave spawn a theme park?
Hugo and Mary Herschend went on a road trip. They came to Southwest Missouri to the Ozarks to enjoy the beauty, and they did a cave tour here and really fell in love with location, with the cave, with the people, and decided they wanted to make it a summer attraction. So the cave tour was so popular that there were long lines to get in the cave, and they needed to give some people something to do. It's kind of the first instance of line management. So they built this 1880s town on top of the cave so people could be entertained.
Since the 1970s, Herschend has focused on bringing new live shows and rides to Silver Dollar City while keeping its IP rooted in the area's 1880s lore. As a result, the park feels timeless, which is reinforced by its long-serving staff.
I've been the Vice President of Food Service since 1992, and this is my 50th year. I've started from the ground up, and I'm still here.
It's also got a cult following, with local families making regular pilgrimages generation after generation.
All I know is for my 8th birthday, we went that day. It was my 108th time going, I think.
And I remember a lot of my childhood coming back.
They have some rides at Six Flags, but these rides are like really fun.
We've been coming since we were little ourselves. I don't even remember my first time coming.
Yeah, I don't remember my first time. It's just been always part of our lives.
If you look at most theme parks across America, they were organic. They started off as a petting zoo or a campground, and then they added rides and slowly grew over time. Most successful theme parks are like that. It's really hard to go from 0 to 100 at a theme park today just because of the capital intensity and the ability to actually draw enough people to make it cash flow positive.
So you're continuously reinvesting in the business. How do you think about return on investment?
So we know what the return is that our shareholders would like on the business. And so we incorporate that in our capital plans. So we do long range plans we try and identify what are our projects over the next 10 years. Now, you got to be nimble and flexible. It may change. But within that, what's the impact of that investment and how is it going to grow the park from an attendance perspective?
I think about bigger competitors or peers. Universal, it engages in an IP review every 2 to 3 years, and it looks critically at its own properties. It also does an overall, assessment of the media landscape. What does that look like on your end?
It's about gaps and needs. The IP is just one element of the experience. What are the frictions that make it hard to enjoy the park? Waiting in line, having to walk a certain distance from one place to another. How do you improve that sort of experience? So while it's great they do an IP review, for us it's about experience review and how do we make the experience better.
Theme parks live on repeat visitation, and repeat visitation is generated by what we call CapEx, the dollars that we invest every year. So the new rides and attractions that we put in every year bring the people back.
But this is a capital-intensive business, so how do you plan out how much you're going to spend?
Well, fortunately, our business does generate cash, and so we have a set percentage of the cash that we generate each year that we know is going to go back into capital. So really the debt part is irrelevant when it comes to our CapEx, unless we wanted to make an acquisition or do something that was above and beyond. We really are about that live local experience with the idea that if our purpose as a company is to bring families closer together, having somebody necessarily sit in front of a television is not the best way to do that.
Next, mimicking the most complex thing in the universe, the human brain. There was a time when scientists working on artificial intelligence thought the best way forward was classifying data and building decision trees. But it turned out that the better, more elegant solution was to mimic the human brain, as Jack Hidary of Sandbox AQ explains.
Large language models, an incredible innovation, started in 2017 with a paper by colleagues of ours at Google. They wrote a paper, David, called Attention is All You Need. And they were focused on how to structure a neural network that would be able to recreate human language. And what is a neural network? Let's start with that first. Well, our brains have roughly 86 to 100 billion neurons, nerve cells. And they're wired up and they're connected up to each other. And in fact, the average brain has between 100 trillion and 1,000 trillion connections connecting those neurons in our brain. The brain is the most complex artifact we've ever found in the universe to date. So 100 trillion to 1,000 trillion connections. And here is the kicker. The crescendo of that is that those connections can change based on the feedback we get as toddlers listening to the languages around us in our family home. We might be in a single language family, say just knowing English. Maybe it's bilingual, maybe a trilingual family. We're going to absorb all that, and the strengths of those connections between two neurons and then across the whole network will change rapidly, second to second. Based on what we're hearing and the feedback we're getting, we'll know that when we see a car, it's associated with that word, C-A-R, car, right? Or in other languages, carro, or voiture in French, or other languages like that. And so this ability for our human brain to have a complex network of neurons and have those neurons connected by synapses, by connections, and have those connection strengths be modified quickly in milliseconds to seconds over our lifetime. That's how we remember. That's how we acquire skills. And so in the 1940s, neuroanatomists and others started looking at the brain and saying, wait a second, what can we learn from the brain and understand about computing? How do we build computing that's similar to the brain? And over the course of decades, what we understood is that we can build not a BNN, a biological neural network, we can build an ANN, an artificial neural network. And an ANN seeks to mimic, seeks to be inspired by the biological neural network and instantiate a neural net, essentially symbolic neurons with connections, and these are all numbers now, so it's just numbers in the computer, and then update those connections, those strengths between one neuron, one artificial neuron, and another in the computer, update it based on feedback. So we show the computer a picture of a car, we say this is associated with the word car, and then we train it on a set of such examples. It turns out you need millions of examples to actually train these artificial neural nets, just like a toddler who has millions of interactions around them in the first 5-6 years of life. And it turns out it worked. It turns out that having a artificial neural network in a computer as you grow the complexity, you can start to do more and more things. And in 2017, 8 individuals, 8 researchers at Google wrote a paper that said, we can actually now make an artificial neural network that goes beyond state-of-the-art previously in producing and understanding human language. And that model, David, is called the transformer model. And that model was promulgated in that paper, put out in conferences. The folks at OpenAI saw that. The folks at other companies saw that. Other parts of Google read the paper, and it started to promulgate, leading to the explosion supernova of ChatGPT 3 years ago, and leading to many innovations, particularly in these large language models. And what is the language model itself? It is when you absorb in the biggest corpus of words that we know of as humans, which is the World Wide Web. Over the past 35 years, we humans have built a citadel in the sky. We have built the largest collection of human thought, human essays, words, dialogue, theater, plays, videos. All that is now part of the training set for these language models. And so, again, imagine a toddler. A toddler is going to be bombarded with tons of input around them from their parents and grandparents and kids in school. And now this toddler, this language model, absorbs in, it gets trained on the web, and is able to use the transformer model to make a prediction, David, on what that next word would be, what the next paragraph would be if you give it a prompt. And sure enough, it draws upon all that training. It's not just memorizing something from the web and repeating it. That's not what it's doing. It actually learned the structure of human language and is able to produce new language based on your prompt and will produce that paragraph. So that's a large language model. And certainly we can use it in a wide variety of applications now in both personal life and business life. In personal life, people are using it to write love letters to their spouses and significant others. I've also heard of people writing their breakup notes to folks as well. But we can use it in our personal life, and of course, it's transforming business. In business, we use a lot of documents, and so LLMs can be used to summarize content out there so that you can quickly absorb what's.
और गाइस 5:30 हो चुका है लंदन सेशन के बाद न्यूयॉर्क सेशन भी ओपन अप नाउ 12:30 लंदन सेशन ओपन था न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन हो चुका है तो एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे थोड़ा वॉल्यूम आए और बाकी इजराइल के जो प्राइम मिनिस्टर हैं उनसे आई थिंक यूएस के जो प्रेसिडेंट हैं डोनाल्ड ट्रम्प उन्होंने बात करी है कि कि अपने प्लेन वापस बुला लो बट अभी जहाँ तक न्यूज़ मिल रही है ईरान पर ऑलरेडी उन्होंने अटैक कर दिया है फिलहाल इनिशियली कुछ रिपोर्ट्स आई हैं जहाँ पर उन्होंने कहा है कि कुछ जगह सायरन्स सुने गए हैं और लाउड बैंग एज वेल बाकी इसके बाद मोस्ट प्रोबेबली सीज फायर हो जाएगा अब कोई अटैक नहीं करेगा तो कह सकते हैं जो ये पिछले 12 दिन से चल रहा था इट इज़ एंड नाउ क्रूड ऑयल ने भी उसी का एक मोमेंटम दिखाया था वापस नीचे ही आ गया सो वी कैन से इट इज़ सेटल डाउन सब कुछ नॉर्मल हो चुका है मिडिल ईस्ट में तो क्रूड ऑयल पे जो इम्पैक्ट होना था वो जितना होना था न्यूज़ की वजह से हो चुका है कुछ खास एस्केलेशन होने के चांसेस बहुत कम लगते हैं मुझे तो Putin going to war with NATO would cost a world $1.5 trillion. The NATO chief says Russia may be ready for an attack on Eastern Europe within 5 years. लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस ये नेचुरल गैस में एक ही टारगेट मिला इसके ऊपर एक और टारगेट था वहां तक गया नहीं ट्रेल ही करना अभी फिलहाल कुछ और कर नहीं सकते एक टारगेट यहाँ पर बुक कर चुके हैं, अगर इसके ऊपर निकलता है, सस्टेन करता है, तो ये सेकंड टारगेट रहेगा, नहीं निकलता है फिर नीचे एक सपोर्ट हमारे पास यहाँ पर है 304 से 308 के बीच में। बाकी नेचुरल गैस के अलावा क्रूड ऑयल कम्प्लीटली साइडवेज, मॉर्निंग पे वॉलेटाइल बहुत था, सेल ऑफ की चला गया, फिर रिकवरी आई कम्प्लीटली वी शेप में, देन फ्लैग बना के बैठ गया यहाँ पर एक छोटा सा, वापस नीचे आता है तो यहाँ एक बाइंग का देखेंगे। ऊपर कोई रेजिस्टेंस नहीं है, सारे के सारे रीटेस्ट ही हैं, एंड या रिमेंबर ऑलवेज रीटेस्ट इज वीकर देन द रेजिस्टेंस, ठीक है। सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस ज़्यादा ठीक होते हैं एज कम्पेयर टू रीटेस्ट लेवल। ये एक सपोर्ट था, गैप डाउन हुआ मॉर्निंग पे सीधा, तो रीटेस्ट ही जो है इसके ऊपर एक कल वाला लेवल भी है रीटेस्ट का, वहां पर ही मार्केट ने ब्रेकडाउन ही कर दिया था ऊपर इक्वल टू हाई जब वो न्यूज आई थी अटैक वाली। Ceasefire violent, then crude should jump but sideways। वो वॉयलेट तो कल से ही हो रहा है, उसका कुछ खास इम्पैक्ट नहीं होने वाला। कल जिस तरह से बता के ईरान ने अटैक किया था, क्रूड को नीचे ही आना है। ईरान ने भी सुबह मिसाइल मारी थी सीज फायर वॉयलेट करके, फिर ईरान इजराइल ने ही मार दी, दोनों बराबर हो गए। अब क्रूड ऑयल नॉर्मल चलेगा, लाइक कोई सडनली कोई अटैक ना हो जाए, अदरवाइज तो नॉर्मल ही है। अब मेजर वो ये ईरान सॉरी रसिया और यूक्रेन, वहां भी पीस हो जाती है तो बढ़िया है। नेचुरल गैस ने भी हाई लेवल से काफी अच्छा पुल बैक दे दिया अपर लेवल से। हाँ सही है, वो भी अच्छा है। इंडियन मार्केट गिव अप मॉर्निंग गेन। मॉर्निंग पे कौन सा गेन था? गैप अप ही था बस, उसके बाद रेजिस्टेंस को हिट किया, सेलिंग आ गई। ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस काफी अच्छा था। बैंक निफ्टी की स्पेशली बात करूं, निफ्टी तो मैंने देखा भी नहीं। बैंक निफ्टी फ्यूचर डे हाई रेजिस्टेंस जोन, नीचे जहां पर रुका था डे लो के आसपास, वो एक रीटेस्ट था, बट मुझे लगता नहीं वहां रुकेगा, थोड़ा सा और नीचे आ सकता है। देन इट टुक द सपोर्ट मे बी। बाकी आई थिंक रेट कट का भी है शायद, उसका भी बैंक निफ्टी में इम्पैक्ट पड़ा है। नेचुरल गैस का नेक्स्ट मंथ का चार्ट है ये, दिस इज द नेक्स्ट मंथ चार्ट। ओके, एक्सपायरी हो गई ना कल ऑप्शन की, तो नेक्स्ट मंथ का चार्ट है। Look at this one. Candle. ठीक है, और कोई अपडेट नहीं है फिलहाल के लिए इजराइल ईरान की ओर से। थोड़ी देर पहले आया था कि इजराइल ने स्ट्राइक करा है ईरान को, और उनका जो मिलिट्री रडार साइड है ईरान का, ईरान के अंदर तेहरान में, वहां पर अटैक किया है। उसके अलावा तो और कोई अटैक अभी हुआ नहीं है, तो दैट इज द ओनली न्यूज़ राइट नाउ। लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस सभी लोग।
Yesterday, somebody discovered that Robotaxi, the safety observer in the front, has a cheat button, and I think I might have the same button. When they were riding up here, they were sitting here, and this button, we're about to find out what it does, because they were apparently doing this to be able to do something special. So let's find out what it does.
ठीक है, कोई अपडेट नहीं है, लास्ट वही है, एक अटैक ईरान की ओर से किया था, उसके बाद अभी तक और कोई अपडेट नहीं। 5:30 भी हो चुका है। एक डेटा याद रखना, 7:30 पर है, 7 PM पे अब यूएस मार्केट ओपन होगा, देन 7:30 कंज्यूमर कॉन्फिडेंस और रिचमंड मैन्युफैक्चरिंग इंडेक्स का डेटा। उससे पहले फेड चेयरमैन की टेस्टमनी भी है कांग्रेस में, तो वो भी देखेंगे क्या वो बोलते हैं आने वाले समय के लिए रेट कट करेंगे या नहीं करेंगे जुलाई में, जो फेड के एक मेंबर ने कहा था। दैट इज ऑल्सो गोइंग टू सी। 32 लाइक्स आर डन, कम ऑन गाइस, लाइक में रुको मत। Oil, eat, oil eating microbes often tenderizing clean hydrogen solution. RBI, Reserve Bank of India, to curb short-term banking cash after months of infusion. मतलब ये मार्केट में पैसा नहीं डालने वाले हैं। RBI Donald Trump says both party violated the agreement, ceasefire agreement. New Israeli strike reported by media despite Trump's command to stop. Thailand party plans to no confidence vote against embattled PM. मतलब अभी कुछ नहीं हो रहा है यहाँ पे। सेंसेक्स 1100 पॉइंट हाई से नीचे आया था तो क्या हो गया, 11,000 पॉइंट तो सेंसेक्स में नॉर्मल ही है। 500 पॉइंट बैंक निफ्टी में नॉर्मल है, 200 पॉइंट निफ्टी में नॉर्मल है। वो तो इंट्राडे का मोमेंटम इतना होता रहता है। बाकी मैंने देखा नहीं सेंसेक्स, बैंक निफ्टी फ्यूचर ही देखा मैंने। बैंक निफ्टी फ्यूचर गैप अप ओपन हुआ था, रेजिस्टेंस तक आया 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे थोड़ी देर में, फिर वहां से फॉल किया था, नीचे एक रिटेस्ट था, वहाँ थोड़ा बहुत रुक रहा था, बट मैं एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा हूँ कि थोड़ा और गिर जाता। थोड़ा सा रुका हुआ है अभी भी। क्लोजिंग बेसिस पे अगर देखोगे बैंक निफ्टी फ्यूचर 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे, तो ओवरऑल क्लोजिंग स्टिल पॉजिटिव ही आई 400 पॉइंट की, तो वो रिटेस्ट पे रुक गया थोड़ा सा। ऐसा लग रहा था कि थोड़ा और नीचे आया था अप्रॉक्सीमेटली। पर ठीक है, लगभग मॉर्निंग पे जिस तरह से गैप अप ओपन हुआ था, वहां से 800 पॉइंट गया, 400 पॉइंट करेक्शन आ गया, 400 पॉइंट की पॉजिटिव क्लोजिंग। नहीं अभी हुआ नहीं है गोल्ड में। कमन गाइस, लाइक करते रहो, 32 लाइक्स पे रुकना नहीं है। डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम। डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम एंड सब्सक्राइब द चैनल। गोल्ड भी ठीक ठाक ही गिर रहा है। ठीक है, गोल्ड ने भी अच्छा खासा करेक्शन दिया है। वॉर खत्म हुई उसके बाद कुछ दिनों पहले, याद होगा मैंने डेली टाइम फ्रेम पे आप लोगों को बताया था एक ट्रेड, वो थोड़ा बड़ा टारगेट का था वो, और फॉरेक्स की मैं बात कर रहा हूँ। डेली टाइम फ्रेम पे एक रेजिस्टेंस था ऑल टाइम हाई के एसएल के साथ, लगभग वन कितना 133, $130 का समथिंग उसमें एसएल था, $300 का समथिंग टारगेट था। अभी भी वो रनिंग ही है। लेट्स सी करेक्शन में आता है तो थोड़ा जल्दी जल्दी डेली टाइम फ्रेम पर ये शॉर्ट टर्म एक करेक्शन आना तो चाहिए। गोल्ड में पेंडिंग है काफी टाइम से। कहाँ रुकेगा ये अब गोल्ड इंट्राडे। ठीक है, बाकी देखो गोल्ड में नीचे आने के चांसेस हैं इसके 3,308 $7 के आसपास, वहां पर एक सपोर्ट मिल सकता है इसको। थोड़ा जल्दी आ जाए तो बेटर, नहीं तो फिर यूएस मार्केट की ओपनिंग के बाद ही मूव करेगा, नहीं तो। ये कंसिडर नहीं होता ना, नहीं, दोनों सेम निकल जाते हैं सेम लेवल से। ये देखो आया सपोर्ट पे भाई, पहुंचने ही वाला है। लेवल पे मिल जाए तो बात ही क्या है। मंथली एक्सपायरी निफ्टी बैंक निफ्टी आपका व्यू रेंज कितना है सर? वो मैंने वीकली एनालिसिस किया हुआ है, मैं मंथली नहीं देखता। मैं वीकली करता हूँ सिर्फ एनालिसिस, मंथली बहुत ज़्यादा हो जाता है। मंथली मंथली एक महीने में बहुत टाइम हो जाता है यार, एक महीने में कौन होल्ड कर पाएगा बैंक निफ्टी निफ्टी को, स्पेशली अगर आप ऑप्शन सेलिंग करते हो तो। क्योंकि ऑप्शन बाइंग तो करते नहीं, इंट्राडे इन ऑप्शन बाइंग ही कर सकते हैं। अगर वीकली या फिर मंथली एनालिसिस ले रहे हो तो फिर वहां पर या तो फ्यूचर में ट्रेड हो सकता है या फिर ऑप्शन सेलिंग हो सकती है, ऑप्शन बाइंग तो नहीं हो सकती, बहुत मुश्किल है। तो वीकली एनालिसिस मैं करता हूँ, वीकली एनालिसिस मैंने किया हुआ है, देख लो एक बार जाके उसको, लास्ट वीक का। नेक्स्ट वीक का भी सैटरडे को करेंगे, क्या प्लानिंग है मेरी। बट याद रखना मैं ऑप्शन बाइंग नहीं करता हूँ वीकली बेसिस पे, क्योंकि कोई फायदा नहीं है, प्रीमियम कुछ मिलता नहीं है उसमें। ऑप्शन सेलिंग जरूर करी जा सकती है, क्योंकि उसमें थीटा डी की चाहिए हमें। 500 1000 पॉइंट का अगर कोई कॉल या पुट शॉर्ट करके बैठ रहे हैं तो वेरी हाई चांसेस कि उसमें प्रीमियम मिल जाएगा, स्पेशली बैंक निफ्टी, क्योंकि वीकली एक्सपायरी अभी भी होती है। कम ऑन गाइस, लाइक करते रहो, रुकना मत। 100 लाइक्स का टारगेट है, रुको मत। जैसे उसको कहते हैं ना, मानो मत जानो, तो रुको मत, लाइक करो। Oil likely to hover near $70 if case fire holds. $70. Okay. डोनाल्ड ट्रम्प ने फिर से ट्वीट किया है, Iranian state TV, a victory rally is scheduled for 6 p.m. today in Angel of Revolutionary Square. If this victory, what does defeat looks like? ईरान में होगी अब विक्ट्री डे परेड। Trump, I don't want to see regime change in Iran. Iran not going to have a nuclear weapon. It's the last thing on their mind right now. वो लगता है ज़्यादा सीरियसली ले लिया इन लोगों ने। ये भी कोई वॉर हुई, हर 6 महीने में ऐसा ही करते हैं दोनों, इजराइल और ईरान। एक दूसरे पे बम मारते हैं, उसके बाद फिर कहते हैं हम जीत गए। ठीक है, तो सीज फायर हो गया है, ईरान ने भी कह दिया है, तो ईरान भी वापस अटैक नहीं करने वाला। इजराइल ने भी लास्ट अटैक जो करना था कर दिया है। मिडिल ईस्ट में थोड़ी शांति कह सकते हो आप। मींस वॉर से रिलेटेड तो कुछ खास नहीं होगा, जो होगा बाकी जो डेटा आता है या फिर ओपेक कुछ करता है तो उसके बेसिस पर ही होगा। और कोई ऐसा खास ट्रिगर पॉइंट कंट्री में कहीं और दिख नहीं रहा है। अगर यूक्रेन और रसिया वॉर भी रुक जाए तो बढ़िया है, मार्केट अपनी वॉलेटिलिटी से बाहर निकल जाएगा। अमेरिका को वॉर में मजा आता है, सब कंट्री से वॉर किया। अमेरिका कभी अपनी कंट्री में वॉर नहीं करता, तुम देखना। दुनिया में सारी कंट्री हैं, उनकी खुद की कंट्री में वॉर होती है। मतलब अब जैसे इंडिया चाइना की भी थोड़ा सा स्क्रमिश हुई बॉर्डर पे, तो दोनों कंट्री डायरेक्टली इन्वॉल्व हो गई ना, मतलब दोनों कंट्री के बॉर्डर इन्वॉल्व हो गए। आपने कभी नहीं सुना होगा कि यूएस मेनलैंड जो है वो कभी इन्वॉल्व हुआ होगा, या कभी किसी ने कोई मिसाइल मारी होगी यूएस के अंदर। कभी नहीं हुआ। यूएस बहुत ही ज़्यादा इंटेलिजेंट है, वो अपनी वॉर हमेशा मेनलैंड से दूर ही लड़ता है। बाकी हम नॉर्थ कोरिया साउथ कोरिया देख लो, इंडिया चाइना, इंडिया पाकिस्तान, मिडिल ईस्ट में सारी कंट्री डायरेक्टली मेनलैंड पे ही अटैक होता है। बट आज तक कभी किसी ने यूएस को, मॉडर्न हिस्ट्री की अगर बात करें तो यूएस को उसकी कंट्री में अटैक नहीं किया है। रसिया को देख लो, रसिया का तक उनकी मेनलैंड कंट्री में ही अटैक हो रहे हैं। बट इट्स नॉट गोइंग टू हैपन इन यूएस। बाकी अभी देखोगे ईरान का, आई थिंक हाँ अभी भी क्लोज ही है। ईरान का एयर स्पेस अभी भी क्लोज है, उन्होंने ओपन नहीं किया अभी तक। इजराइल का मार्केट गिरा नहीं वॉर टाइम से, वो गिरने वाला भी नहीं है। उनकी इकोनॉमी स्ट्रांग ही है। लाइक जब गाजा वॉर हुई थी तब नहीं गिरा, उन्होंने गाजा में वो हल कर दिया तब उनका मार्केट नहीं गिरा। ये नॉर्मल है उनके लिए, उनकी मार्केट को ही पता है। तो जो सिचुएशन सडनली नहीं क्रिएट होती हैं, जिनका पता होता है मार्केट को, तो उस पर मार्केट अननेसेसरी पैनिक में नहीं जाता है। हर किसी कंट्री की अपनी इकोनॉमी होती है ना, उसका टाइप, लाइक किस तरह से मार्केट रिएक्ट कर रहा है वहाँ पे। 6 PM 7 PM पे यूएस मार्केट ही ओपन है और कोई डेटा भी नहीं है अब। IRGC Brigadier General Latifi, deputy head of Iran intelligence organization, has been eliminated according to Iran reports. इसराइल के प्राइम मिनिस्टर ऑफिस से भी आ गया स्टेटमेंट। द सीज फायर वॉज शेड्यूल्ड टू टेक इफेक्ट 7 AM at 3 AM. Israel launched a powerful strike in the heart of Tehran, targeting regime infrastructure and eliminating hundreds of Baji members and Iranian security personnel. Following the phone call between President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu, Israel refrained from carrying out additional strike. During the conversation, President Trump conveyed his deep appreciation for Israel, which he said has accomplished all of the war objective. The president also expressed confidence in the stability of the ceasefire. ठीक है, ईरान की ओर से, सॉरी, इजराइल की ओर से भी आ चुका है, तो सीज फायर तो हो गया है कंप्लीटली। बाकी जो अटैक अभी किया है इजराइल ने, उसमें ईरान के जो आईआरजीसी के सीनियर इंटेलिजेंस जर्नल हैं वो गए। ही इज एलिमिनेटेड इन दैट अटैक। आई होप अब कोई और आपस में फाइट ना करें ये लोग। Trump says Putin called and offered Russia help with Iran. वाह, रूटर्स की ओर से है रिपोर्ट ये, जिसमें कहा गया है कि ट्रम्प को पुतिन ने कॉल किया था ईरान जो सिचुएशन है उससे निपटने के लिए, हेल्प हम कर सकते हैं, ऐसा रसिया ने कहा है। Israel PM Netanyahu announces attack in central Tehran at 3 a.m. Israel claims responsibility for the operation. Old news. नहीं कोई डेटा नहीं अभी नहीं है 7:30 पर है डेटा एक्चुअली 37 लाइक हो गए गाइस कम ऑन सभी लोग और लाइक करते रहो
As soon as I get away from you, I'm going to see if I can stop it, okay?
Do you believe that Iran is still committed to peace?
Yeah, I do. They violated it, but Israel violated it too.
Are you questioning if Israel is committed?
Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I'd never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because the one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
ओके पवेल की जो टेस्टिमनी है शायद उन्होंने एक स्टेटमेंट दिया है पवेल रीइटरेटेड नो रश टू कवर टैरिफ क्लैरिटी ओके तो जो रेट कट की बात कही थी शायद एक मेंबर ने तो फेड के जो चेयरमैन है पवेल उन्होंने कहा है कि अभी हम कोई रस में नहीं है कि रेट कट करें ये फेड के चेयरमैन की ओर से एक स्टेटमेंट आया है
Israel says that Iran violated the peace agreement and the ceasefire agreement. Do you believe that Iran is still committed to peace?
Yeah, I do. They violated it, but Israel violated it too.
Are you questioning if Israel is committed?
Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I'd never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because of one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that.
क्रूड ऑयल भी स्टक ही हो गया बिल्कुल, वेरी स्लो मोमेंटम, नेचुरल गैस की तरह बिल्कुल। ये नेचुरल गैस भी नहीं निकल रहा है इस लेवल के ऊपर, इसके ऊपर निकल जाता है एक सेकंड टारगेट मिल जाता है इसमें, फिर वहां देखते हैं। वैसे एमसीएक्स में वहां पर कोई रेजिस्टेंस नहीं है, फॉरेक्स में वहां पर एक रेजिस्टेंस दिखाई दे रहा है, तो हो सकता है एमसीएक्स को भी हेल्प करे थोड़ी बहुत, या फिर एमसीएक्स कोई नया रेजिस्टेंस ही बना दे, बिकॉज ऐसे स्टक रहा तो फिर मोमेंटम बहुत स्लो आ जाएगा, आएगा। बाकी क्रूड भी इसी रेंज के अंदर साइडवेज ना हो जाए, दैट इज आल्सो नॉट गुड। 40 लाइक्स आर डन, कम ऑन गाइस, 10 लाइक्स आर रिमेनिंग, 10 लाइक और रह गए हैं। कर तो दे रहा है यार यहाँ पर, ये देखो। ये इस सिनेरियो में भी इसको सपोर्ट कंसिडर कर रहा है, which is very odd. Same scenario है। Again, it take the resistance. Natural guess. इतनी बड़ी बाइंग आई है तो गैस में एटलीस्ट हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक करके ट्रेल करना गाइस, ठीक है। सेकंड टारगेट के लिए अगर ये ब्लू कलर की लाइन के ऊपर निकला तभी जाएगा सेकंड टारगेट, नहीं तो वापस नीचे आ सकता है। वन सेकंड, ये ठीक है। बाकी गोल्ड में देखो नीचे है सपोर्ट, थोड़ा सा और आता है नीचे तो एग्जैक्ट लेवल पे आया नहीं है अभी भी सपोर्ट के। नेचुरल गैस नहीं जा रहा है ऊपर। लास्ट टाइम कब आया था प्राइस? 9th ऑफ जून को। ठीक है, बाकी एक बार सपोर्ट ले चुका है वहां पर, लेट्स सी फिर से अगर सपोर्ट लेता है तो थोड़ा सा और नीचे। गोल्ड 3290 के अराउंड। 2 3 नहीं, इसको कंसिडर मत नहीं कर सकते, इसका हाई है आपका। नहीं, ये तो कंप्लीटली इंटरसेक्शन है इनका। दूसरा सेक्शन यहाँ पर तो नहीं है, इसको देखना एक बार। ये भी नहीं है, ये भी नहीं है। रीटेस्ट तो नहीं है ये। One, two, three. Okay, this is the level. 523.32 मिल गया, रीटेस्ट ही है वो। कम ऑन गाइस, 36 पीपल आर वाचिंग, 40 लाइक्स, 50 लाइक्स का टारगेट है, कर दो फटाफट से लाइक। रुकना नहीं है लाइक करते वक्त, जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया फटाफट से करो। फिलहाल जो लोग अभी आए हैं, नेचुरल गैस में देखोगे एक ट्रेड था छोटा सा, ये दो टारगेट थे इसका। ये पहला टारगेट 5 पॉइंट, दूसरा टारगेट 5 पॉइंट। पहला टारगेट पे रुक गया ये। हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक करके ट्रेल करना, अगर निकलता है पहली ब्लू कलर की लाइन के ऊपर तो एक सेकंड टारगेट मिलेगा, नहीं तो फिर नीचे आएगा तो वापस बाइंग करेंगे। लोअर एंड पे एक और सपोर्ट है। क्रूड साइडवेज हो चुका है काफ़ी देर से, मॉर्निंग पे वॉलेटाइल काफ़ी ज़्यादा था। नीचे डेलो अराउंड सपोर्ट है, ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस तो कुछ बने नहीं है, रीटेस्ट ही हैं सारे के सारे। जितने भी सपोर्ट थे कल ब्रेक हो गए थे, दो मे बी एक्ट लाइक एज अ सपोर्ट, एक्ट लाइक एज अ रेजिस्टेंस, सॉरी। बाकी अभी 7 PM पे यूएस मार्केट की ओपनिंग, देन 7:30 पे डेटा है जो गोल्ड और सिल्वर को थोड़ा बहुत इम्पैक्ट कर सकता है। उसके अलावा और कोई डेटा नहीं है आज। बाकी सीज फायर भी हो चुका है इजराइल और ईरान के बीच में, तो वहाँ से भी कुछ खास वॉर के रिलेटेड न्यूज़ होने के चांसेस कम ही है जिसका इम्पैक्ट डायरेक्टली क्रूड ऑयल पे पॉजिटिवली हो। Trump is pushing for calm. He campaigned on avoiding new wars and sees de-escalation as a display of strength. From his perspective, asking Israel to hold back makes sense for American interests in the region. But for Israel standing down while Iran fires ballistic missile, its residential building breaks ceasefire continue to fund terror proxies. This is not about the revenge. नेचुरल गैस में अपर साइड पे कोई ऐसा स्पेसिफिक रेजिस्टेंस नहीं है, फॉरेक्स में है तो वी विल कंसिडर दैट एज अ रेजिस्टेंस मोस्टली. ठीक है, बाकी ये नेचुरल गैस में नेक्स्ट मंथ का चार्ट है फ्यूचर का, तो कंफ्यूज मत होना. एक्सपायरी हो चुकी है कल ऑप्शन की, तो नेक्स्ट मंथ का ऑप्शन ट्राई कर रहे होंगे, तो इसलिए लगाया भी मैंने. नेक्स्ट मंथ का फ्यूचर का चार्ट है. करंट मंथ का भी कर सकते हो करने को, बट वहाँ थोड़ा वॉलीटिलिटी और ज़्यादा होगी. कल एक्सपायरी है फ्यूचर की नेचुरल गैस. वहाँ पर एक ब्रेकआउट हुआ है, इसका रीटेस्ट पेंडिंग है. मोस्टली रीटेस्ट पेंडिंग. तो ये रीटेस्ट तो किया है इसने, रीटेस्ट ही किया ना. कैंडल क्लोज्ड, दो कैंडल. मार्केट डिड द रीटेस्ट ओवर हियर, नीचे आया रीटेस्ट कर दिया फिर चला गया. तो ये आपका सपोर्ट हो गया और ये रीटेस्ट हो गया. फिफ्टी परसेंट लेवल पे ले लो, बेस्ट है. ये मारेगा तो वहीं पर मोस्टली. बाकी देखो क्रूड ऑयल आता है ऊपर तो वापस एक रीटेस्ट का प्लान करेंगे. नीचे डे लो अराउंड सपोर्ट जोन। कैंडल थोड़ा सा ओपन इक्वल टू लो क्रूड में, ओपन इक्वल टू लो ही है एग्जैक्टली, एंड ओपन इक्वल टू हाई नेचुरल गैस में। दोनों जगह बिल्कुल अपोजिट कैंडल है। ये बिल्कुल एक फ्लैग पैटर्न ही है क्रूड में। Is the Democratic primary for New York City Mayor Joran Mamdani, co-founder of Student for Justice in Palestine and proud member of the Democratic Society of America, is leading its most polls. सडनली कैंडल जिस तरह से बनी है, लुक्स लाइक कुछ मोमेंटम हुआ है न्यूज़ की वजह से ही. Iranian media report that Asghar Hazmi, a high-ranking figure in the regime-sanctioned nuclear program, was killed in an Israeli strike along with his wife Tahara. लगता है क्रूड रेंज से बाहर ही नहीं आएगा. उफ, कोई नया रेजिस्टेंस भी नहीं है. ठीक है, देखो इस कैंडल के बाद एक कैंडल और है, फिर सीधा यूएस मार्केट ही ओपन हो जाएगा 7 पीएम पे. तो थोड़ा ध्यान रखना क्वांटिटी का, 7 पीएम पे कोई नया ट्रेड मत ले लेना. यूएस मार्केट ओपनिंग टाइम है 7 पीएम. अभी भी साइडवेज क्रूड ऑयल नहीं हो रहा मोमेंटम कुछ भी. वॉलेटिलिटी थोड़ी ज़्यादा बढ़ रही है, ध्यान रखना. नेक्स्ट कैंडल भी इंपॉर्टेंट है 7 PM वाली यूएस मार्केट ना. इसको कहेंगे ये तो हो गया. नाउ दिस इज द लेवल. क्रूड में नीचे सपोर्ट है, ठीक है, यहाँ से वापस बाइंग का प्लान है. Let's wait, hold this level. थोड़ा सा ध्यान रखना यूएस मार्केट की कैंडल का. श्योर, ओके. लुक एट दिस, ये भी एग्जांपल है इसी का. ये कैंडल है. इसका नेक्स्ट सपोर्ट कहाँ पर है? और नीचे है. तो नहीं, ये नहीं है. यहाँ से probably ये है एक लेवल रीटेस्ट का. ओके, 4 मिनट रह गए हैं. क्रूड ऑयल में देखते हैं यहाँ से वापस बाइंग. कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई ना बने बस. ये तो काफी बड़ा ऐसा बन रहा है. इसे 4 डाल दो. श्योर. नहीं, ठीक है, एक ही ट्रेड प्लान करेंगे 1:4 के लिए. बड़ा है टारगेट वो, ठीक है, 140 पॉइंट का, तो डिवाइड कर देंगे दो पार्ट्स में. कैंडल ध्यान रखना नेक्स्ट ओपन इक्वल टू हाई ना बन जाए. ओपन इक्वल टू हाई पे बाई नहीं होता है. ओके, ठीक है. इसको रहने दो, कोई ऐसा नहीं है. यूएस मार्केट के बाद देखेंगे. नेचुरल गैस ने भी एक ही टारगेट दिया, दूसरा टारगेट भी देता तो बढ़िया था, बट ठीक है. 10-11 पॉइंट का टारगेट था. पॉइंट का टोटल टारगेट था, उसमें से 10 पॉइंट मूव किया है, सॉरी 11 पॉइंट का टारगेट था, उसमें से 6 पॉइंट मूव किया है। ये ब्लू कलर की लाइन के ऊपर निकला ही नहीं, 326 के ऊपर निकलता तो फिर 331 तक भी जाता, बट ठीक है। नेक्स्ट सपोर्ट एक नीचे है मार्केट के पास ओवर हियर, लेट्स सी थोड़ा और अगर नीचे आता है तो। ये ऊपर भी रेजिस्टेंस था बट अब वही है, गया ही नहीं। ये भी इक्वल है। ये 130 सेकेंड्स आर लेफ्ट, 30 सेकेंड्स ही रह गए हैं यूएस मार्केट की ओपनिंग में। श्योर, ओके, ग्रेट। ओके, यूएस मार्केट ओपन हो गया है, यूएस मार्केट ओपन। लेट्स सी, थोड़ा मोमेंटम करता है तो प्राइस अब। लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस, 45 लाइक्स आर डन। 100 का टारगेट है, जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया फटाफट से लाइक कर दो। बाकी कोई न्यूज़ आती है रिलेटेड टू द मिडिल ईस्ट तो देखेंगे, अभी कोई और न्यूज़ नहीं है। नेचुरल गैस में तो ओपन इक्वल टू हाई कैंडल है। क्रूड की कैंडल नॉर्मल है, या क्रूड कैंडल्स इज नॉर्मल कैंडल, बट या थोड़ी वॉलेटाइल जरूर रहेगी। इस तरह की कैंडल वॉलेटाइल ही रहती है नॉर्मली। और कोई यहाँ पर तो नहीं है ना, इतना ही है, मोस्टली इतना ही है। कई मेजर रेजिस्टेंस ऊपर है, अराउंड 331 के अराउंड, वो भी नहीं आया लेवल अभी। वो भी आता है तो इस एरिया के आसपास कहीं कैंडल बनी है, उसमें पर जाए भी तो इसको नहीं होना चाहिए लॉजिकली तो। लुक एट दिस, यहाँ पर भी सेम चीज़ हुई है। हाँ, ऊपर जाए चला जा सकता है, बस सेकंड नहीं जाना चाहिए, थर्ड चला जाए, लेट इट गो। ठीक है, नेचुरल गैस ने भी अपना ओपन इक्वल टू हाई ब्रेक कर दिया है, तो दैट इज आल्सो डिस्टॉर्ड। ठीक है, वो ओपन इक्वल टू हाई डिस्ट्रॉय हो गया है नेचुरल गैस का भी। बाकी क्रूड ऑयल की तो नॉर्मली कैंडल है, तो कोई खास इशू नहीं है उसमें। हाँ, ओपन इक्वल टू हाई थोड़ी सी प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट करती है ना। एक बार वो लेवल देखना जरूरी है कितना कंसिडर हो रहा है। 319 से 325 की रेंज है इसकी भी। These are the good levels. बाकी नेचुरल गैस भी ऐसा लग रहा है रेंज बना के बैठ गया। 326 से लेकर 319 के बीच में 6.5 पॉइंट की रेंज इंट्राडे की कह सकते हो। मॉर्निंग से डे हाई डे लो। चलेगा, कोई नहीं, ये नॉर्मल है। कैसे कंसिडर हो रहा है यहाँ पे? ठीक है, ये छोटी सी रेंज लग रही है डे हाई से डे लो के बीच में नेचुरल गैस में। जैसे कल एक रेंज बनाई थी, सेम वैसी एक रेंज। सेवन थर्टी पर है, डेटा की बात कर रहे हो, 730 पर होगा। श्योर, और कोई नहीं लगा सकता, ये एक ही है। ओपन इक्वल टू हाई, अब ये है तो सही है नॉर्मल कर दिस। वहाँ पर लिक्विडिटी आएगी तो फिर वो सारे ऑर्डर स्विप हो जाएंगे एक साथ। वो लेवल औसम है, सीधा फॉल करता है ना वहाँ से एग्जैक्टली। नेचुरल गैस का नेक्स्ट मंथ का है ये चार्ट, फ्यूचर का, करंट मंथ का नहीं है। इसको देखो, ये भी नहीं है. दो मिनट रह गए हैं यूएस मार्केट की कैंडल क्लोज होने पे. US natural gas price is on forecast for lower demand despite brutal heat waves. यूएस मार्केट की कैंडल क्लोज नाउ लेट्स सी कितना वॉल्यूम और क्रिएट आता है डेटा है 7:30 का इंपॉर्टेंट है कंज्यूमर कॉन्फिडेंस और रिचमंड मैन्युफैक्चरिंग इंडेक्स के साथ साथ दोनों डेटा का ध्यान रखना 7:30 इंडियन टाइम के अकॉर्डिंग इम्पैक्ट डालेगा प्राइस पे और कोई न्यूज़ नहीं है Trump is heading to NATO, where at worst it will be much calmer period than what I just went through with Israel and Iran. I look forward to seeing all of my very good European friends and others. Hopefully, much will be accomplished. Trump says China can now continue to purchase oil from Iran. Hopefully, they will be purchasing plenty from the US also. It was my great honor to make this happen. IC arrested 11 Iranian nationals in 48 hours, including Mehran Makhari Sahel, in State Paul, a former IC member with ties to Hezbollah.
This is an iHeart podcast.
Today we expect more from technology. Companies making the biggest productivity gains aren't just adding more tools, they're choosing integrated solutions. Find out more about these solutions later in this podcast.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager. Tuesday morning trading is underway on Wall Street. The opening bell perhaps signaling some of the tentativeness in the market. At the open, the S&P 500 is holding on to gains. It is up 0.6%, trading higher by nearly 40 points. The Dow Jones Industrial Average opens with a 0.6% gain, up more than 260 points. And the NASDAQ Composite is leading the way, higher by 0.9%. 10-year Treasury yield, little changed at 4.35%. There are a lot of cross currents to watch in the market this morning, from the Middle East to Capitol Hill. First, President Trump lashed out at both Israel and Iran this morning after announcing a ceasefire last night.
Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I've never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel.
The president used an expletive, saying both sides don't know what they're doing, as he left Washington for the NATO summit in The Hague this morning. Bloomberg's Ethan Bronner is in Tel Aviv with more.
The president says that the Israelis went out with all they had right after the deal was announced. I'm not sure that was clear to us, but it could be true. What's certainly true is a couple of hours after that, Iran, I know because I was here, sent 6 volleys of missiles, of ballistic missiles. And then an hour or two later, the Israelis announced there was a deal. Everyone agreed there was a deal. And then another hour or two later, another one came.
Bloomberg's Ethan Bronner reports the back-to-back attacks left 4 dead in Israel. Iran says at least 9 people died on its side. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says he has agreed to hold off on further strikes after speaking with President Trump this morning. The president also posted on Truth Social that China can now buy oil from Iran. He says he hopes they'll buy from the U.S. as well. Right now, NYMEX crude is lower by nearly 5%, trading just above $65 a barrel. Brent is down nearly 5% at about $68. Now the president is headed to The Hague, where NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte is pushing for a big new 5% defense spending target. Bloomberg's Oliver Crook reports that looks like it'll hold.
What we've learned about the Trump administration and Donald Trump himself is he likes one big, beautiful number. And that big, beautiful number that NATO wants to present to him in order to guarantee continued U.S. support of the alliance is 5%. 5% of GDP spend on an annual basis of every single country within the NATO alliance.
Bloomberg's Oliver Crook in The Hague, where UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer's office says he'll commit to 5% today. Spain is still holding out. That country's Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez says he can meet his country's defense commitments with 2.1% of GDP. And the war in Ukraine will be in focus as well. President Trump says he will probably meet with President Volodymyr Zelensky at the summit. Asked if he would commit to NATO's Article 5 mutual defense doctrine, the president said, quote, "Depends on your definition." The president spoke to reporters on Air Force One this morning. Back in Washington, Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell begins 2 days of testimony on Capitol Hill. Bloomberg's Michael McKee reports the Fed chair will repeat in his prepared testimony that he's in no rush to cut interest rates.
He pushes back against the idea of imminent rate cuts, although he doesn't mention him by name. He says the timing of the cuts will likely depend on what Donald Trump does. Policy changes continue to evolve, Powell says in his statement, and their effects on the economy remain uncertain. Increases in tariffs this year are likely to push up prices and weigh on economic activity.
Bloomberg's Mike McKee in Washington. Last night, President Trump posted on social media he hopes Congress really works Powell on why he hasn't cut interest rates yet. Our coverage of the chairman's testimony before the House Financial Services Committee begins 10 a.m. Wall Street time on Bloomberg Radio and the Bloomberg podcast page on YouTube. Voting is underway in a sweltering New York City on this primary election day. 11 Democrats are looking to unseat Mayor Eric Adams in November. Polls show a 2-man race in the Democratic primary between former Governor Andrew Cuomo and State Assemblyman Zoran Mamdani. Bloomberg's Miles Miller reports we might not know the winner tonight thanks to ranked choice voting.
Unless one candidate wins a majority of first choice votes, more than 50%, the Board of Elections will begin eliminating candidates and reallocating their votes based off those voter rankings. you shouldn't expect the tabulation to even begin until July 1st, and the final certified results may take until mid-July.
Bloomberg's Miles Miller in New York, where polls close at 9 tonight. And we should note that Michael Bloomberg, the founder and majority owner of Bloomberg Radio parent Bloomberg LP, has endorsed Andrew Cuomo. Checking a few stocks at the open, Carnival Cruise Line is up more than 8% after better than expected earnings. Uber's up 4%. It's launching driverless rides with Waymo in Atlanta today, the second market those companies are working together. MasterCard's up 3%. It is deepening a partnership with Fiserv on the new stable coin that the financial services company just announced. Fiserv shares are up 2%. And Krispy Kreme is higher by 2%. It is ending its partnership with McDonald's after just over a year, saying it couldn't bring costs in line with demand. McDonald's shares are little changed at the open. And that's news when you want it. With Bloomberg News Now, I'm Nathan Hager. This is Bloomberg.
Remember when a single technology glitch could bring an entire workday to a standstill? I'm Mark Banfield, Chief Commercial Officer at TeamViewer. Today, most technical issues are recurring. If you know the patterns, these issues can be remediated before they impact your business. One major UK retailer discovered a single point of sale outage cost them around $1 million in lost sales during a single lunchtime. Now, using TeamViewer's digital workplace platform, the same company is able to identify and fix those issues before they even happen. But proactive troubleshooting isn't just about the incremental improvements. It's about fundamentally reimagining how work happens for everyone. And the companies that move first get competitive advantages in terms of efficiency, productivity, and innovation. To find out more, visit bloomberg.com/TeamViewer.
The data that matters for your investments.
The entire auto sector is higher today.
And analysis on the companies making news on Wall Street.
Tesla's been a stock that's been in focus. Shares have really been all over the map this morning.
Listen to the Stock Movers Report from Bloomberg.
Let's talk about some other decliners.
It's your short audio report on the day's winners and losers in the stock market.
Second biggest driver in terms of points for the S&P 500.
Subscribe to the Stock Movers Report on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen.
This is an iHeart podcast.
Progress never stops. Neither should you. At PwC, we make sure you...
A frustrated president making his way over to Europe.
Absolutely. He's frustrated given the fact that he worked hard in his mind with his team to try to make sure that this conflict was not protracted and it was quick. And at the same time, he seems very annoyed what we're seeing in terms of the missiles continuing from both Iran and Israel. He's saying they both need to stop. The president calling on also Israel specifically after he spoke to reporters at the White House. As he's boarding Air Force One, he's heading to The Hague. He then put out a Truth Social post saying, do not drop those bombs. If you do, it's a major violation. Bring your pilots home now. So he seems to be both frustrated with Israel and Iran, saying that they violated the ceasefire. We should note he does go on to say he does think it will last. What we have seen in the past with ceasefires in the region is that the first 24, 48 hours can be fragile. It can be testy. Both sides can be testing the waters. But the president wants to make sure that this is the start of the end of this mini conflict that we've seen play out in the region.
Do you believe that Iran is still committed to peace?
Yeah, I do. They violated it, but Israel violated it too.
Are you questioning if Israel is committed?
Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I'd never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because the one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
डेटा आना था 730 वाला, आ चुका है। रिचमंड मैन्युफैक्चरिंग इंडेक्स का डेटा देखोगे नेगेटिव फॉर पॉजिटिव फॉर डॉलर, नेगेटिव फॉर गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर। एनसीबी कंज्यूमर कॉन्फिडेंस नेगेटिव फॉर डॉलर, पॉजिटिव फॉर गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर। तो मतलब दोनों ही जो डेटा हैं वो अपोजिट आए हैं। एक पॉजिटिव है, एक नेगेटिव है गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए 730 का जो डेटा है। ठीक है, एक डेटा पॉजिटिव, एक डेटा नेगेटिव फॉर गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर। तो था वही कंज्यूमर कॉन्फिडेंस वाला डेटा, वो नेगेटिव है डॉलर के लिए, पॉजिटिव फॉर गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर। बाकी इसके अलावा अब और कोई डेटा नहीं है। आज का डेटा हो गया कंप्लीट। सिल्वर को देख लेता हूँ। सिल्वर में एमसीएक्स बोल रहे हो या फिर फॉरेक्स बोल रहे हो, एक बार कंफर्म कर देना। लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस। एक सिल्वर कह रहे हो या फिर फॉरेक्स? फिलहाल एमसीएक्स देखोगे तो कंटिन्यूअसली फॉल ही करता जा रहा है। डेटा आया था करंट कैंडल पे, तो वो तो उसी कैंडल का है। बाकी यूएस मार्केट की ओपनिंग हुई थी तब थोड़ा बहुत वॉलेटाइल हुआ, ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बना के सेलिंग गया। ज्यादा ही बेयरिश हो गया सिल्वर। गोल्ड तो चलो रेजिस्टेंस पे था, डेली टाइम फ्रेम पे भी सेलिंग आनी थी, बट सिल्वर बाकी देखो अब इसमें नीचे रीटेस्ट ही है। एक रेजिस्टेंस था, रेजिस्टेंस से दो तीन बार सेलिंग आई है, ब्रेकआउट हो गया था गैप अप में। मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली उस रेजिस्टेंस रीटेस्ट तक जाना चाहिए अब। ब्रेकआउट हुआ है तो रीटेस्ट बनता है इसमें। ठीक है, नीचे अराउंड 1,02,000 से 1,01,000 के बीच में एक रीटेस्ट जोन है इसमें। वो एक रेजिस्टेंस था, ब्रेकआउट हुआ है, रीटेस्ट पेंडिंग है वहां पर एक। दैट इज ओनली सपोर्ट। कोई नया सपोर्ट बनाएगा तो पता लगेगा, अभी के लिए अदरवाइज दैट इज द सपोर्ट एज अ रीटेस्ट इन 15 मिनट। नेचुरल गैस भी साइडवेज है रेंज के अंदर, नीचे भी ब्रेक नहीं कर रहा है, ऊपर भी। फॉरेक्स भी देखना है, फॉरेक्स भी देख लेता हूँ। वैसे एमसीएक्स में देखोगे तो, अच्छा फॉरेक्स में ही ट्रेड कर रहे हो, लेट्स सी। देख लेते हैं फॉरेक्स चार्ट को भी 15 मिनट में एक बार। एक सेकेंड ना, फॉरेक्स का चार्ट थोड़ा सा टाइम लग रहा है। जब तक लाइक कर दो, जब तक फॉरेक्स का चार्ट देखते हैं सिल्वर में। डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम, कम ऑन गाइस, लाइक करते रहो सभी लोग। ओके, फॉरेक्स में भी लग रहा है रीटेस्ट ही है बीच में, और कोई सपोर्ट तो बना नहीं है। लेट मी चेक वंस। नहीं है, ये भी नहीं है, ये रीटेस्ट ही है शायद। भी 34.78 से 34.70 यहाँ पर एक रीटेस्ट बता रहा है। सपोर्ट तो दिख नहीं रहा है। दिस इज अ रीटेस्ट जोन, यहाँ पर प्राइस ट्राई कर सकता है एक रुकने का। ठीक है, पीछे नहीं है, कुछ भी नहीं है। एक रेजिस्टेंस था जिसका ब्रेकआउट हुआ है, वो सडनली जब मोमेंटम आया था 5 जून को, उसका रीटेस्ट पेंडिंग है। गाइस 50 लाइक्स भी हो गए हैं, 100 लाइक्स का टारगेट। डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम। ये डोजी कैंडल है क्या? डोजी नहीं है, ग्रीन कलर कैंडल है। फॉरेक्स में वही सपोर्ट है नीचे, और तो कोई सपोर्ट दिख नहीं रहा नियर बाय में, वेरी फार। कोई नया सपोर्ट नहीं, उसमें सिल्वर में कोई सपोर्ट नहीं बन रहा है फिलहाल के लिए। वो एक रीटेस्ट ही है जो फिलहाल के लिए देख सकता है, क्योंकि उतना पीछे 15 मिनट में चार्ट भी शो नहीं हो रहा वहां पे। आनंद, वेलकम टू ट्रेडिंग विद सागर। ठीक है, ये सपोर्ट था बट क्यों नहीं गया ऊपर, यहाँ पर ये सपोर्ट लिया, रेजिस्टेंस से सेलिंग आ गई। लुक एट दिस। ठीक है, ये कैंडल को जो यहाँ सपोर्ट लिया, रेजिस्टेंस लिया, अब दोनों जगह तो रुकेगा नहीं। रेजिस्टेंस से फिर सेलिंग। ये तो बहुत ही स्मॉल से टारगेट मिलेंगे इसमें। रिटेस्ट की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी, अगर वो सेल ऑफ अच्छा होगा तो चला जाएगा। पता क्या चलेगा, सिंपल है, लिक्विडिटी। मतलब ज़्यादा नीचे नहीं जाए, सीधा वहीं से आ जाए सेलिंग के लिए। हेलो, कोई क्वेश्चन है तो पूछ सकते हो। अच्छा, ये सेम सिनेरियो यहाँ पर चल रहा है, तो ये एक्चुअली में ये है 1। अच्छा, तभी थोड़ा वीक है ये ना, क्योंकि ऑलरेडी बाइंग सारी आ गई, तो अब होल्ड होता नहीं है उसमें, समझ रहे हो। फिर कंसोलिडेशन आता है कंप्लीटली। Powell said policy change continue to evolve and their effects on the economy remain uncertain. The effect of the tariff will depend, among other things, on their ultimate level. These comments suggest that the central bank remains in a wait and watch stance and is in no hurry to cut interest rate after recently leaving them unchanged in the 4.25 to 4.5. तो फिलहाल के लिए जो टेस्ट मनी चल रही है उसमें यही कह सकते हैं हम, जो फेड रेट कट करने की उन्होंने एक बात करी थी किसी एक आई थिंक मेंबर ने, वो होने के चांसेस बहुत कम है अब। फिलहाल फेड का यही स्टेटमेंट है, फेड के चेयरमैन का, कि वो वेट एंड वॉच करेंगे कि क्या इम्पैक्ट पड़ता है पॉलिसीज का, स्पेशली जो टैरिफ लगाए हैं उनका, उसके बाद ही हम कोई डिसीजन लेंगे। अभी रेट कट नहीं करने वाले। मार्केट थोड़ा सा रिएक्शन दे रहा है न्यूज़ पे, लेट्स सी और क्या कहते हैं अपने स्टेटमेंट में। तो यहाँ से तो बाइंग ऑलरेडी आ गई है, वन टाइम बाइंग ओवर हियर। ओके, ये तो काफ़ी नीचे है। एक लेवल से एक ही बार बाइंग करो, उस हिसाब से देखा जाएगा। इस एरिया से बाइंग होगी, अदरवाइज नहीं। ये ऑलरेडी टेस्ट हो गया लेवल, ये कहाँ टेस्ट हुआ है? एक लेवल एक बार टेस्ट हो जाए तो फिर उसको अवॉइड। अब ये सीधा निकल गया तो चांसेस है वेरी लेस कि वो होल्ड करेगा। एक लेवल से एक ही बार बाइंग होगी। 1 2 3। ठीक है, ये आ गया, यहाँ से भी हो गई बाइंग। एक लेवल ये भी है पेंडिंग। These are the two levels which I'm expecting. या दिस इज द लेवल, वहाँ पर फिर वो कंसिडर होंगे ऑल दीज आर द लिक्विडिटी वंस इट टेस्टेड। एक ही बार टेस्ट करना है। कैप अप हुआ तो ये सपोर्ट बन गया सीधा, बट मार्केट ऑलरेडी कैप डाउन हुआ तो रीटेस्ट कर दिया। नीचे वाला लेवल भी टेस्ट है शायद, मुझे लग रहा है। नहीं, एक टेस्ट तो लग रहा है मुझे तो। नेचुरल गैस रेंज बाउंड ही है गाइस, कुछ नहीं हो रहा। नेचुरल गैस स्टक हो गया लग रहा है। रेंज ब्रेक करे तो कुछ करें। कोई रेजिस्टेंस बनेगा तभी शायद वो निकालेगा अपना लेवल, अदरवाइज तो नहीं। नहीं तो साइड वे चला जाएगा पूरा कम्प्लीटली। मोमेंटम आना चाहिए, नहीं तो फिर अभी तो टाइम है। ठीक है, सेलिंग के लिए तो कोई लेवल है भी नहीं। रीटेस्ट तो नहीं कर रहा कहीं पे। गॉड, ये भी रीटेस्ट ही है, बट हो गया टेस्ट तो अब नहीं करेगा मोस्ट प्रॉब्लम। यहाँ पर देखो ये एरिया जो है, दैट इज अ लिक्विडिटी ग्रैब, राइट। दिस इज फर्स्ट, दिस इज सेकंड, दिस इज थर्ड। फर्स्ट सेकंड थर्ड। ठीक है, यहाँ पर होनी थी बाइंग, सीधा गया है। कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बनी। मतलब ओपन इक्वल टू हाई नहीं बनना चाहिए। पहली कैंडल ही ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बनी, काफ़ी देर होल्ड किया, नहीं कर पाया होल्ड, ब्रेक डाउन कर दिया। ब्रेक डाउन करने का रीटेस्ट कर दिया, मतलब इसमें रीटेस्ट भी होता है। ये पहली कैंडल ना ओपन इक्वल टू हाई नहीं बननी चाहिए थी। यहाँ तो नॉर्मल है, अगर अभी ये निकलता है इस लेवल के ऊपर तो फिर वो कोशिश करेगा सेकंड टारगेट की ओर जाने का। तो वही सेकंड टारगेट है अपना फाइनल 332 के अराउंड। ब्रेक होता है तो ये यहाँ पर एक पेंडिंग है रेजिस्टेंस। बाकी देखो नेचुरल गैस अगर निकल जाए ऊपर ही तो बेटर है। रेंज तो ब्रेक करनी पड़ेगी इसको, या तो ये नीचे क्लोजिंग दे दे यहाँ कहीं, नीचे सपोर्ट ब्रेक कर दे, या फिर ऊपर का एक छोटा सा पता नहीं क्यों लेवल रुका हुआ है। एक्चुअली ये रीटेस्ट है जितना मुझे दिख रहा है। वो मॉर्निंग पे कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बनी थी तो उसने सपोर्ट ब्रेक कर दिया था, तो काइंड ऑफ रीटेस्ट करा है इसने, अब तो कर दिया तो मुझे लगता नहीं बार बार होल्ड होना चाहिए। बट जब तक निकलेगा नहीं तब तक कुछ कह भी नहीं पाएंगे। तो अगर ये निकल जाता है तो फिर वही जो ऊपर का टारगेट है 332 का है शायद, वो एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे अगर जाता है। बाकी अभी टाइम है 8 PM ही हो रहा है। ऊपर आया तो फिर वहाँ 332 33 के अराउंड अच्छा सेलिंग जोन है। इसको मैं यहाँ से कंसिडर कर लेता हूँ। ठीक है, तो ये पहला टारगेट तो हो गया था उसी समय। अगर ये निकलता है इस लेवल के ऊपर, एक सिंगल कैंडल भी क्लोज कर दे, तो रेंज ब्रेक होके फिर सेकंड टारगेट की तरफ, या फिर नीचे ब्रेक करे और नीचे सपोर्ट पे आए। रेंज ब्रेक करनी जरूरी है, जितनी जल्दी हो जाए उतना बेटर। मोमेंटम आएगा ना तो चाहिए आज नेचुरल गैस में भी। वैसे नॉर्मली रिटेस्ट इतना होता तो नहीं है जितना मैंने देखा था इस तरह के लेवल पे, इसमें हुआ है। हुआ अभी कहना गलत होगा, जानबूझ के कराया। इसको नहीं कंसिडर करेंगे ना फिर, तो ये भी कंसिडर नहीं होगा। यहाँ तो अलग ही हो रहा। ये नहीं है इसका मतलब, ये है। इसका क्या है, ये भी है। नेचुरल गैस से बेटर तो क्रूड ऑयल मूव कर रहा है, लग रहा है शायद थोड़ा मूव और करे। नेचुरल गैस साइडवेज ऑन सपोर्ट, ब्रेक हुआ अगर ये 326 का लेवल तो और ऊपर जाने के चांसेस है, नहीं होता है ब्रेक डाउन करता है तो फिर नीचे का एक नेक्स्ट सपोर्ट एरिया अभी भी होल्ड है। ओवरनाइट मत रखना पोजीशन, कल का कल देखेंगे अगर आज मोमेंटम नहीं होता है तो, अभी भी नहीं हुआ है।
Versus these Gulf states, because the Gulf states themselves have been trying over the last couple of years to bring down the temperature in the region and reestablish diplomatic relations with Iran. Do they want to flare up tensions with these Gulf states as well is a big question. And then, of course, there's been a lot of talk about the Strait of Hormuz and whether they would go down that route. Yesterday, a lot of headlines being circulated about the Iranian parliament agreeing to cause a blockade or shut down the Strait of Hormuz. Ultimately, that decision still rests with the Ayatollah and the National Security Council. They haven't made a decision there. And there, the trade-off is going to be, will Iran be willing to accept the possibility of their own exports being cut off from their major buyers in Asia, and that is, of course, China, for the very act of inflicting higher oil prices on U.S. consumers? Is it going to be worth that shock to the global economy? And at this point, we don't know whether they're going to pull the plug on that.
Jumana Basechi, Tyler Kendall, Jumana Tyler, thank you. More from them in the next hour. To extend the conversation, the former senior US intelligence official Norman Raw joins us now for more. Norman, welcome back to the programme, sir. Just a quote from the Defence Secretary, Pete Hegseth, called it an incredible and overwhelming success. How should we define success this Monday morning?
Good morning. Well, we have a changed Middle East. The United States and Israel have conducted devastating attacks against all of Iran's air defenses, leadership, nuclear programs, and Iran's response has been generally feeble. What response Iran has been able to conduct, to include missile attacks against Israel, have not impacted the strategic course of the conflict. The numbers are moving in a direction where Iran's missile program is being whittled away, and Iran's nuclear program is effectively destroyed. There will be elements that remain, there will be elements that are concerning, but its nuclear program is effectively destroyed.
Norman, no one really understands Iran quite like you. What do you think the Ayatollah is weighing up right now, the menu of options, in terms of a response?
Well, there are many people who understand Iran far better than me, but within Iran, the decision-making structure is going to be challenged. His leadership has been changed. He himself is in a difficult, hidden location. Some of his leadership is being hunted, perhaps, by the Israelis. They're under attack. Their economy is poor. Their population is restive. Let me give you an example of options and the challenges. If they close the Strait of Hormuz, they close off many of the foodstuffs, the vegetable oils, the primary goods that come into their country to feed the population. Now, that is something that you really don't want to do at a time when your population may erupt into major unrest. So they have many challenges challenges with all of the decisions they make. But again, if they close the Strait of Hormuz, it does not impact Israel, and it will bring in the United States and could likely lead to the end of the regime.
Do you think these strikes get Iran to the table? The president continues to say he wants to see a diplomatic path forward.
Not immediately, but what it does do is it tells the world that the United States is pushing for diplomacy, and that actually encourages the world to push back on Iran's efforts to escalate the conflict or isolate the United States. So in the past, in some cases, the United States seemed as the aggressor or alone, but the United States is in essence saying you can't have a program that is moving towards a nuclear weapon, but we're interested in a diplomatic deal. Be reasonable. Iran is not being reasonable, and it has no allies.
Norman, you said that the nuclear program has effectively been destroyed. There's a lot of concern among a number of circles about the 400 kilograms of enriched uranium that have gone missing that previously were held near Isfahan, as well as equipment that was taken out of Fordow before the attacks. Do you have any sense of either where that could be or how close that could be to restarting some of the nuclear programs that Iran previously?
So those are valid concerns. So we should be concerned about Iran's remaining nuclear material. It will have nuclear scientists, it will have nuclear knowledge, and it will have parts and equipment related to centrifuges that it did not declare to the IAEA that it could, in theory, assemble and recreate in a covert facility. But let's think about that for a minute. If you believe what you read in the newspapers, the United States and Israel have some extremely good intelligence on Iran. So they're going to have to put this together, get away with it, and then the United States and Israel are going to have to not learn about it and not destroy it. Now, that's possible, but it's unlikely. But it is something that's going to require diplomatic pressure so that it can be identified and removed, and it's probably a card Iran will play in the talks.
What do you think the foreign minister of Iran is doing over in Russia today? We know that he is meeting with Vladimir Putin, and there's a real question around what the ask is and whether there will be the response that Iranians are looking for.
Diplomatic support, pressure in the UN. Iran has obtained consistent diplomatic support at the United Nations Security Council, the International Atomic Energy Agency, and other diplomatic fora from Russia and China over the years. In fact, these two countries have blocked any major pressure on Iran for its proliferation of missiles, nuclear program, and terrorism. And this is really the moment where these two countries can produce this. It's unlikely that either of these countries are going to provide any military support. The strategic agreement that has been signed between Russia and Iran, it doesn't provide for that sort of relationship. But Iran, again, it has no allies, but it does have partners who have provided support in international fora that may help on diplomatic talks.
Norman, just before you go, just a brief assessment of this operation. 37 hours long, 125 aircraft, B-2 bombers, 4th and 5th generation fighters as well, 30,000-pound bunker buster bombs, missiles launched from a submarine as well. Norman, how smooth, how well executed were the logistics, the precision of this operation?
This operation speaks to the training, leadership, and the technology that the United States military has had for a number of years. This operation has been stated in the press, has been practiced for many years. This is not something that has occurred in any recent administration, but this recent administration did have to refine it significantly, match the target set. But what you are seeing is a technology and capability and leadership that no country can match. And I think North Korea and other countries in the world, to include China and Russia, are looking in the past weeks and saying the world is also a little different from their perspective.
It's a strong final point. Norman, appreciate your time, sir. Norman Rule there, the former senior U.S. intelligence official. For those of you just tuning in, welcome to the programme. I'm sure you want to know where the market is. Equity futures at the moment positive on the S&P 500, and the rally in crude fades. Positive at the moment by about 1% on Brent and WTI, up to about 74 on WTI crude. Brent crude at the moment, 77.63. Let's get you an update on stories elsewhere this morning with your Bloomberg Brief. Here's Yahara Anand. Hey, Yahara.
Good morning, John. Here's the latest on the conflict. Iran is vowing retaliation against the U.S. following the strikes on its nuclear facilities Saturday evening. President Trump declared Iran's nuclear program had been completely and totally obliterated, but senior officials, including Vice President J.D. Vance and the head of the International Atomic Energy Agency, say they don't know the fate of Iran's uranium stockpile. Meanwhile, British Airways and Singapore Airlines have canceled flights to the Persian Gulf after the strikes. BA canceled several flights to Dubai, including diverting 2 planes. It also halted some flights to Qatar and Bahrain. Singapore Airlines canceled 2 flights on Sunday between Singapore and Dubai, warning other flights may also be affected. And major U.S. cities, including New York, Washington, and Los Angeles, are tightening security after Iran warned it was reserving all options to respond to the U.S. strikes. Police have increased patrols at places of worship, diplomatic facilities, and public spaces. Officials say no credible threats currently exist, but are urging people to be vigilant. That's your Bloomberg Brief. John?
Yahara, thank you. More from Yahara later on in the hour. Up next on the program, total obliteration.
The U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated.
Up next on the program, Lori Calvasina of RBC, and later at 7:30 Eastern Time, the former U.S. Secretary of Defense, Mark Esper, live from New York City this morning. Good morning.
Progress never stops, neither should you. At PwC, we make sure you're ready for what's next, with the expertise and technology you need to outthink and outperform. We're with you, sleeves rolled up, start to finish, so you can stay ahead, so you can protect what you built, so you can create new value. We build for what's next, so you can get there now. PwC, so you can.
3-day slide on the S&P 500 through Friday. Coming into Monday, we bounce back. Here's the bounce, up by 0.2%. We fade escalation risk in the Middle East. On the Nasdaq 100, up by 0.2%. I'm sure one of the first things you looked for when you woke up this morning was the move in crude. Well, this is what it looks like. It fades and fades quickly. It's still fading. Higher now by just 0.5% on Brent. On WTI, up by 0.6, 74.27. Under surveillance this morning, total obliteration.
The U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated.
So here's the latest this morning. The White House claiming complete destruction of 3 Iranian nuclear facilities. Iran vowing retaliation and continuing attacks on Israel. Lori Calvasina of RBC writes the following. It has been and remains our belief that the longer and broader the conflict becomes, the more challenging it could be for U.S. equities. Lori joins us now for more. Lori, good morning.
Good morning.
Obviously a seismic event for international relations. What kind of event is this for financial markets?
So, look, I think, unfortunately for U.S. equity investors, we're a little bit in wait-and-see mode, and I think we're playing second fiddle to the crude market right now. I think there's been a lot of focus on what's the potential disruption to energy supplies, and I'm not saying that's the wrong focus, but I think there's also a second transmission mechanism that we need to think about that's going to take a little more time to play out, and that's the impact on sentiment. This market has really been boosted by very, very modest recoveries in consumer sentiment, small business sentiment, investor sentiment has surged. Corporate sentiment is actually still in the toilet if you look at last week's Business Roundtable survey, but just that little bit of improvement that we've seen on the consumer and small business side has just boosted investor sentiment on the AAI survey enormously. So I think we need to watch that. We're not going to get any reads on that this week, but I think it's a little bit early to declare the all clear.
Well, let's start with the relationship between the oil market, which everyone is watching, and this equity market. Beyond the obvious, what is that relationship at the moment?
So, look, I think it's a question of what's the feedback loop, not only on sentiment, but also on inflation down the road. And that's where everybody's been myopically focused. I do think energy, if you do studies where you look at it as a percent of S&P earnings and that sort of thing, or even as cost structures, that's come down over time. So there's maybe less immediate risk there. But I do think that we really go back to this sentiment idea. And we're already sort of in a challenging or tricky state, as I like to call it, where things feel a little bit fragile, a little bit on the edge, and a lot is dependent on the idea that corporates are just going to kind of manage through, not lay people off, that we're not going to see big impacts on demand. I'm not so sure that we can make that assessment here. We've seen geopolitical references creeping up in earnings transcripts already. We've seen cost-cutting commentary creeping up in transcripts already. And if you looked at the companies that actually reported last week, they had a pretty sour tone. So, I think we're going to have to let some of this play out.
Yesterday, or I should say last week, Alex Altman of Barclays was on the show, and he was talking about how the fact that this market fades any potential geopolitical risk highlights its strength and the bullish undertone to really light positioning and the lack of really ebullient feelings toward the U.S. market. Why isn't it a bullish sign that people can shrug this off even in the face of something that last week they were saying would be hugely disruptive?
So, look, I'll tell you the two analogies that have jumped into my head in the past, kind of week or so. One is I'm going back to late 2021 when I was spending a lot of time with my commodity strategist, Halima Croft, and she was shouting from the rooftops about Russia invading Ukraine, and nobody wanted to hear it. And we really saw something that I think has become a pattern, which is until geopolitical risk just smacks you in the face, and I think this time it would be the oil price disruption, investors just don't want to price it in. But just the sort of disconnect I'm seeing between equity investors not wanting to sort of focus on this risk and some loud voices, not just Halima's, but in the geopolitical strategy community saying y'all need to take this seriously. We've seen that story before, and it didn't necessarily go the equity market's way. The other analogy that's jumped into my head this morning is just thinking back to the early conversations at the beginning of the year on tariffs, where it was, this is not going to happen because it's too irrational, it's going to hurt the U.S. economy. We're seeing a lot of that commentary now coming out about supply disruption and the Strait of Hormuz. And so, I would just say, let's just all take a breath, right? Because just because the market is being resilient doesn't mean that the risk isn't going to come back and bite it later.
There was one comment that was being made over the weekend, which is that any military conflict tends to be stimulative to an economy. Each of those B-2 bombers cost $2 billion. The bunker busters each cost hundreds of millions of dollars to manufacture. Why isn't any kind of military conflict potentially on the margin stimulative if you think about the spending that would have to go into it?
Well, look, I would say we've already been seeing industrial stocks in particular and defense stocks as well. They've already been bid up. And if we look at industrial valuations as a whole for the broader sector, you're trading close to 3 standard deviations above the long-term average on both an absolute and relative PE. So, I don't deny the fundamentals, but the valuations have already been pretty optimistic on earnings that haven't even come close to materializing yet. I think the other thing that we've learned over time is that wars also tend to be inflationary. And so I think that's something else we need to keep in the back of our mind as we're considering what the ripple effects are.
You mentioned Halima. She had a great note last night. Yeah. I'm looking at it now, and she talks about how it may take weeks even for Iran to respond, and this knee-jerk reaction of the worst is behind us is really short-sighted. Do you think that's also the case for the equity market?
I think the equity market is to some extent trading on that. And, one question we got from investors last week was, and we were doing a big call with investors, and a question came through, are markets just sort of pricing in sort of the better conditions on the other side of all this? And I think there's been this view as well, if you think about just sort of everything we've gone through from a policy perspective and the reverberations on the domestic economy, like, hey, yeah, there may be potholes, but they're not going to be that bad, so let's just look ahead to 2026. The risk here, whether you're looking at geopolitics or whether you're looking at some of those other domestic economic issues, is that the potholes could be bigger and a bit more difficult to push through than markets have anticipated. And I think one of the brilliant things Halima is saying right now is that the market seems to be focused on, are they going to close the Strait of Hormuz, yes or no? And she thinks it's more complicated than that. And I'm not the one to sort of talk on those issues, but I think she's seen some nuance that the market may be missing.
Are you advocating for a defensive posture here?
So what we've been saying all year is have some balance between defensives and cyclicality. So we've kept our utilities overweight on all year. And if you actually go back and look at 2022 and the oil price spike that we had around the Russia-Ukraine invasion, it was the second best performer behind energy.
Why was that?
What's that?
Why was that?
I think it was just a knee-jerk reaction. And I think also at the time we had some reasonable valuations in utilities. At this point in time, we sort of look at them as a clean defensive. They don't have some of the policy overhangs that things like healthcare and consumer staples have. They're not cheap. They're not that expensive. And it's really just an easy place to park some money and collect some yield.
Not getting a crude spike this morning, at least not for now. Laurie Calvasino of RBC. Laurie, thank you. Overnight, a rally of almost 4-5% on crude. We faked that. At least a positive now by 0.4% on both WTI and Brent.
Why is it that traders in European and Asian hours seem
Is that
to
what
react?
you're putting it down to?
Well, it seems like they react much more to geopolitical risks, to tariffs. You saw this with any kind of proclamation. And then the U.S. traders come in and they're just super cynical and saying, whatever, we're going to buy that dip and take advantage of it. And they've won. And that's something that we've seen repeatedly.
We're blaming European and Asian traders for the action overnight.
I'm just saying. I'm not blaming them. I'm just saying, okay.
They're getting it wrong? Are we saying they're getting it wrong?
It has been a pattern.
Okay.
It's been at least 3 times. 3 times makes a pattern. I'm just pointing out what I'm observing.
I'm following the same pattern. WTI crude this morning up by 0.4%. Up next, we'll talk about the oil market with Dan Stroyven of Goldman Sachs as the rally in crude fades. From New York City, this is Bloomberg. It's going to be a hot one on the East Coast this week, breaking into triple digits here in New York City in the next 24 hours. Summer has officially arrived. Equity futures on the S&P so far this morning positive by 0.1%, bouncing back from a 3-day slide. We're higher by 0.13% on the Nasdaq 100. For some single movers this morning, your morning movers, let's cross over to Danny Berger. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. Overall markets might be muted, but you are seeing some single stock reactions that have been fading, to be fair, to the actions over the weekend. The airlines in the pre-market session opened up sharply lower. Some of that is starting to come back. You're still looking at United, for example, down 0.5%. Delta, a big comeback for them. They were down about 0.7, now down about 0.1. We've seen some of these major airlines like British Airways, for example, close flights to Doha. So there is just serious disruption when it comes to airline routes. Even though the oil move, that also has been fading, you are still seeing a bid into the energy stocks this morning. Occidental, for example, as high as 2%, Exxon 1.5%. ConocoPhillips up 1.3% this morning. Finally, there was a journal story over the weekend that Bank of New York Mellon was having talks, at least last week, with Northern Trust about possibly buying its smaller rival. Those talks happened between the CEOs. No decision there yet at the moment. BNY still evaluating next steps. Even so, Northern Trust up nearly 5.5% in the pre-market, John.
Danny, thanks for that. More from Danny in about an hour from now. On our radar this morning, our top story, President Trump unleashing American military power to strike key Iranian nuclear sites. So far, satellite images show craters and possible collapsed entrances. International monitors are still assessing the damage. Market participants are focused on retaliation. Iran vowing to retaliate after the U.S. struck its nuclear sites. A spokesperson saying the U.S. should, quote, expect severe consequences and it reserves all retaliatory options.
Yeah, this really is the key question. Are we seeing really a walking back potentially of some of the tensions with Iran, saying that there was limited damage? This question of, are they giving themselves an off-ramp to do what they did after what we saw with Soleimani when he was killed in 2020? The real key here is how much damage has been done and how much does Ayatollah Khomeini still rule? I mean, where is he? Honestly, at this point, where is Ayatollah Khomeini, who essentially has to sign off on absolutely anything?
He's hiding in a bunker, which is why the chain of command has been completely challenged and disrupted, as Norman Rule was telling us, who is a former CIA official. The fact of the matter is, if he's going to take a measure like closing the Strait of Hormuz, he has to explicitly give that command. And right now, the chain of command is very challenging. But Iran, it will weigh all of its options. Is it going to be striking U.S. personnel at military air bases? Could it be a cyber attack, or will it be a Strait of Hormuz, which most people say this is just shooting themselves in the foot?
One industry very much in focus at the moment, and that is the shipping industry, very much on high alert. 2 supertankers U-turning in the Strait of Hormuz before at least one return to the waterway. This coming as fears rise that Tehran could retaliate against commercial vessels. Joining us now to discuss is Bloomberg's Alex Longley. Alex, just build on some of the data you're looking at, the flow of traffic in and out of a very important strait.
Yeah, I think for the most part, things are looking fairly normal at the moment. I think one of the big issues for the shipping market is trying to parse exactly what the situation is on the ground. We had warnings from navies in the area yesterday kind of saying the threat to shipping is elevated, particularly for US affiliated commercial ships. But the reality on the ground is that there hasn't been a huge amount of change. We saw these 2 ships U-turn as they got into the Strait of Hormuz yesterday. They've actually now both U-turned to go back to Hormuz. And I think that probably tells you something about the sort of volatility of the situation we're seeing. Tanker earnings have been pushing dramatically higher over recent weeks. We expect them to rise again today. But for the most part, it's business as usual. And that is why you're seeing crude oil prices retrace lower after that gain we saw at the open earlier.
Alex, just how easy is it to insure some of these tankers at the moment?
I think it's a mix, actually, when you talk to a lot of the war insurers here in London, compared to some of the issues we've seen in the last couple of years. Think about ships being sunk in the Red Sea, for example. They're fairly calm on the risk in the Persian Gulf at the moment. I think the issue is the volatility. We had Marcus Baker, head of the world's biggest marine insurance broker, on TV this morning saying one of the things he's not seen before that's happening now is shorter quotes. And I think it's that volatility in the insurance market that underwriters are looking at. Rates haven't soared, but insuring against risk could change at any moment. The cost of those rates could change at any moment, and that's why we're seeing shorter quotes. But for the time being, again, underwriters fairly calm on managing those risks, given what we've seen so far in the Persian Gulf and comparing that to what we saw last year and the year before in the Red Sea.
Alex, there's a lot of focus this morning on the Strait of Hormuz, understandably so, considering that more than a fifth of our oil supplies travels through that corridor. But more broadly in the region, how much are threats from potential Houthi attacks going to also stymie trade at a time where we are seeing rerouting already, even before the U.S. struck Iranian sites?
Yeah, I think there's a couple of things there. I mean, firstly, this is exactly what oil traders are trying to pass at the moment, right? It's, are we going to see a response that affects oil production? Are we going to see a response that affects shipping, say, through Hormuz or the wider region? Or are we going to see something more contained and keeping away from energy infrastructure? And I think price action this morning probably tells you that traders are leaning towards the idea, for the time being at least, that any response that impacts oil or shipping is going to be relatively limited. Now, whether that's a misplaced bet remains to be seen. The other question on the Houthis and how they can impact things, I think one of the things that goes under the radar slightly at the moment is diesel prices in Europe. They've absolutely soared in the last couple of weeks. We were talking this morning close to kind of $108, $109 a barrel equivalent of diesel. And part of the reason for that is lots of it flows through the Red Sea. And if these attacks resume, you're likely to see more having to go the long way around the southern tip of Africa. So there's an inflationary risk for Europe there at just the wrong moment.
Alex, appreciate the update from you, sir. Out of London, we'll catch up with Alex again later on this week. I hope at least. Alex Longley there of Bloomberg out of the city of London. Crude at the moment positive by 0.7% on both WTI and on Brent crude. Dan Stroiven of Goldman Sachs writing the following. A hypothetical sustained a very large disruption of energy supply transit would likely push oil and European natural gas prices above $110 per barrel. Joining us now is Dan Stroiven at Goldman Sachs. Dan, that's the hypothetical. Let's talk about the base case. What is the base case for you and the team so far this morning?
Yeah, so base case remains that we don't see significant disruptions, neither of oil or natural gas in the Middle East. And in our base case, without disruptions, we actually have energy prices gradually declining, with Brent reaching around $60 per barrel in the fourth quarter of this year, and with TTF European natural gas prices also declining, especially next year, with the arrival of all these extra LNG supply cargo terminals.
Dan, how high could oil go if Iran does not close the Strait of Hormuz, but does other potential attacks on energy infrastructure or tankers that potentially disrupt the flow of energy coming out of the region?
Yeah, so oil prices could rise significantly in those scenarios, and the key reason is that the Middle East, the Gulf countries, are remain the largest regional producer in global oil markets. In general, our estimate is that for every 1 million barrels per day drop of supply that's sustained for about a year, Brent should be about $8 per barrel lower. That takes into account the fact that higher prices reduce demand somewhat and incentivize U.S. shale to produce more. I think one challenge, big picture, with potential supply disruptions in the Middle East is that the most important buffer that the oil market benefits from against supply disruptions, namely quite a bit of spare capacity among OPEC core producers, that's not necessarily available if the production to the capacity to produce would be affected by potential disruptions, because we think the bulk of the spare capacity in oil markets is concentrated both in Saudi Arabia and the UAE.
Are you seeing any reductions to Iranian barrels right now?
No, in fact, our nowcast of Iran crude supply is at a 3-year high, 3.6 million barrels per day of crude. Iranian supply has actually doubled over the last 3 years or so, and we're actually seeing very high export flows at the moment. I think the idea is to get the barrels out safely while we can, and at the moment prices are relatively attractive.
Given that, Dan, do you think that if there is some sort of calming down of the tensions, you could see a huge decline in oil prices?
Yes, so we estimate a geopolitical risk premium of around $10 per barrel. If the market were to increase its probability of our base case that you don't see disruptions, this risk premium could come down. It may take some time for us to really learn whether we're going to see disruptions. Now, I think the hypothetical scenario where this risk premium comes up the more quickly would be a successful return to the negotiation tables between the U.S. and Iran. But I think otherwise it would take some time for markets to get more confidence in the base case outlook for disruptions.
On the flip side, Dan, there's this question about how much the U.S. is going to be affected versus other countries or other regions. I'm thinking of Europe. I'm thinking of Asia. How big is the dispersion in terms of which areas would get disproportionately hit in terms of their energy costs based on a myriad of potential disruptions to oil supplies?
Yes, so I would rank the vulnerability of the 3 big regions as follows. Most vulnerable, Europe, both because of the exposure to oil prices, but also natural gas prices, but also diesel prices, where Europe no longer imports diesel products from Russia, but is heavily dependent on the Middle East. Second, I would put Asia. And then third, vulnerable, but the least vulnerable, is the U.S., because the U.S. natural gas market is quite insulated from global markets. Because the U.S. is a large producer and because the U.S. Exports are basically at capacity. So if we were to see large disruptions, oil prices would also rise and increase costs for the U.S., but the U.S. would be the least vulnerable among the top 3 regions here.
Dan, I'd love to pick up your point about how Iran is at a 3-year high when it comes to their barrels that they're producing and exporting. At the same time, the Trump administration says they have maximum pressure right now on Iran's oil industry, and they're going after the teapots and the banks in Hong Kong and China that facilitate all of this. How are they so high if this administration says they're at max pressure?
Yeah, so to your point, about 90% of Iran's liquids exports, Iran is exporting just over 2 million barrels per day of liquids. About 90% goes to China. And I think over the last 2 years, the system has built out an alternative supply chain with shipping companies, with ports, with refiners, with alternative financial institutions that together ensure that these barrels continue to reach global markets, and in particular quite price sensitive Chinese teapot refiners, which have wafer-thin margins, and they basically need those discounts to continue operating.
Dan Stuyven of Goldman Sachs. Dan, thank you, sir. As always, if you're just waking up to this, it's a calm, measured response in financial markets. We don't typically get to say that. Equity futures positive by a few tenths of 1%. Crude at the moment up by, let's call it 0.75%. And this quote from Peter Chi of Academy. We've repeated this quote now a couple of times already, but worth going over again. The attacks help establish deterrence and peace through strength. There are risks of retaliatory attacks by Iran and disruption to flows of crude, but those risks seem low. And that's the conclusion of a lot of people so far this morning.
That actually, on some level, the fact that we haven't seen some sort of knee-jerk retaliation and the real kind of extreme option of blocking the Strait of Hormuz would undermine their economic prosperity to the degree that they won't do it. The goal here is to really understand, does this reshape things on a geopolitical scale? And this is something that Norman Rule was sort of hinting at in terms of China, in terms of Russia.
And then when it comes to actually the U.S. attack. If you look what's going on in financial markets, they are taking this as a W for the White House as an escalate to de-escalate situation. But we still should note, everyone is still waiting for Iran's response.
We'll keep tracking the moves for you. Equity futures just about positive on the S&P. Let's give an update on stories elsewhere this morning with your Bloomberg Brief. Here's Yahara Arnold. Hey, Yahara.
Hi, John. China criticized the U.S. strike on Iran and said it's willing to join efforts to restore peace in the Middle East. A short statement from the foreign ministry said the U.S. move seriously violates the purposes and principles of the UN Charter and international law. China calls on all parties to the conflict, especially Israel, to cease fire as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Russia is showing no signs of winding down its war in Ukraine. The Ukrainian military's commander-in-chief says Russia still has almost 700,000 troops deployed and another 121,000 in strategic reserve. President Zelensky alleged Kyiv has evidence Moscow is preparing new military operations on European territory. And Tesla rolled out its long-awaited driverless taxis to a handful of riders. The first robo-taxi trips yesterday were limited to a narrow portion of Austin in Texas, with an employee in each vehicle keeping tabs on the operations. The car maker handpicked initial riders, which featured investors and social media influencers who live-streamed their trips. That's your Bloomberg Brief. John?
Yahara, thank you. More from Yahara in the next hour. Up next on the program, a muted response.
Muted is the word with a capital M. Bonds flat, stocks flat to up, and the dollar a little bit weaker. There's always an element of geopolitical risk in the world. You just have to adapt to it.
Up next, Mark McCormick of TD Securities, live from New York City. You're watching Bloomberg TV. Bloomberg's Javier Blas so far this morning writing this: not even a hint of disruption through the Strait of Hormuz. And right now you see that in the oil market. This move speaks to it. We're up by just 0.9% on Brent crude. WTI up by 0.91, 74.51 and 77.68 respectively. And with that move, this is what you see in the equity market. Not much at all. On the S&P 500, we're positive by 0.07%. Under surveillance this morning, a muted response.
I think muted is the word with a capital M. Bonds flat, stocks flat to up, and the dollar a little bit weaker. There's always an element of geopolitical risk in the world. You really can't go into the bunker and hide from it. You just have to adapt to it. I don't think you can get too caught up in the day-to-day volatility in times like this.
So here's the latest this morning. Investors fading risk of broader escalation in the Middle East. Mark McCormick of TD Securities writing the following: rising geopolitical pressure and higher oil could exasperate inflation expectations and feed back into macro volatility. The result would look like a flight to safety for the US dollar, but in reality, it's a positioning squeeze. Mark joins us now for more. Mark, welcome to the program. Do you see anything in the events over the weekend that might upend the economic picture?
Well, yeah, I think what's important is the key term, I think, is actually complacent, right? So there's a ton of geopolitical uncertainty. There's also trade uncertainty. There's data uncertainty. So there's a lot of uncertainty, but there's absolutely no volatility. And I feel like we're kind of going through this same preparation that we were the week before Liberation Day, which was essentially the markets kind of got lulled into complacency. There was so much risk going on. They didn't know what to do with it. And as a result, they got sideswiped. So I think this is one of those moments where if you go back to last week, what happened is we had a ton of central banks in Europe that were dovish. We have these flaring geopolitical tensions. We've seen about a 35% rise in oil prices from the bottom. And I think the other thing is markets are a little bit they feel confident then inflation's moving in the right direction because it's been surprising on the downside. And these are all the things that build up complacency. And then once data comes in and we start to get more surprises, then this is what unlocks positioning. So I think this is the key word right now is complacency, because all the things that are happening are inflationary, not to mention the fact we have a NATO summit this week. We're going to see more fiscal spending. So we could basically get a revolt of data, term premium, and inflation all coming back at the same time where the markets aren't priced for this.
Are you suggesting the confidence around the inflation and the path of inflation, that particular story, Mark, are you suggesting that confidence is misplaced?
Absolutely. I feel, again, the market's been pulled into a direction where it feels like, even again, if you go back to the European central banks, the Norges Bank basically surprised with a dovish cut. Essentially, Sweden sounded very dovish. SMB is basically back to zero. Bank of England, again, dovish tilt. The Fed, it was a little bit more hawkish. You could debate whether or not they've tried to sound dovish and they're just tactically hawkish. But essentially, everything that's happening right now, and again, the NATO summit, what you're going to get is more fiscal spending. So again, we had a term premium shock. We've kind of moved away from that. But what I feel like what everyone's kind of dropping the ball on is this is continuing to be inflationary. The Fed basically raised their expectations for core PCE over 3% for this year. So again, another key part of this is just whether or not U.S. inflation has surprised on the downside for the last couple of months doesn't really tell us a lot where it's going for the next couple of months, because we still haven't seen the tariffs and the uncertainty and the actual data come through into the inflationary side of where this can go, at least for the in a tactical basis.
Mark, if you bleed this through the FX market, at what point are we underpricing the risk of inflation more greatly in Europe than, say, the United States? In other words, for the path of travel going forward, where do you see a renewed sense of inflation hitting the hardest?
Well, it's interesting in FX world right now, I feel like inflation changes the narrative. If you look at what's been driving FX, if you look at our portfolios and the factors we run, it's been value and momentum. So essentially value and momentum are short dollar. So if you're selling the dollar because you're raising hedges and essentially you're de-risking relative to the US, that trade's been working. So it's been piling on technical momentum. Where I think the break comes is that volatility basically disrupts positioning. And so our positioning and our sentiment indicators are extremely bearish on the dollar. And so where this can come through is in terms of trade shock. If you look at the weather, you look at the heat, you look at basically there's a very cold winter in Europe as well. The natural gas inventories are very low. So essentially, if we have continued elevation, especially right now, we're all going through a little bit of a heat wave, you can see the inflation coming through, and that would look like a negative growth shock, because what it looks like for the FX market is its terms of trade. So the exporters like the U.S. would do well. Canada might do relatively well. Mexico might do relatively well. But essentially where the shock comes through is Europe and Asia. So that's what the market's not positioned for. And again, this isn't going to change what could be a multi-quarter downtrend in the dollar. But what it does is it disrupts extremely long positioning in European currencies, in Asian currencies, in short positioning in the dollar. So that's where I'd want to look for this for at least the next 2 to 3 months.
If you carry through what you're talking about to the economics, you end up with the U.S. that is less vulnerable to the potential tax on consumers from higher oil prices than, say, Europe or even Asia. At what point is this longer than just a trade squeeze, a positioning squeeze, and really speaks to a disruption in the broader narrative that we've heard for the bulk of this year?
Well, this is where kind of some of the short-term uncertainty and tactical stuff kind of hits like a structural story, right? Because I think the key thing that matters in quarters, especially for the FX market, which can be very volatile day to day, is essentially the unwinding of U.S. exceptionalism. Like, it is very clear in the data that the U.S. economy is slowing. The problem is the rest of the world really isn't accelerating. So everyone's kind of like sluggish, but it's clear the U.S. has seen a bigger drop in data trends relative to the rest of the world. I think where this gets very complicated is the asset allocation and the structural flows that have come into the U.S., which have driven an elevated U.S. dollar and seen U.S. equities outperform. They're slowly going to start to reverse. If you start to think about who drives these types of flows over long-term periods of time, it's pension funds, sovereign wealth funds, real money. So again, whether or not hedge funds are tactically kind of trading a theme, it's very clear in the data there is a lot more downside for the dollar given a reallocation of investor pools, particularly from, if you look at places like in Asia, where there's a ton of savings, if you look at other countries across Europe where there's tons of savings, if these pension funds, again, start to reallocate capital back into their home countries, this is what would drive the dollar a lot lower. So a lot of this will come together, slowing U.S. data, Fed cutting in 2026, essentially outperformance of other countries. Again, if we go to NATO, we're going to see further commitments this week for future spending. So as U.S. economy is slowing and there's more value outside the U.S., this is what's going to drive the dollar and the currency market structurally. What we're talking about right now for the next month or two is potentially a tactical reset on positioning rather than the longer-term fundamentals.
Mark, you keep bringing up NATO and potentially this 5% defense spending goal for all these members. I'm going to be traveling with the president to the summit. When it comes to inflation, though, and NATO, isn't this just a European problem?
No, I think part of it has to do we go back to term premium, right? If you think about what's driving bond markets, for a while it was the U.S. For the beginning of the year it was Germany. I say recently it's been Japan. JGB's been driving the term premium shock globally. So there's one thing that's happening is investors want to look at interest rate differentials and they want to look at this stuff as a driver for currencies. The problem is that there is a structural kind of embedded steepening happening across all curves because you need to separate the front end on the central banks versus the longer end, which is about fiscal and inflation. So I think when you come back to NATO, essentially when you look at the projections of budget deficits and you look at where all this is going, governments are now spending on things that they used to do that was somewhat in a cooperative nature. So if countries are now essentially raising fiscal stimulus, they're spending more money, they're running budget deficits, everyone's doing this at the same time when inflation's already above expectations. So the fiscal taps are broken. And I think what's important about the NATO summit is happening at the same time that oil prices are going up and everyone's been lulled into some complacency around inflation. So this is what brings term premium back.
Hey, Mark, we've got to run. It's good to hear from you. As always, Mark McCormick there of TD Securities. Up next, Peter Cheer of Academy, Stephen Cook of CFR, the former Defense Secretary Mark Esper, and George Leon of Rystad Energy. From New York, this is Bloomberg.
Welcome to the second episode of the Abu Dhabi Advantage series. According to the 2024 Global Startup Ecosystem Report, Abu Dhabi has the fastest growing ecosystem in the Middle East and North Africa region.
The reason why we came to Abu Dhabi is the progressive regulatory landscape that's available for companies. So for example, they have a concept of sandboxing, which they actually help you develop the regulatory plan and process for companies, especially in biotech. And that for us was really important, along with timing and speed.
Markets are volatile. We're going to be in a very volatile situation.
There's a lot of liquidity still in the market.
Right now, we move towards mid-cycle. On balance, the economy is probably in mid-cycle.
To the market, what's most important is give us clarity.
We're in an environment where it's very easy to be bearish, and it's not that easy to be bullish.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern.
Things are tense in the Middle East right now in financial markets. Things look pretty calm. From New York City this morning, good morning. The second hour of Bloomberg surveillance starts right now, and your scores look like this. Equity futures on the S&P coming off a three-day slide on the S&P 500, positive by not even 0.1%, just about unchanged across the board here. Likewise in the commodity markets, spike higher yesterday evening. And then we retrace some of that move. We're positive by just 1% on Brent crude. On WTI, up by 1.1%, 74.62. Some confidence here, Lisa, some confidence that maybe the escalation over the weekend won't disrupt the flow of energy on a broader basis.
It seems like people are writing off the prospect of closure of the Strait of Hormuz, which is sort of the big wild card that could potentially stymie about a fifth of all oil transport in the world. If you take a step beyond that, there is a question about what further types of retaliation there will be, because there will be retaliation. But ultimately, this is a market that has gotten burned by every time it has taken a geopolitical risk too seriously. And that is the reason why maybe people are really trying to look past it.
Is the operation complete? We're all familiar with the details over the weekend. Already this morning, getting details from Israeli strikes, which continue on one of those nuclear sites.
Absolutely. The IDF is coming out and they're saying that they are going after Fordo and obstruct the access routes to Fordo to this enrichment site in Iran. So basically, any concern that material was not hit by these bunker buster bombs from these B-2s flown over Natanz, Isfahan, and Fordo over the weekend, Israel is going in now. And remember, Israel has control of the skies right now, which is also why it's really incredibly challenging to see the Iranian response, because their chain of command has been completely disrupted, and the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is basically right now hiding.
We're focused on, I think, two things through the rest of this morning. One, the early battle damage assessment, and two, the prospect of retaliation. And right now, we don't really have a decent sense of the retaliation.
Yeah, and this really is the key question. Do they go after some of the ships that we have seen going not only through the Strait of Hormuz, but just generally in the Persian Gulf with the Houthis potentially reigniting some attacks? Do they end up going after U.S. tourists or nationals or diplomats in other regions? These are some of the questions. Or do they hold tight, de-escalate, move their equipment elsewhere, and reignite their nuclear program while withdrawing from the IAEA? These are some of the things that potentially are on the table.
One thing that's incredibly challenging right now for Tehran is not only the fact that they are having a barrage of strikes every single day and that the top brass of the IRGC has been absolutely taken out, but also there has been complete decimation when it comes to some of their proxies in the region. Right now, there's control, basically, of the Israelis on Syrian airspace. You have Lebanese Hezbollah that doesn't want to get involved, Hamas that doesn't want to get involved. Potentially, the only one could be the Houthis. But what did we see just a few months ago from this administration? Attacks on Houthi military sites.
Brent crude this morning, 77.87, 74.70 on WTI. Coming up this hour, we'll catch up with Peter Chia of Academy as Wall Street fades escalation risk. Stephen Cook of CFR on possible regime change in Iran. And the former Defense Secretary, Mark Esper, on the prospect of retaliation. We begin this hour with our top story. The world awaiting Iran's response after U.S. attacks on several nuclear sites. Iran saying the U.S. should expect, quote, severe consequences. Our team coverage starts right now with Bloomberg's Jemana Basechi in Dubai and Tyler Kendall out of Washington, D.C. Jemana, let's deal with that C word, confidence. Confidence that the flow of energy won't be disrupted. From your perspective, how misplaced is that confidence this morning?
I think people are hoping for the best and preparing for the worst. I wouldn't say that they're confident because at this point, nobody really has real insight into what the supreme leader is thinking. As Anne-Marie was saying, he's been in hiding essentially since this war broke out. And ultimately, the decision does lie with him and the Supreme National Security Council. Yesterday, there were loads of reports suggesting that the Iranian parliament had approved that closure, but no final decision has been taken. And I think if you look at the raft of analysis that has come out as well in the last 24 hours, Iran would only go down that route if they really had their backs against the wall and they would be willing to not just inflict damage on the global economy and shoot up oil prices, but also on themselves, because it's such an important passageway for the export of their own oil. And most of that, 90% of their oil exports, as your guest was just saying, go towards China. So if they go down that route, it would really be a question not just of how much of an impact it's going to have on the global economy, but the survival of the regime. It looks as though, if you look at the market reaction today, though, that the market is sort of squaring in on a calibrated response out of Iran vis-a-vis U.S., something similar to what they did back in 2020 after the killing of Qasem Soleimani, when they telegraphed to the U.S. that they were going to go after a military base in Iraq, and the U.S. were able to evacuate their personnel beforehand, so there were no fatalities recorded. That was the retaliation, and it was done at that point, so it was calibrated. If they want to go one step further, then, of course, it does bring up the question of whether they want to resuscitate the proxies in the region, whether the proxies in the region actually have the appetite and the capability to get involved. And then also, beyond the Strait of Hormuz, they could look to attack specific military sites in the Gulf countries. As we've been talking about, many of these Gulf countries have been making a lot of progress in terms of restoring diplomatic ties with Iran over the last couple of years. Do they want to bring Gulf states into the fold as well? Probably not.
Tyler, the Vice President, J.D. Vance, said we're not at war with Iran. We're at war with Iran's nuclear program. Is that a distinction with or without a difference?
Well, John, it has been interesting to see how U.S. officials have tried to make clear that the goal, the mission of this operation was to either impair, delay, or eliminate Iran's nuclear capabilities. But then we got this interesting post from President Trump yesterday on Truth Social where he mentioned the words regime change, saying that it's not politically correct to use that term, but if Iran isn't going to make Iran great again, in his words, then why wouldn't they call for regime change? Now, we should say, of course, this is a very nuanced conversation, but it's unclear the conditions or the circumstances that the U.S. really need to see to get behind this. So it is one of those factors that we are weighing here as we look into what is going to happen forward. Of course, the U.S. is preparing for any sort of retaliation moving forward here. As Jumana was saying, perhaps this could be a more targeted approach, but then that also raises the question about what a potential ceasefire would look like and whether or not the U.S. would get behind that, considering President Trump has called for what he says is unconditional surrender. But we've heard from Iranian officials that they're not going to come to the negotiating table unless the strikes against them stop. John, we have to keep in mind the backdrop here, which is that the White House has repeatedly said that it is taking proactive measures to protect U.S. troops in the region. But when we think that there are in excess of 40,000 U.S. troops stationed in the Middle East theater, that only raises the stakes of what we are discussing that much higher.
Tyler Kendall, Jumana Basechi. Tyler, Jumana, thank you. We'll catch up with you again in the next hour. Here's the view on Wall Street this morning. Peter Schiff of Academy, cautiously optimistic, writing, the attacks help establish deterrence and peace through strength. There are risks of retaliatory attacks by Iran and disruption to oil flow, but those risks seem low. Pete joins us now for more. Pete, good morning.
Morning, John.
That line there, those risks seem low. The market appears to agree with you. Why do you believe the risks seem low?
So one, air superiority is clear, right? It's clear that Israel and the U.S. can kind of do what they want in the air there. Two, Iran may still